Chapter 51 Grand Seat. At 2:30 in the morning, Jiang Tu's upper eyelids were opened, but his lower eyelids were unwilling to wake up. He groped to press the alarm clock for stopping his phone, but he couldn't find where the little trickster was. Oh, he remembered it. In order to prevent himself from getting up, he placed his phone on the cabinet. It is a distance that is absolutely inaccessible if you don't get up and go down the ground. In the early morning, the room was dark, and only the mobile phone was working diligently with the light beams, shouting desperately, "Get up, get up! If I don't get up, I will have to ring again in 10 minutes. Jiang Tu sat on the kong, and through the gaps in the curtains, you could still see the galaxy in the sky. His face looked confused. Who am I, where am I, and what I am going to do? It took me a long time to recover. Oh, he will hold a big seat today. You need to go to the legendary morning market to purchase ingredients. Morning market, a magical market that only exists from 3 to 5 am. It is the place for the second-D dealer to pick up the vegetables and the place for the stall owners of the market to purchase goods. Ordinary families usually come here to buy when they hold large seats. And I am the one who wants to hold a big seat. There are generally two options for holding large seats in the village. First, hire a chef and list the menu, and the rest is prepared by the owner. Instead, it is all for the chef team, and the owner just waits for food. Anyway, both have their own advantages and disadvantages. The front one is a little troublesome for the owner, but the quality of the food is guaranteed, so there is no need to worry about the chef taking kickbacks as a substitute. The latter part is that the owner is worried and doesn't have to worry about anything, but he is afraid of meeting someone wrong. Jiang Tu chose the hard mode. Buy your own vegetables and make them yourself. The morning market at around 3 am formed the most obvious contrast with the quiet mountain road. Here, people come and go, and traffic is full of traffic. Communication is basically yelling, and buying groceries is basically a car. He took his list and squeezed into the crowd. Fortunately, some of the food on the table can be handled by a system treasure chest, but there will always be some missing or eaten. Like a carrot. Since the 6 big rabbits arrived, hundreds of kilograms of carrots accumulated in his system have been consumed in just a few days. Today, he not only had to buy something for the big mat, but also prepared it for his rabbit. This cucumber is good, 20 kilograms. Celery, 10 kilograms are also given. Ripes, give me a whole pig. I'll give me 30 kilograms of this shrimp, thank you. By the time Jiang Tu purchased it, his trunk was already full of various ingredients. He stood by the car and counted, thinking, if this is a few months, there is no need to buy these dishes. His field can produce them by himself. He was muttering, the tender cucumbers are so expensive nowadays. They cost 5 yuan per pound of what to do. It's better to have a carrot. He buys 100 kilograms and sells it directly for $1 per kilogram. After counting it, he drove and walked home against a round red plate in the horizon. It's time to prepare breakfast for those students, so there is no need to rush back. Today's weather is not very good. It's misty. There was a thick water vapor hanging on the branches that had just spitted green, and the temperature seemed to be a little cooler than yesterday. Walking out of the warm car, Jiang Tu shivered directly by the cold air. Most of the vegetables on the car are directly unloaded at the village service station. When the helpers come over, they can directly wash what they should be and peel what they should be peeled. Jiang Tu took the rest home directly. There were some hard-working dishes, but he actually started preparing last night. Such as elbows, spiced beef and braised goose. It was also from last night that the aroma of boiled meat was floating everywhere at home, which made the 2 dogs not sleep well all night. Especially now, my face is a little swollen. The saliva flowing out not only wet my hair, but also wet a large piece of it. I didn't know that. I thought it was in my urine. Dabby relies on his long hair and thick skin, and does not feel like he is losing his dog, and follows the river with all his steps. Behind the picture, the tail spirals up. It seems to feel that as long as it is persistent enough, it can always get 1 or 2 pieces of meat from its owner. If you don't look at the flesh, you can do it. Unfortunately, its owner not only didn't have time to pay attention to it, but also asked Haimi to pull this dog that might fly everywhere outside, the farther away from the kitchen, the better. The barley dragged away by Haimi was like a strong girl forced to separate from her favorite person, and kept shouting. Today, the students who were having breakfast were all absent-minded. The air was filled with various meat fragrances, but they could only drink white porridge and eat salted eggs here. What kind of punishment is this? In my heart, I became more and more anxious about this lunch meal. Think about it. Brother Jiang's usual skills are at the level of a great god. In the near future, they will get a large table, different, untold, piles of food. The key is a collection of delicious food made by Brother Jiang. That power is not as simple as multiplying. At least at exponential level. Xiang Ming touched his stomach and gave up on his plan to have another bowl of rice porridge. Even if that bowl of rice porridge is silky and fine, and the smell of rice is all over the mouth, can it be comparable to that meal at noon? Today's breakfast is enough as long as it can sustain life. He will keep the rest of the meal at noon. Actually, he thought so last night, but the meal last night was so delicious that he couldn't help but almost ate another bowl. He picked up the empty bowl, and the domineering meat fragrance in the air made the last drop of rice soup in the bowl slide into his mouth, licking his unsatisfied lips. Sure enough, the strong always have some quirks. Xiang Ming thought. Otherwise, why would Brother Jiang, who has such a good cooking skill and can earn a lot of pots and pots when he opens a restaurant anywhere, would be willing to stay in such a small mountain village to farm and raise pigs? Alas, why is it not yet at noon? He looked at the sky and never hoped that time would go faster and then go faster. After seeing off the students, Zhang Tu also brought his own equipment and some semi-finished dishes to the service station that had already begun to be busy. Some ants are washing vegetables, while others are wiping the table and laying the tablecloth. Seeing that today's chefs came, they quickly gave up their main position. Zhang Tu, you are welcome, wash your hands and pick up the washed vegetables, cut them into shreds, and slice them into slices. Hey, look! An ant who was washing vegetables pushed the person next to her with her elbow and signaled her to look at the chef. At the beginning, a young man came, but they didn't show it on their faces and felt a little unsure. In addition to being a genius among geniuses, the chef is also a good and delicious cook, and it is also more delicious. As a result, when you look at the knife skills, the shredded carrots almost flew up. Clear threads, uniform thickness. She always thought that her grandson was looking at the cartoon and cutting the vegetables into the sky and the earth, which was not fake. Now it seems that maybe they are really exaggerating a little. At least that knife really has a afterimage. Zhang Tu is focused on her mind. It's really that he had too much work this morning. A little waste of time may lead to the inability to serve the meal when it is time to start. Fortunately, today is not a weekend, and the few remaining children in the village have gone to school, so no one is making trouble near him. Others said that when there are children, you must be careful when using the oil pan. Adults will hide themselves, but the children don't care about you. When you get hot, you will know that you cry. When you meet unreasonable people, the chef will be complained. The topic was too far off, and Zhang Tu quickly came to his senses. Nearly 10 dishes such as sweet and sour carp, 6 meatballs, boiled prawns, cashew shrimps, fried lilies with celery, etc., were all made on site. Fortunately, he also made a big pot meal for this group of students for a long time. Even if there is no system, he should have practiced some of his skills for so many days. When Professor Shui and Professor Liu returned to the village, they saw such a lively scene. The two of them were a little dumbfounded. I don't understand why this village suddenly became so lively after less than a month. Does anyone have any big happy events? They looked at the lively scenery in front of the service station, frowned, and a hint of displeasure flashed across their faces. However, they live in the village themselves, and no one can say anything. Text. Chapter 52 Grand Seal, 2. Professor Lee in the laboratory saw that his two colleagues and good friends were finally willing to come back. A hint of joy was involuntarily revealed. You two finally got chewed back. I'm not afraid that I'll teach them badly. Professor Lee stepped forward and gave him a warm hug. We don't know you yet. Professor Shui laughed and said while reciting the hard work, I may be worried about anyone I give it to. I will give it to you 10,000 people. By the way, when I come back this time, I will draw the latest researched seeds from other laboratories. Let's see how the traits are and whether there is any research value. Professor Liu greeted and took out a few small boxes intact packaging from the box. Take care of your expression, be careful outside. What's going on outside? Professor Shui asked after a while. Oh, Professor Lee glanced outside and said with a smile, if you two have good fortune, you will choose a day to come back today. The small river on the mountain has dug an artificial 703 lake, and it will be placed in the village today. We will go and eat it later. After saying that, he stretched out his head and looked outside. In the oil pan, one big carp after another that was fried golden and raised on both ends were snatched up neatly and placed on the plate. Beautiful! Professor Lee exclaimed. Professor Liu felt that the name Zhang Tu sounded a little familiar. After thinking for a while, he asked a little uncertainly, is it the cook you mentioned, the one you found in the village? They should hate the chef in front of them as much as they are. Professor Lee can recruit suitable people directly in the village without any effort and without having to argue with others. They are willing to. Most of the villagers are real and don't have so much interest. Good is good, and bad is bad. They don't like these messy common affairs very much, and they also like to communicate with such people. Yes, yes. Professor Lee nodded. Zhejiang's craftsmanship is amazing, I will tell you. I don't know anything else. In terms of big pot rice, the city's old-fashioned restaurants are not as good as those of big pot rice. Professor Shui wanted to retort that the chefs in other restaurants did not make big pot rice, and in the end they didn't say it. Anyway, if you can make old Lee praise him, your skills should be quite impressive. I have worked together for decades, and no one knows who. The fragrance outside the window is getting stronger and stronger. Lunchtime is getting closer and closer. Some students who work quickly have already returned from the field. They can't wait to squat in a row by the wall as soon as they clean up, watching Brother Zhang cook carefully. It was neatly like a big radish planted by artificial thread. According to them, every time I see Brother Zhang cook, it is not an ordinary enjoyment. It seems ordinary, but it actually contains its own mystery. Zhang Tu just wanted to say about this, why don't he know? At this moment, village chief Song Jun knocked on the door of Professor Lee's laboratory. Please come in. Professor Lee, who was chatting with his old friend, was stunned for a moment and spoke directly. At this time, who can come to find him? He was full of doubts. Professor Lee, it's me, Song Jun. Song Jun pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw Professor Shui and Professor Liu, he was also stunned and said hello quickly. Both of them are back. Is his proposal possible? Song Jun stood up straight, just like he did when he faced a professor at school, and he just raised his hand to ask questions. He said, Professor, this is the case. The weather is good these days, and the villagers want to ask if they can start spring plowing a few days in advance. Today, the weather cooled a little, and the sun was not very good, but the daytime temperature in their area was close to 20 degrees. Working in the fields at noon, you will get sweaty if you are not careful. Everyone wants to ask if you can start early, how many days earlier, you can stagger the time, so that agricultural machinery and other things can be rented. Besides, Some people in the village also said that it seems that someone in other villages has planted them and looks good. Since the professor from his alma mater came here, they will basically listen to the opinions of experts when they farm every year. It is always good to avoid detours. Farming doesn't make much money, so you can lose less if you can. Professor Shui and Professor Lu just came back. They have not experienced the temperature and climate here in the past few days, so they cannot give an answer for the time being. Professor Li searched for information and said, "Don't worry. There will be a cold air coming tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The specific situation is unknown, but I don't think it's good. Let everyone wait first. I have been waiting for so long, so I don't have to worry about this for 2 days. The seeds are put into the field, and it will be difficult to replant them when they encounter accidents." Song Jun nodded, "This is the reason. And even if there is no accident, we will get more fruitful after taking advantage of the spring rain." Professor Li continued to add. "Yes, yes." Song Jun nodded. With Professor Li's words, he knew how to return to the villagers in the village. Today, it is probably the time when their village has the most complete people, so he is going to tell you about this before serving the dishes. He and the village cotters also missed the notice from door to door, and anyone who happened to be out of the house would be missed. By the time the old professor and the village chief went downstairs together, the yard in front of the service station was almost full of people. It is expected that he will not be able to sit for 8 tables, and Zhang Tu prepares 9 tables. Even if there are only 1 left, he believes that those students will not mind having another meal. Who knew that fortunately the 9th table was prepared? Otherwise, the old professor and the village chief would probably have no place to sit. The students and the villagers sat on the table in pain, looking at the Jiangtu. "It's not okay if you don't watch it. There are 2 more dishes that haven't been served. I won't give you chopsticks and I'll give you bowls." 0. They claim to be civilized people, but they are not easy to catch. They can only make their saliva not flow out and make people laugh, while trying their best to urge them with their eyes. It's not impossible to have 2 dishes, really. Give them the chopsticks quickly. After a while, my saliva can't be kept in my mouth. Look at the shiny big elbow on the table, look at the big carp with its head and tail raised high, covered in gold and red. And the sour fragrance of the nose. Is it really a matter of human beings to show the pot and don't give it to eat? Song Jun took advantage of this moment and cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. No one paid attention to him. Ahem. Increase the volume. Still no one paid attention to him. Cough cough. My throat was sore, but no one paid attention to him. Song Jun had no choice but to go back to the office to get the speaker. In the end, he was really afraid that he would start eating after walking, so he could only use the maximum volume and shouted, "I'm talking about spring plowing." Professors said, "Wait for 2 days first, the cold wave will pass, and then talk about it. Do you know if you know it?" In just a few short sentences, he was so tired that he shouted all over, and his throat was a little smoky. I know. The villagers didn't have time to pay attention to him. There were only a few whose conscience was not yet covered by delicious food. They stretched out their hands perfunctorily to indicate that they had heard it. It's so annoying to Song Jun. Now they all ran to his office in a hurry to ask, "Can spring plowing begin, and when will it start?" Grass. This dish is so delicious. When the last dish was served as the tableware, there was a burst of cheers on the scene. Then, it was quiet. People at the same table looked at their neighbors and friends, with murderous intent on their eyes. 1.8 There are no father and son in the mall, and no friends in the dining table. Everyone is more reserved and let me eat first. After a tired morning, Zhang Tu, who had no appetite at all, sat on the side and ate tomatoes. System products must be high-quality products. The sweet and sour tomatoes exploded in their mouths with the rich juice, and the strong tomato smell suddenly dispelled the smell of oil smoke from their appetite. The appetite also recovered a little. He sighed comfortably. He didn't know how much I hadn't eaten this tomato. Nowadays, the tomatoes on the market have half of their taste and have to be sold for several 11 pounds. After finishing the meal in 2 mouthfuls, his appetite also grew. He looked at the table full of dishes and felt that he had worked hard for so long, why didn't he taste it? He also joined the dinner party. Their table has few people and many dishes, and Zhang Tu is still facing the entire mat. I didn't see the battlefield behind me at all. Song Jun just looked up and almost frightened the chopsticks in his hand. Please flowers, please collect, thank you. Chapter 53 Hail. It was a war without gunpowder. The thrilling degree is comparable to the Great Leap Forward, the Great Breakthrough, and the Normandy landing in World War II. It was also the first time he saw someone using Sun Tzu's art of war at the dinner table. Building a plank road openly to secretly cross Chengqing, surrounded Wei and saved Zhao, the beauty was plotted, Gong Xin was plotted, 666. Seeing that the village chief's expression was wrong, Zhang Tu turned his head and looked back along his gaze. Pupil shrink. On a table, the sweet and sour carp, after losing all its flesh and blood, still maintained its original posture. How amazing is this fish-eating technique! There was also a table, and the big bones of the pig elbow were shiny and shiny. When the dog saw it, he had to admire him. There were also several students, holding a lot of jobs, staring at their table. The face clearly stated that next time I eat the mat, I have to sit at the professor's table. He was so scared that he quickly turned his head back. After eating, Zhang Tu greeted the professor and the village chief and left early. He was so tired. Moreover, he doesn't have to worry about cleaning the battlefield. After he returned home, he went straight to the bathroom. The smell of oil smoke was really unbearable. Also, the warm Kong is so hot that I miss him to death. At the table, after a battle, everyone was almost full, otherwise they would have snatched the bowl and finally calmed down. It was time to play the original function of the table to exchange feelings. However, this topic has become before it has been said a few words. Oh, why is Zaijiang's braised beef really delicious? It smells ordinary and I buy it as soon as I get it into my mouth. Come on, the county town is only 56 per pound, and I haven't seen you buy it. The person was unwilling to listen to this, these 10 tastes can be the same. If you ruin me, don't ruin Zaijiang's craft. I want me to tell you that the elbow is stewed well, it looks fat, but it is not greasy at all. It tastes so delicious from the inside out. None of the masters in our area can compare to this skill. Yes, yes, the small yellow croaker has such a crispy outer skin, and it will even fall apart when you mouth it down. The key is that the meat inside is still tender, tell me. Everyone sat on the stool with their stomachs, their eyes passing through the table, hoping to look at the mountains and forests in the distance without any soup. His eyes were distant and his expression was empty, and his IQ was probably all focused on his stomach. Someone muttered, when will it be like this table again? It's not so much, who can't think about it? Zhang Tu didn't want to. He was having a sore back and legs cramped when he was having a meal today. Now he almost wanted to vomit when he saw the pot. He even beat him up and didn't come even if he beat him to death. In the King's Canyon, his tired fingers were not easy to use, and Sun Ce's sea boat had many traffic accidents in succession. He thought while slashing, he could have some noodles tonight. Simple, stir-fry a braised mushroom and meat sauce and it's done. It's so good to eat at noon, what other bikes do you want to have at night? Yes. Full, the villain on the screen stopped moving, turned grey, and the person fell asleep. The next day, the weather was cloudy and a little chilly. When Zhang Tu returned home after breakfast, he seemed to hear the uncle and aunt in the village complaining, saying, "What a good day to work today. Not hot or cold." Unfortunately, the professor asked them to wait a little longer. He also heard from the professors about this matter, and even this morning. This group of students began to automatically and consciously move their seedlings into the house if they could. If it doesn't work, just cover it with the straw left last year. According to the calculations of Professor Lee and Professor Lu, the rain mentioned in the weather forecast is likely to evolve into small hail. The rain is fine, but the benefits always go beyond the disadvantages. If it is hail, it will be more difficult to deal with. If the time is a little longer, the small seedlings that just emerge from the ground may not be able to withstand this blow and die directly. Replanting can be much more troublesome than sowing. After all, most cases of sowing can be accomplished by mechanical means, and replanting is not good. There are also potatoes covered with mulch. You need to protect the potatoes and protect the mulch from being smashed by hail. The professor once proposed to the village chief that hail was coming, but how many people believed it was their own business? The weather forecast may not be accurate. Zhang Tu also followed the old professor's advice. This morning, the chickens and ducks were not released at all. The giant bones of chickens were only released and walked back to the nest. Especially the 3 small pheasants, they do not have as many trees as the forest to cover them, and they are not very smart themselves. Zhang Tu was really afraid that these 3 stupid chickens would be killed by hail. That is simply nailed to the pillar of shame for the pheasant's death. When you get underground, other pheasants may laugh at them. The picture can be imagined by Zhang Tu. How did you die? Oh, I was bitten to death by a lynx. Where are you? I can't compare to you, I was caught by the eagle. And you? His chicken said, silly, I was killed by hail. The other 2 chickens quickly stayed away, and secretly muttered with his chicken on their backs, hurry away from it, what if they are stupid and contagious? Well. But these pheasants are quite powerful. They have laid several eggs for him after so long. Small, obviously different from eggs. After not being fertilized, the Forestry Bureau said it gave it to him as compensation. Who knows the truth? The taste is average, even the weasel dislikes it smaller than an egg. After noon, the dark clouds were like thick quilts, layer by layer, and it felt like the whole thing would collapse uncontrollably in the next second. The air was filled with a sense of depression, which made people breathless. The distant mountains and forests were filled with a storm, and the birds were much quieter than usual. On the wasteland, the little yellow flowers of dandelions seemed to be suppressed by 2 points of beauty. Daba and Haimi lay in the big jar, staring blankly outside, with happiness and fear in their eyes. When they were wandering, what they hated the most was this kind of weather. It's very cold, the hair will be wet, and it will be uncomfortable to stick to the body. This kind of weather often means hunger and food will be more difficult to find than usual. Now, they can calmly look at the mountain wind and the shaking little trees in the distance. It is crowded with barley, comfortable and warm. Very nice. Daba also rubbed black rice with half of his face. Black rice's belly became bigger and bigger, and he was well maintained. Although it is not it is also looking forward to the arrival of the baby. The wind outside is getting heavier and heavier. They traveled through the mountains and forests, passing through the shrubs, and let out a shrill cry, as if something even more terrifying was chasing them. Barley and black rice are closer. Zhang Tu ran out to check in the strong wind. The chickens, pigs, and rabbits outside found that all the animals were hiding obediently in the strong and sheltered house, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Proud. A dazzling white light flashed across the sky and rushed straight to the mountains and forests. The thunder rumbling like thousands of troops, heading towards this side. After a while, the raindrops as big as coins, accompanied by hail as big as beans, fell down. Some fell straight to the ground, some hit the roof, and some hit the leaves and clovers, with the momentum of destroying the world. At this time, Zhang Tu finally understood how important it is to an agricultural expert who is proficient in weather. When he went to deliver food at noon, he found that many families in the village began to consciously cover the greenhouses and other things after seeing the students recycle things. Otherwise, it might be possible that this hailstorm could directly smash the plastic film of the greenhouse. After repairing it, it was a huge expense. The hail disappeared in about 15 minutes, and the heavy rain lasted for nearly an hour and a half. The field was wet with rain and the hail had long disappeared. Jiang-tu felt that the water surface of his family's artificial lake seemed to have risen a little. Thinking back to the beginning, he was still sighing, 10 cubic meters of water, how much water is? As a result, when he really put it into the lake, he realized that 10 tons of water were not even visible when he put it in the lake. I don't know, the water level has risen. No. The dark clouds continued to float south, and I don't know how much rain it brought to which place. Here, the sun quietly poked its head out from behind the clouds. The golden sunlight 720 flashes on the water droplets, emitting a colorful halo. In the mountains and forests, it seems that a rainbow bridge was built. From here to there, I don't know which root of gods passed by. The villagers lifted the straw curtain again to check whether the greenhouse was damaged and whether it needed repair. Everyone was extremely glad that they finally listened to the professor's suggestions and did not do it all by themselves. I still have to thank the village chief for being able to invite professors from the agricultural university to rent land in our village. I don't know how many disasters they have escaped over the years. A professor is a professor, and it is still useful to read more. Do you know Xiaowang village? I heard a few days ago that all the wheat in their houses has sprouted. I don't know if it's okay. Who would have thought that at this time, God can still bring you hail? What's this? I still remember that it was snowing a few years ago in June and July, and the wheat grew so tall that it hit a piece. Fortunately, I planted corn at home, so I could lose less. It's not so bad. It's getting weirder this day. I really don't give us farmers some way to survive. Song Jun also received a call from the village chief of another village, saying that there was nothing else, just asking him to help him ask the professor, is there any rescue after experiencing such a hailstorm? Wheat? The hail disappeared into the ground with the showers, but the chill was still left. Can wheat seedlings not be frozen? Even people can feel cold when putting their hands in ice water, let alone the newly sprouted wheat. Everyone said, don't plant it for now. You don't have to worry. Winseonger village has not moved yet, but some villagers don't believe it. Believe in your own experience and feel it's okay. Experience is not useless, but aren't there any professors in agriculture who have more experience than them? Not much more than they know? Something happened, I knew I was looking for it. Jiang-tu didn't know all this. He only knew that after such a rain, spring plowing can really start sowing. For example, they can only plant one season in the north this year, and they will become busy and important in the past few days. Even he can't be idle. Please give me a collection, please subscribe. I am welcome to subscribe. The young author is here to thank all readers. Chapter 54 Spring Plowing begins. After one joint seeder after another entered their village, the spring plowing war officially began. Jiang-tu wanted to record all this, but after sending breakfast, he didn't rush to leave. All the equipment he has in the drone camera GoPro are all on the battlefield. Even the students of Agricultural University gave up their old handheld DVS and came to take advantage of Jiang-tu's new equipment. Jiang-tu didn't care either. It just so happened that he couldn't control it alone. This incident caused Professor Li and his friends to come and see it several times, and even operated the drone twice before leaving reluctantly. Their funds are not enough for various agricultural equipment and research instruments, so how can they have time to upgrade these? Professor Liu and Professor Xue finally knew why old Li liked this young man so much. It is reasonable and not hiding personal information. There is also a good skill. Whoever likes this kind of thing will not like it. Isn't it just that the group of students helped him manage the farm? Nothing is a matter of time. This group of students is over, and there is another group of students, which is also a chance to increase their learning and accumulate experience. After recording the big scene, Jiang-tu returned to his farm. He also has to start working for himself. The students will have to finish farming of 5,000 acres of land in the past few days. Some can work mechanically, while others can only sow seeds with their hands, and the time they can come to help is very little. Jiang Tu also understands it. The weather forecast says that there will be a light rain in about a week, and they must sow wheat, corn, and other crops in front of this light rain. Otherwise, the temperature will rise, the air humidity will be high, and the seeds will be damp, and it will likely sprout directly in the bag, so that the whole bag of seeds will be wasted. Although he was born by hand, before that, almost everyone took the time to teach him how to use agricultural machinery and how to set parameters for wheat and corn. He felt that he could do it, at least he could do it if he could sow the seeds with machinery. Farming, cooking, feeding, and shooting videos, Jiangtu has been so busy these days. He also wanted to make something delicious, or something different, to reward the group of agricultural college students who not only had to take care of the fields, but also took the time to help him grow various seedlings. Therefore, today, in the campus forum of Agricultural University, a piece of news suddenly topped the list. Number shocked. I actually had free grilled cold noodles in the countryside. Brother Zhang, long live. The accompanying picture is full of 9 photos of baked cold noodles, filled with various ingredients at every angle, and it can make people salivate without filters. The grilled cold noodles are the ESR-level recipes that were drawn out when Zhang Tu suddenly appeared, when inspiration suddenly appeared. The most popular snack in northeast China. Even the cold noodles are provided by the system treasure chest. How can you not be surprised? So he immediately arranged it. Of course, you can't eat roasted cold noodles for dinner alone, even if you can have 3 old professors at the student's school, it's not good. Therefore, grilled cold noodles are just snacks. Wow, Brother Zhang, you are so good. The farmers who didn't remember how long it took for me to eat these messy things were all crowded around Jiangtu. Watch him use a barbecue tray to make the grilled cold noodles. They can not only add eggs and intestines, but also add chicken fillets and spicy strips. Woo, Brother Zhang, what kind of immortal are you? I almost forgot what this thing tastes like, how can it smell so good? Thank you too. Zhang Tu said with a smile while doing it. Go to have a meal quickly, come and get it when you're done. The meal will be cold later. After the engineering team left, the canteen returned to the service station. Jiangtu found that the location at the door was really suitable for him to set up a stall. That is, it costs money to set up your own stall, and the target is this group of students. Oh, there are more villagers today. I look down on the grilled cold noodles in my mouth and my hands are very honest. I heard that the basic style is only 5 yuan for adding intestines and eggs, and the speed of each one is extremely neat. The 3 professors also placed them in front of them for a while. The students did not dare to add spicy strips to the professor, but they sprinkled a big handful of coriander. The 3 professors smiled and drove people away, saying, "We don't want to eat, we will get it ourselves." Bai Wen Tao didn't care either. He smiled and replied, "Isn't this afraid that you will be embarrassed, professors? Brother Zhang made it clean and hygienic, and it tastes delicious." Ha 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 ha. For a moment, the service station was filled with laughter and joy. It seems that most of the fatigue of working in the fields has disappeared from this bite of grilled cold noodles. The rest can be solved by just a hot bath. Ah, that's great. Xiang Ming sighed. Although he is extremely hard now, he has to do 1.5 person job. However, he still felt that this year's spring plowing was much better than usual. It must be because of the charm of Zhang Ji's food. Bake cold noodles, hi! The students far away in the school were all crying. Who can't eat the grilled cold noodles? But it's free. They really can't eat them. The ingredients are so honest. They also saw a portion, which seemed to be beef strips. It must be that their farm work is not tiring enough, so the professor will add more to them. Haha, I'm going there soon. Can I also taste the legendary Brother Jiang's food? Jiang Tu was also told about this. From the day after tomorrow, there will be 2 classes every day, and more than 40 students come to visit the farmland. Professor Li said to Jiang Tu a little embarrassedly, "You just need to take care of lunch." Jiang Tu nodded, he knew this. I just didn't expect it would be this time. But then Professor Li's words made him agree immediately. Because Professor Li said, "Professor Xue and I can arrange for this group of children to go to your place to help you farm, and see what else is not planted." Fruit tree. Jiang Tu said to Professor Li very sincerely. He was afraid that Professor Li would take back his words if he was slowing down for a second. The fruit trees I ordered, the agricultural supplies station told me that they will arrive in the past 2 days. Can they dig tree pits and plant trees? If you can, as long as I can cook whatever I want, I can do it. Haha, he was worried about what to do with these fruit trees. What is this called? It's timely help, icing on the cake, and someone will hand you a pillow if you are sleepy. Okay, they are so powerful that they have planted you in the next few days. Professor Li nodded and said that it is absolutely okay. The day before the bus entered the village, the saplings in Jiangtu happened to be home. 500 or 600 230-year-old saplings are piled together, 10 bundles, and more than 30. Professor Xue brought people here. He patted Jiang Tu's shoulder kindly, walked side by side with him to the place where trees were planted north, and asked as he walked, "I heard that you still received chicory at the agricultural supplies station." Yes. Jiang Tu nodded. He had specially circled the land where the chicory was planted, which was 3 acres, and it was easy to observe. Okay, come and ask me if you have any questions. I planted 10 acres on the edge of the field. This project is owned by me, and he did a good job. Professor Xue's tone was filled with pride. The students I brought out have nothing to cover up with today's results. Jiang Tu nodded quickly. The boss's thighs must be hugged when it's time to hug them. Jiang Tu thinks that forage is actually a crop with higher benefits than growing wheat and corn. Forage. Not only for cattle and sheep, but also for rabbits, chickens, ducks, geese, and even for pigs. Wet materials can be sold for money, dry materials can be sold for money, and they can be sold for several batches a year. Apart from the sales and no basic grain marketing accidents, there are really no shortcomings. I just don't know why it has not been promoted, and he doesn't know many people. Professor, it's here. Jiang Tu pointed to the hillside over there. At this time, there were only yellow flowers of dandelions and a purple flowers that he could not call him. They were dotted and fluttered in the wind. Professor Xue nodded, signaled to the team leader to stop, and said, "I remember your requirement is to try to make the distance as large as possible, right?" Jiang Tu nodded quickly. To be honest, hundreds of small saplings are tighter and can't even plant 10 acres of land. There are at least 40 or 50 acres of hillside on the north side of him, so why can't he spread a little to make the trees appear full? This will also make it easier for him to smuggle the saplings in the system in the future and plant them in a mixed manner, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Tu looked at the saplings he placed in the cool and sheltered wind, 10 of which were apple trees given by the system. The fruits produced are big and red, and the flesh is all red. In the real world, there are also apples that are similar to that, so he took them out with ease. The difference is that the fruit trees given by the system bear fruit, and the weight of a single fruit is basically more than 1 pound. Moreover, the flesh is red without any trace of variegated color. If you take a bite, you will wonder if it is bleeding from your mouth. The name is blood fruit. Okay. Professor Xue agreed happily and looked around. He didn't know why the teacher led the team came, so he arranged for an Zhao's First, digging a tree pit is not difficult to survive. The 48 students gathered together looked at Zhang Tu with excitement and muttered in a low voice. Is this the one that brother Zhang who cooks very deliciously? It's him, it's him. I heard from my senior sister that I can recognize it. The one who looks the best is. It must be him. Wow, how can someone be someone who is handsome and delicious in cooking? It's too unreal. I also saw that he raised wild boars at home. They were wild boars, right? They had such long teeth. They were so awesome. When the class monitor saw Professor Shui coming over, he quickly coughed lightly and reminded the students in his class to calm down, that they are still here. Because Xing Tianyu was injured in an arm and stood in the back of the team, he had to take over the work of taking care of and supervising his juniors from Wang Xiu. When he looked at Wang Xiu happily rushing towards station in the morning, he had a strong sense of bad premonition. Their senior sister Wang Xiu is such a shrewd and powerful person, and the school's big goose can beat him. Think about the work she avoids, and you can carefully savor it. He sighed, hoping to get through today smoothly. The 48 students who came here did not react much after learning that their job today was to dig a tree pit. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe. I have no idea about the new book and I guarantee that I will make up for the most recent updates. Thank you, readers, I love you. Chapter 55 Jiangtu Planting Potatoes. They have already obtained countless strange experiences from their seniors and seniors after they come here. I really think it's just for fun, and it would be too stupid to watch large agricultural machinery, modern farms or something. It is really necessary to do farm work. It may be that you plant sweet potatoes, 1 acre of land per person and a handful of sweet potato seeds. If you don't plant well, you can't eat lunch. If you don't plant, you will replant them in the afternoon if you don't seed. It may also be that the mulch film on the potatoes is used to cut holes, more than 100 acres of potato fields, and even cured the problem of hand-filled students in the 2 classes. Mom no longer has to worry. I was beaten up with other holes. It is also possible to pull weeds. In the vast field where there is no end, you must try to distinguish which weeds and which seedlings are. What if it is the senior's graduation or experimental seedling? If you make a mistake, you will not only be scolded, but you may also be beaten. From this perspective, I was very happy to dig a tree pit. There are 48 of them, and they just need to dig 600 tree pits. One morning, 1 for 5 or 6 minutes on average. Mom, woo, they want to go home. Reassure to hand over your homeland to the students and Xing Tianyu. Zhang Tu himself was going to the field, plant acre of potatoes first, and then go home to cook. Before he could get to the field, he found Professor Shui and a man he didn't know were standing in front of his rabbit cage and watching the rabbit. Since we came here, the rabbits who are watched every day have become accustomed to this kind of days when they are stared at eating. They can also get extra grass carrots from these onlookers. Just look at it, just watch it. So, these rabbits slowly gained weight. Is there anything wrong with this rabbit? Hearing Professor Shui's question, Zhang Tu's hairs stood up in an instant. It was as if the soldiers who heard the sound of the horn of the 720th horn on the battlefield raised their spears and were ready for battle. He quickly took 2 steps and tried to leave this place of right and wrong without disturbing the 2 people. He didn't know about rabbits, he didn't know anything. Well, it doesn't feel like it's an ordinary breed. The man nodded, not thinking that the rabbit cage was smelly, and almost put it on the cage. I also want to reach out. Professor Shui heard from Professor Li that a student immediately grabbed him because he touched a rabbit. And said, "Don't have hands anymore, I dare to put them in without knowing anything." The man was confused, just a rabbit. Rabbit? That's it. Jiangtu, Xiaozhang, come here. Professor Shui shouted at the figure trotting along the way. Very proud of a strict teacher. Especially like a student running and fighting in the corridor, he was called by the teacher who suddenly appeared. Zhang Tu wanted to pretend that he didn't hear it, but his legs stopped him. This is embarrassing, right? He raised a fake smile on his face, slowly rubbed over step by step, and asked in an unexplained manner, "What's wrong with Professor Shuet?" "This is Professor Zhu, a major in veterinary medicine. He is also the leader today," Professor Shuet introduced. "Hello, hello." Zhang Tu shook his hand lightly, then let go and continue holding a large iron basin. The iron basin is full of potato seeds. He was calm on his face and felt a lot of panic. He was a major in animal medicine and was so numb. He was so deadly that he wouldn't see anything. "You rabbit!" He frowned, his voice full of suspicion. "Ah, this." Zhang Tu tried hard to make himself look normal. "Don't panic, we are just people who don't know anything. The giant rabbit is, Bobby, the one in the world record." He gestured, "It was expensive when I bought it. This price." After saying that, he stretched out 5 fingers, meaning he spent 5 figures. He didn't know what the price was. Anyway, what was the beginning, so let's guess these professors themselves. The person who sells rabbits said that after giving up a cub, 1 cub can be sold for 1,000 yuan. Zhang Tu said while signaling the 2 old professors that he bought it because of this. Then, he looked at Professor Zhu with anticipation, wanting to ask if this is true. Professor Zhu stood up straight, his face suddenly filled with entanglement. Perhaps it was that he knew that this young man might have been deceived, but he didn't know whether he should be said or not. Giant rabbits do exist, but the reasons for not promoting can be roughly classified into 2 points. First, it is difficult to raise, eat a lot, and the subsequent value is not high. If the rabbit wasn't the holder of the world record, he felt that the cub wouldn't be selling for that much. The second is that it is difficult to reproduce and genes are not stable. Many times, 1 or 2 children in one child, and even because the mother's body is too big, the cub may be crushed to death as soon as it is born. Genetic instability is also one of them. The rabbits born from giant rabbits may be giant rabbits or other large rabbits. And this kind of rabbit that can be sold casually is generally eliminated from laboratories or farms. Finally, with the support of Professor Shuet, Professor Zhu still told Zhang Tu everything about the above passage. Professor Zhu didn't know that the rabbit in front of him was not a giant rabbit that could be bought casually, but a retro rabbit produced by the system. They were born like this, and as breeding rabbits, the baby they gave birth to is still like this. Zhang Tu knows it. But he pretended to be a normal cheated farmer. There was a little loss and a little entanglement on his face, but at the end he just sighed and said, "Support it first. At worst, you can be a farm mascot. If it doesn't work, just eat it. By the way, Professor, this meat is edible." Professor Zhu was surprised at Zhang Tu's open-mindedness and nodded. "There is no problem with eating." Zhang Tu lamented that his acting skills were really good. If it weren't for the chaotic circle, he might have considered it. After all, money was indeed quicker than farming. Of course, he also agreed to Professor Zhu's application for collecting genes. "I even wish they could find something." Zhang Tu felt that the 6 rabbits given to him by the system must not simply let him give birth to a little rabbit and then make money by selling the little rabbit. Perhaps, they came to this world to bring back the genetic fragments that had disappeared into the long river of history. Anyway, as long as it does not pose a threat to him, he will basically agree with what these professors who are dedicated to scientific research want to do. Saying goodbye to 2 professors who didn't need his help, Zhang Tu came to his own field. While waiting for breakfast this morning, the group of farmers had already taken time to get the ridges of the nearby fields. Even when he was preparing the ground, he had already mixed the organic fertilizer into the soil. Now, he just needs to press the potato sprouts into the soil and cover them. The work is very simple. It was too late for him to plant it. Those students breed around Qingming Festival, and now they can peel off the plastic film and expose the buds, and they can harvest them from about mid-June to the end of June. And he was the one who helped him germinate. It was already late, and it was estimated that the harvest time would be about 1.5 months later than them. But Zhang Tu doesn't care. I have no experience this year, and I will have it next year. Who has come step by step? He squatted on the ground, looking at the large pot of potato cubes, and recalling how the students told him at that time. The seedlings face downwards, the roots grow strong, the potatoes have fewer knots but large in size. The seedlings are upward and grow fast. The potatoes are small in size, but there are many in number. Try to ensure a spacing of more than 20 centimeters between each piece of potato. Zhang Tu understands it. He wants big and small potatoes, but in fact he just can plant them no matter how you grow them. This is not simple yet. After collecting the data, Professor Xue looked at the potato seeds in the river map, and took a deep breath. Restrain his urge to go to the field and help him straighten every potato plant. He tried hard to say in his heart that potatoes are easy to plant. As long as they do not destroy the buds, they will grow no matter how they plant them. However, there are differences between potatoes and potatoes. How could I be so stupid? Professor Xue desperately warned himself that this was not his student and he could not force it. Although it is a bit shattered, this kind of thing can indeed be successful. Xiaozhang, Professor Xue couldn't stand it at the end. He tried to look away and shouted into the field, "How many acres of potatoes do you still have to plant?" Ah! On the other end, Zhang Tu raised his head, not understanding why Professor Xue asked this, and answered honestly, "These a few acres next to him, but in detail, it should be 3.5 acres. I am alone and can finish it this afternoon. I'm going to plant some colorful potatoes for the last half acre." Potatoes are not only the most common yellow ones, but also red, black, and purple ones. Zhang Tu was curious about the difference in their taste, so he bought some seeds from the internet. A total of half an acre of land was collected. Professor Xue didn't say anything, but nodded and prepared to leave. Zhang Tu watched Professor Xue leave in confusion, turned to see the potatoes he grew. It was not crooked, and the spacing was guaranteed to be large and not small, which definitely left enough space for the potatoes to live. What if he doesn't matter? He lowered his head and picked up the tools, covered the potato seeds little by little, and left the rest to time. If it doesn't rain, just come and water it for about 10 days. After doing everything, he patted his hands covered in dirt and wiped the sweat beads on his forehead. The scorching sun of spring hangs in the air, exuding unique enthusiasm. It was like eating hot pot in an air-conditioned room. At first I felt it was fine. I don't know when my clothes were wet with sweat, and my forehead was covered with sweat. He picked up the empty large iron basin and walked home. When I came out, I was afraid that I would not take my phone properly and I would be farmed together, so I didn't bring my phone. I don't know what time it is now, and whether it's late for lunch. Although it is still a configuration of 1 meat and 1 vegetable, the number of people eating has increased, and the difficulty of cooking has also increased. He looked at the foot of the North Mountain from afar, and looked down and tried hard to dig the students. When I came in the morning, I was wrapped tightly, with hats and masks, for fear that I would be tanned. Nowadays, those sunscreen props can be hung on the head except for the hat, and everything else is placed aside. When I work hard, I feel sweaty, and my mask, sunscreen, scarf and other things are all covered on my face, which is so uncomfortable. Change the soup in the teriyaki chicken leg rice bowl for noon today to honey lemonade. He muttered and walked home. Please ask for flowers, subscribe, and collect them. Chapter 56 Teriyaki Chicken Leg Rice. Chicken legs are wholesale in the market. I heard that he wanted 100, and the boss gave him a discount very happily. Teriyaki chicken leg rice is a famous quick chow dish. Marinate the chicken leg meat in teriyaki sauce, then roast it, cut it into pieces and put it on the rice, and then add it to the simple boiled vegetables. He cooked the teriyaki sauce early in the morning. Use sweet rice wine, rock sugar, honey, and soy sauce. To successfully thaw the chicken legs, the leg bones need to be removed. After becoming proficient in this step, just pull and pull, the speed is already very fast. Zhang Tu originally planned to use these chicken leg bones to make chicken soup, but now after it is changed to honey water, he decided to break them for a while and send them to the compost tower. I was seeing Tianyu in the back mountain with my juniors, checking the time, greeting the class monitor, and signaling that the morning time was over. You can have a meal, take a afternoon break after you finish, and then you can learn to study and school after a while. The remaining 290 pits are left for tomorrow's class to dig. The saplings nowadays remain moist in a cool place, and can last 3 to 5 days to 1 week. Time comes urgently. Oh! Finally liberated! Mom! Look at the big blisters on my hands, it hurts so much. As soon as I heard that it was over, all the boys and girls who were already a little arrogant were all depressed. No wonder all seniors love and hate when they come here to visit. Hate is probably true. Love is purely to fool them. Xing Tianyu looked at the junior in front of him. I remember that I also came through this way, but gradually these jobs became their daily routine. When he graduated from high school, there were only cocoons left by writing in his hands. Now, I don't even need a bath towel when I go home to scrub my bath. But he continued to focus on encouragement. Let's go, have you been greedy for the food that Brother Zhang has cooked for a long time? You can eat it now. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Finally I can eat it, and it has always been a magical delicacy in the school forum. Whenever there is something that is not delicious, they will scold the one who posted it to death when they go back. If you have to fight for a lifetime, you must also ask the administrator to block their posts. Raise, eat them. The canteen place of the service station is really not big enough, and the lunch at noon was divided into 2 groups. The first wave is 11 o'clock, the second wave is 12 o'clock. This group of juniors who came to visit were the first broadcaster. Xing Tianyu stood beside Zhang Tu with one hand hanging, helping him share his meal. Cover half of the golden mashed potatoes on the white rice. The mashed potatoes are a bit thin, but because they are a bit thin, the taste can be all integrated into the rice, leaving only the essence on the top. Then there are broccoli, rapeseed, and scalded carrot slices, placed on the edge of the bowl in a regular manner. Finally, I covered it with a large piece of chicken leg meat. It was really huge, bigger than his palm, and it looked like the whole leg. The gravy in the chicken leg meat can also be detected in the cutout blade. Finally, pour a spoonful of fresh, sweet and delicious teriyaki sauce. No matter from the perspective of color, fragrance, and taste, it is perfect. Perfect. There are lemon and honey water over there, self-service. Zhang Tu also pointed to a large stainless steel vat on the other side. He felt that the capacity of 50L was more than enough. Wow! The first junior who got the meal exclaimed. He had never seen such a big chicken leg in the teriyaki chicken leg rice. Maybe he was too hungry, so he didn't rush to have a meal. He first made himself a cup of honey lemonade and drank it. The lemonade tastes just right, but it is full of lemon, but it won't make people feel very sour. The sour taste of sweetness suddenly opened up his appetite. I don't know if I'm too tired to have hallucinations. He seemed to see a little man on the big chicken leg waving his hands constantly at him and said, "Come and eat me quickly, I taste great." Don't you really taste it? Taste, you must taste. I've been tired all morning, isn't it just for the meal in front of me? My God, how can it be so delicious? How can this chicken leg be tender and tasty? The mashed potatoes are delicious, and it's really delicious when mixed with rice. I understand, I really understand. The hard work of the whole morning can really be cured by this delicious meal. Woohoo, I'm so tired, but I don't want to leave anymore. Is it time to take the graduate entrance exam for Professor Lee and his team? For a moment, the entire cafeteria was filled with howlings. Xing Tianyu felt a little embarrassed inexplicably, and he secretly looked at Brother Zhang and wanted to explain. In fact, this is not the case for their students at Agricultural University. Don't look like you have never eaten something delicious before. What should you do if Brother Zhang misunderstood the Agricultural University abused us? Zhang Tu grabbed Xing Tianyu, who wanted to say something, and signaled that it was okay. I did physical work all morning and was tired and hungry. I felt very delicious after lunch. That was normal. Just like before, when he worked overtime until the early morning, he could not refuse the small barbecue on the street. At that time, no matter how tired or hungry I was, as long as I took a bite, I felt that my life had come back and I could fight for another 500 years in the future. Lunchtime has not passed yet, and another post in the Agricultural University forum has exploded all the way to the top. The theme is, "Mom, the rice cooked by Brother Zhang is really delicious." Now, the foodies at the entire Agricultural University became even more curious. I just regret that I can't go and can't eat it. When the third wave of students left, all 583 saplings from Jiangta's family were planted. Even the remaining 3.5 acres of potato fields were all inserted by Chen Yifan, whom Professor Shui called him over in a few strokes. Chen Yifan showed a simple smile to him, "Brother Zhang," and he didn't say a word about Professor Shui's words. All the 5 waves of students who came to visit left, and the Jiangta family had already planted them in about 100 acres of land. When he was fine now, he brought some forage grass, common herbs, wild flowers, and even seeds of weeds, and went to the fruit forest or to scatter it on the ground in the pasture area. It is best to grow, but you can't grow or force it. Professors called these covered crops, which can effectively reduce water loss on the land surface. It is also possible to protect this soil from being washed away by the rain when heavy rain comes. It can also provide food for the chicken, duck, cattle, and sheep at home. It can be said that it is a killing of multiple goals. Professor Li told him that waiting for species balance is a long process, so don't worry Jiangtu. Jiangtu was not in a hurry. After almost a month of careful care, his chicks and ducks grew up and new feathers appeared on their bodies. These chicks and ducklings will become the main source of income for this farm in a few months. And his pig. I don't know what the hybrid pigs of wild boars and domestic pigs taste, but there are quite a few people who are interested at the moment. Some people even wanted to make reservations in advance, but he did not agree. What's the point? It's not certain how many pigs can give birth to a nest. What if the wild boar suddenly doesn't like his pig, but prefers the wild boar lady in the mountains and forests, and leaves directly? There are too many variables. The spring farming video placed on B Station by Jiangtu has been directly recommended on the homepage after a period of fermentation. Even not only was the official of Beijing Agricultural University, but also the official account of Central Agriculture liked and recommended him. The experience of 6 or 7 days before and after spring plowing was condensed into just 20 minutes by Jiangtu. From the beginning, various large agricultural machinery entered the market. The scene was as shocked as seeing large military weapons. The small and medium-sized agricultural machinery that you will use from door to door to door are adapted to various lands and crops, which is simply dazzling. In the end, we can only go on stage manually. Everyone has to get up before dawn and start working. Sometimes, at noon, they simply eat a few bites of rice in the ground and then squat back to the field to work. Even though it was early spring, my forehead was covered with sweat, and I slid into the corner of my eyes. I just blinked hard and wiped it with my pretty clean clothes on my arms. When I was tired, I looked up at the sun hanging in the sky, thought about the money I could make after the autumn harvest this year, and then lowered my head to continue working. The elderly in the village are like this, and the students are like this. Even the old professors appear in the fields, busy with spring plowing in the new year. No matter how hard or tired you are, no one complains sentence. At the end of the video, there was also a clip of Zhang-Tu farming and Professor Shui's face full of disgust. He finally knew why Chen Yifan was called over to help him grow potatoes. The barrage is also changing in real time. It's so shocking, it's really handsome. This is the agriculture of a big country. Wow, there are so many agricultural machinery, so amazing. I only know a tractor. Farmers work so hard? My God, I never knew that farming costs so much money. I was frightened by the price of the anchor. A mu of land costs tens of dollars, but each one costs tens of dollars, and the family is not just one mu of land? It turns out that it is not that farmers don't use machinery, but that many people can't afford it. No more waste of food, really? Thanks for your hard work. Ha 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 ha, the anchor laughed to death. He also marked the subtitles to explain to himself. Look at the professor's disgusting eyes, even the mosaic can't cover it. Anchor, you have been liked by the official? Stop calling, I think the anchor is still farming and has no time to pay attention to us. Zhang-Tu didn't have time to pay attention to them. Not farming. Instead, his black rice started on this rainy night. He didn't know about it at first, nor did he know about it. Damai, who was concerned, was completely panicked, was standing at the door, humming and worried, or not. Just like the stupid father waiting at the door of the delivery room, he was at a loss, confused, and did not know where to follow. I didn't faint directly, but I was already very good at quality. Zhang-Tu won't deliver a baby to the dog. Two males weighing more than 200 kilograms were standing together in the yard with a rain, not knowing where to put their hands and feet. There was really no way. He finally remembered that there was a Professor Zhu in veterinary medicine a few days ago in his contact person. Without thinking too much, he called Professor Zhu directly. I would like to ask what dogs need to pay attention to when giving birth. If you can provide video guidance, it would be even better. If not, don't force it. Please collect, please flowers, please subscribe, please. Chapter 57 New Life After Another. Woo, woo. The black rice whined in a large tank, with a little round and a little big belly, and occasionally it would twitch in pain twice. The mat under him had already been wet with blood, and his big eyes were wet in the direction of Zhang-Tu. When he was waiting for the phone call to be connected, Zhang-Tu was also infected by the barley and he unconsciously paced on the spot. I really couldn't stand the look of Haimi, so I could only walk over and touch its head and comfort it carefully. Professor Zhu from there saw the word Zhang-Tu on the caller ID, and was a little confused. After thinking for a while, he remembered who this was. He was a little confused, but he finally got it. What should I pay attention to when giving birth? Professor Zhu repeated the question, and then explained the key points of attention skillfully and seriously. He said, in the case of normal birth, dogs can be produced by themselves, you don't need to worry. Just prepare some food to replenish their energy. Zhang-Tu nodded quickly here. He pulled the barley and did not let it disturb the black rice. He went to the kitchen to prepare a portion of food with spiritual water for the black rice. The various evils that the spiritual water was spread, and the system also gave it very well. I hope it can be of some help. Professor, come and take a look at this. He vaguely heard a scream of exclamation on the phone, and he tactfully said goodbye to Professor Zhu and hung up the phone. Zhang-Tu put the dog rice made in July 23 next to Haimi. Haimi smelled the smell, immediately buried her head in the rice bowl and started eating in big mouthfuls. It seemed to know that this meal was helpful to it, and it was urgent and ruthless, which was not the same as usual with a delicate and gentle manner. Seeing that the black rice had finished eating, Zhang-Tu took away the rice bowl and pulled Dabba to the entrance of the living room. The two of them looked towards Haimi through the rain curtain together, looking forward to or worry. But in Professor Zhu's laboratory, there is now panic. Samples of the giant rabbit he brought back from Jiangta's house, including fur, saliva, blood, and nails. Professor Zhu didn't care much at first, but just assigned a student to test the genes, organize the data, and make a record. If any students are interested in this in the future, they can also have a reference. Who knew that it gave him such a big surprise? This rabbit has a gene on it that is completely missing in the existing record library. According to his experience, this gene is likely to have not been mutated, but returned to ancient times. If it is true, it is worth at least one world-class core journal. He didn't care that it was already night, so he contacted the authority he knew in this area as quickly as possible and invited him to come and study it together. After Haimi had a dog meal, she seemed to have the strength in an instant. After a while, a puppy squeezed out between its legs. Wet and a little dirty. Haimi didn't care at all, and carefully bit off the umbilical cord and licked it clean. Just halfway through the licking, another burst of pain came, and soon, the second puppy also appeared. Looking at the black rice if he couldn't get busy, Zhang Tu quickly rushed into the rain with a clean towel. The female dogs during this period are the weakest and have the strongest attack power. But Zhang Tu believes in affinity, Haimi, and the friendship and relationship they have established during this period. Sure enough, Haimi looked at it and found that it was him, so she gave up some position to the side. It facilitates his movements. Zhang Tu was half of her body in the rain, half of her body penetrated into the tank, and used a towel little by little to help Haimi clean the mucus and dirt on the puppy. Time passed little by little, and Haimi gave birth to 6 puppies in one breath. When Haimi ate the placenta, Zhang Tu knew it was finally over. His legs had been numb for a while, without any slight sensation. The clothes were soaked by the rain, sticking to the body, which was cold and uncomfortable. However, none of this matters. Zhang Tu looked at the 6 puppies who had just been born and knew how to find milk to drink, full of love. It just so happened that I grew up with the chicks and they could help him with work. With so many puppies, they can still form teams and shifts. No need to worry about not enough dogs anymore. The weather has become warmer, and many predators have returned to this mountain to give birth to children. He has seen eagles or falcons soaring in the mountains and forests near his home. Zhang Tu didn't know what Haimi's object looked like, and didn't know whether it was life or death. Anyway, it is definitely not barley that has been sterilized long ago. But, Haimi, your gene is too strong. This dark look can you find if you fall to the ground at night? For this reason, Zhang Tu changed his black rice to the lightest khaki doghouse. In the past, he used to make it easier to clean, and he couldn't tell if it was dirty. He bought dark colors in doghouses, such as navy blue, brown, and dark brown. I don't think there is anything, but now I find that the puppy is lying on it. It's really not obvious, it seems to be invisible. When the black rice was produced and slept on a clean mat, it was almost midnight. Zhang Tu drove Damai back to his doghouse to sleep, and he was going back to bed. Spring plowing is over, but the work in the field is not over. His water storage lake greets the village and can start to release water in the next few days. He stretched his waist and lay on the kong, thinking, I haven't opened the treasure chest for several days. Today, Haimi gave birth to a baby is also a happy event. Should I be happy? System. The host in the house. How many treasure chests do I have now? System, 458 good-rated treasure chests, 894 ordinary treasure chests. Let's get 100 ordinary ones first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for SR recipe perfect grade mung bean cake *1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSR, pill, body and health pills *1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Wait, something flashed over just now? Zhang Tu sat up straight and opened the system panel. Accurately, I took out the strangest one from hundreds of treasure chests. SSR, body strengthening pills? It sounds like a small pill sold on a telephone pole. Not very serious. But what the system gives is really serious. Finishing and fitness pills, it can strengthen the body, improve physical fitness, enhance immunity, and dispel physical damage caused by poor work and rest or strain. Side effects? None. Note, after eating, your strength will be strengthened and the host needs to adapt again. Jiang Tu couldn't believe his eyes. There is such a good thing in the system? Oh, he can just smoke SSR-level recipes, and seeds are not uncommon. Why is the probability of such a good thing so low? No matter how low it is, just give it. He didn't need water, and he was stuffy with a pill the size of a finger cover. It melts in the mouth and has no smell. After eating, my whole body was hot, which just dispelled the coolness brought by the rain. Ah, it's comfortable. If you accidentally fell asleep, Jiang Tu fell asleep directly. Originally, the 100 good-rated treasure chests I opened together were forgotten like this. 0. The system also covered the traces, everything inside was quiet, only the sound of raindrops hitting the windows echoed little by little. It is not noisy, but also particularly hypnotic. Early in the morning, Jiang Tu woke up in the morning sun. After returning to the village, his biological clock became healthier and healthier, so the sequelae of sudden staying up late was greatly reduced. He grabbed the pants next to him, stretched them open, and wanted to put them inside, but he heard a sound. Tear. Looking down again, my pants that had been intact and fought with him for several months turned into 2 cords from his waist. Hang them on one of his hands. Ah, what's the situation? Jiang Tu picked it up, looked left and right, and couldn't react. What shameful things did these pants do with him on their backs last night? Become so fragile in the morning. Last night's memory is recovered. System treasure chest, SSR, bodybuilding pills, your strength will increase and you will readapt. Searching for death. When Jiang Tu successfully got up and went out after putting on her clothes, it was more than half an hour later. The air after the rain is filled with the bitterness of snow-capped mountains, the freshness of flowers, plants, and trees, and the fragrance of the soil. Just it was one night, and the world seemed to have faded black and turned completely green. Haimi walked out of her nest, faced the rising sun, and wagged her tail proudly at the Jiang Tu. 6 puppies with black paint were squeezed into a ball in the doghouse and slept soundly. How can even your nose be black? Jiang Tu sighed. Fortunately, it's a working dog, otherwise it would be difficult to find an adoption based on his appearance. He reached out and gently touched the puppy's forehead, which was very soft, and felt that he could pierce it directly with force. Jiang Tu was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. Not long ago, the clothes that turned into fragments were piled in his trash can and were not disposed of. The barley squeezed against the edge of the Jiang Tu, looking at the Jiang Tu for a while, and looking at the puppies in the nest, almost all the fatherly love was overflowing. Jiang Tu felt as if he was by Damai and saw countless flying little pink flowers. But it dared not approach the puppy. The swollen dog face smiled extremely brightly at Haimi, all of which were pleasing. No matter how well black rice plays with barley, it is never allowed to get close to the puppy a little bit now. It is already the limit to reach the edge of the nest. 1.8 It is now almost in a dog's kennel except for going out for dinner and occasionally venting. Therefore, the work of letting chickens and ducks overwhelms the barley. The barley didn't mind, but instead got very excited. Fortunately, the chicken can be handed over to the giant bone-chicked chicken and the big cock for help. There is a little goose in the duck and the geese flock. It has demonstrated an unparalleled leadership temperament since childhood and is the largest. When you have enough fun, you will help Damai sort out the team, or pull out the little ones who are hidden in the grass and don't want to go home. Jiang Tu recognized its leadership and named it Ubuzi. Because it is really a fierce group. How old is he? He dares to drive away the little weasel who is coming to watch the fun alone. What surprised Jiang Tu even more was that one of his giant boned chickens also had a shell today. When the tender yellow furry came out from under the hen's belly, it was so blurred his eyes. Calculate the time, these chickens have been in his house for more than 20 days. The hens holding the nest are still hatching eggs, and the remaining eggs will gradually emerge from egg shells within the next 3 days and come to this new world. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, I love you, Momo. Chapter 58 Basic Inspection. The frequency of laying eggs by the giant bone chicken is quite high compared to other broilers. He can't do one every day, at least one for 2 days. He occasionally feeds some spiritual water, and now he can get 2 in 3 days. He asked Professor Lee and the others for advice before and found that the hatching rate of hen-hatched eggs is far less high than that of artificial eggs, and the possibility of accidents is also high. So, Zhang Tu left 10 eggs for the hen, and the rest, except for the occasional ones he ate, were placed in the incubation room and waited for shelling. Each egg shell is carefully marked with their birth dates to facilitate the observation of the situation in Jiangtu. I heard that the dog from Jiangtu's family gave birth to a puppy. This group of students were in groups of 3 or 3, wanting to see the puppies. However, Haimi was really too close to it. Apart from Jiangtu, it was difficult for even Liang Feng to get close to it. Such obvious double standards made Liang Feng feel a lot of toothache, and he kept complaining to Jiangtu, I saved it back then. Look at it now, I don't even let me touch the puppy. Jiangtu glanced at him sideways and said, it's good to let you squat on the edge of the nest. If you look so close, you'll be threatened by Haimi's teeth just within 2 meters. Liang Feng was quite satisfied when he heard this. He smiled and said to Jiangtu, it's only been a while since baby. I see that you have a good meal. I guess when they open their eyes, Haimi will be disgusted by it in about a month. At that time, you have to look for puppies all over the floor, beware of yourself and never step on them. Liang Feng would envy Jiangtu's dog food when he saw it. The big pieces of meat are made of real ingredients, and they are so delicious. No wonder these 210 dogs became stronger after they came here. Just as he entered the door, he almost rushed over by Damai. I have to thank Comrade Jiangtu for supporting his old waist behind him, otherwise I would have gone to see a rabbit and the doctor. Yes, Jiangtu asked Liang Feng to come over to help him see the rabbit. When his mother rabbit came out, she had only about 3 weeks left for pregnancy. Look at the time, it was not a few days away. When Haimi gave birth to a baby, he was really panicked. He didn't expect that Liang Feng was a veterinarian lying in his address book. Just thinking about the old professors not far away. It really shouldn't be. As soon as he walked into the rabbit's nest, Liang Feng saw the extremely familiar large iron cage. Jiangtu bought 3 at the beginning and ordered 6 with him. The bigger the requirement, the better, the stronger the better. He was wondering at the time. After working for a long time, I used it to pretend to be a rabbit. What rabbit needs a large iron cage made of 2 centimeters of stainless steel pipe? Giant rabbits don't need it either. Jiangtu looked at Liang Feng, and over-reliance on previous experience would lead to a very miserable death. Not to mention Dabi's swollen face, seeing Tianyu's bone cracks. Just 2 days ago, the weather became warmer and more snakes, insects, rats and ants emerged from somewhere. A little snake accidentally broke into the rabbit cage and became a new flavor of spicy strips. Female rabbits may be about to give birth. He became more manic. Jiangtu pointed to a few steel pipes that had been slightly deformed and said, "You dare to believe it, this was a rabbit kicked it." Just because a few students teased them for a while when they were feeding rabbits. It turns out that the large iron cage that can trap lions and tigers is still a consumable here. Liang Feng held his chin and swallowed. He felt that the people who sold rabbits might not be able to stand these violent men, so they had to choose to sell them. Then, I met a sucker like Jiangtu. Liang Feng felt that he had seen the truth of the matter. He asked, "You're sure I won't get beaten up, right?" "Probably." Jiangtu looked at the sky and the earth but didn't look at Liang Feng. "Anyway, I will try my best to control it. You should be gentle, Probably not. It would be great if his tone was not so uncertain. There are always some people who can make animals hate them if they don't do anything, or they are particularly unlucky. Then what can he do? All are fate. However, both old professors of agricultural university can control themselves, so they should be fine. What Zhang Tu didn't know was that the two old professors who returned after taking the samples were several purple on their bodies. However, because I was embarrassed to tell others that I was beaten by a rabbit, no one said that. Especially Professor Zhu. After returning home, his wife suspected that she had cheated on her, otherwise how could she have got so many purple things? What he wronged Professor Zhu, the key is that he explained that his wife still doesn't believe it. The rabbit was checked smoothly. The rabbit looked at the face of the apple that suddenly appeared in his mouth, lying quietly in Zhang Tu's arms, allowing Liang Feng to touch his stomach and lift his tail. After a check, Liang Feng nodded and showed that Zhang Tu could put the rabbit back. Looking at Zhang Tu closing the door of the rabbit cage, he said, "I'm a little fat. I'm feeding less carrots and apples these days, such as those with high sugar content, just eat some grass." The next second, he found that the rabbits looked at him with murderous aura. Liang Feng took a step back and set a safe distance from them. When he checked, he discovered that these rabbits were extremely strong. The cage set by Jiangtu is also very large, 2 meters by 1 meter. Although the range of movement is not large, it can be moved. The long legs of these rabbits are full of tendon meat instead of fat meat. Jiangtu didn't scare him either. These rabbits can indeed change the stainless steel with one kick. His small body may really not be able to withstand it. Just now, he checked the delivery room and there was almost no problem with completing the production. However, he still suggested, "I suggest you manage the big rabbit and the little rabbit separately." He showed Zhang Tu the structure of the cage that is now concentrated on breeding white rabbits. There is a partition between the big rabbit and the little rabbit. When humans are there, let the big rabbit breasts and separate them after they are finished. White rabbits that have long been bred on a large scale are rabbits with good maternal nature and need to take this kind of precaution. What's more, it's the fierce rabbit from the Jiangtu family. He said, "This rabbit is so fierce. If the mother is not good, it is easy to bite the little rabbit to death with stress." Zhang Tu nodded to indicate that he would pay attention. Liang Feng continued, "I estimate that the due date is about 3 days, and it may be delayed in advance or postponed. Anyway, you should pay attention to it yourself. After having a baby, the big rabbit will definitely not let you see it. You will also remind the students to try not to come over these days and stand a little further when feeding. The cage can cover half of it." He gestured for a moment and told Zhang Tu how to block it. "Okay, I'll say you may not remember the remaining details. Go back and sort it out and send it to you." Liang Feng patted his shoulder and strode forward. "Let's go and see your pig." In his pig pen, a farmer student who was particularly brave had already entered it. He even boldly used a hairbrush to bristle the big wild boar. Yes, it is not a domestic pig, it is a big wild boar. And the big wild boar, which was supposed to dominate the land and was avoiding the bear and leopard, was lying on the ground with a look of enjoyment on his face. The little eyes narrowed comfortably, and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. The weapons that had been used to fight were a little blunt. Occasionally, I scratched to a comfortable place, and I stomped my hind legs and helped me with my strength. It even knew when it should turn over and when it should fall down. It was not the first time it had enjoyed it like this. Zhang Tu. Liang Feng. Liang Feng said, "Capital is so corrupting. Tisk tisk tisk." Zhang Tu didn't even see it. When this pig first came to him, it was only about 400 pounds, but now he thinks it is at least 500 pounds. The traces of bones were vaguely seen, but now when you brush them, the flesh will tremble. Humph, hum. The wild boar hummed comfortably. It noticed someone approaching, opened its eyes, saw that it was Zhang Tu and Liang Feng, and narrowed it again. Liang Feng asked, "Does the Forestry Bureau know that you raise wild boars like this?" Jiang Tu was wronged. He didn't know when this student entered his pig's nest and even had such a good relationship with the wild boar. He, brother Jiang. Ma Jiban looked at Jiang Tu, smiled foolishly, and quickly explained, "My family used to raise pigs, but I just missed going to play with pigs often and tickled them. It ran away from me and lay down in front of me. At first I was shocked. Later I found out that there was nothing wrong. This guy has such a good personality and is a bit stupid." Jiang Tu didn't say anything, but just told him to pay attention to safety. After all, he was a wild boar and even brought the person to the hospital. It is said that he has not been discharged from the hospital now. Ma Jiban was stunned. At this time, he also remembered how the master of their past left and nodded quickly. The force of brushing the wild boar 723 in his hand increased by 2 points, which made the wild boar comfortable. Even a pig was so big that it was humming. Ma Jiban thought about the current food, thought about the past food, and praised the wild boar in his heart. "Good job." After finishing brushing from head to toe, he patted the wild boar on the back and signaled that it would be here today. The wild boar stood up with a reluctance, slowly found a place, put himself horizontally, and closed his eyes and savored the comfort just now. This is not much more comfortable than rubbing against a tree by yourself. Oh yo, it's really exciting. He looks lazy and endless. Jiang Tu quickly looked away, feeling his eyes hurt. Forget it, let this thing be left to the Forestry Bureau for a headache. Whatever it turns out has to do with him. Liang Feng took off his disposable rubber gloves after a brief inspection for the sow, and nodded at Jiang Tu, indicating that there was no problem. He looked at the pig next to him and smiled and said, "Oh, I'm so fat. In the future, when I sell meat, I have to call me, Purse Pig, Lao Xiang." As a veterinarian, Liang Feng knew everything from far away, not to mention the meat sellers in this county, and whoever had the meat looked like. It's just that there are some things that are hard to say, and they can't be said. To be honest, Jiang Tu is willing to work hard to raise pigs. The city is in charge of the top ranks. While not many people know about it now, we should quickly establish a good relationship. He approached Jiang Tu and said in a voice with only 2 people, "When the slaughter is out, call me. I will introduce you to a testing agency. If possible, your pig price will not be an ordinary pig price." Jiang Tu looked at him seriously, and Liang Feng nodded seriously. "You raise it well, keep it going, don't use those messy ones. It's good to feed the food. You don't have to worry about growing slowly," Liang Feng reminded. Jiang Tu nodded, "That's for sure, I still have to eat it myself." The two exchanged tacit smiles. Finally, Liang Feng took lunch here and left. Jiang Tu looked at the red envelope he sent out and muttered, "Who said that studying hard can't make money? It's really expensive for a veterinarian to visit. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please, Mamata." 3. Chapter 59 New Contract. Liang Feng also looked down at the pheasant eggs in his bag and secretly cursed Jiang Tu's black-heart boss. Such a big egg costs 3 yuan per person. You should know that the big goose eggs here are only 2.5 yuan. 1 big goose egg tops 3 pheasant eggs. Jiang Tu is not ashamed but proud. Big goose eggs are cheap, why don't you buy big goose eggs and have to buy his pheasant eggs? Hey, humans! Anyway, he hasn't eaten this thing for so long, and the eggs of the chicken are no different. Except for being a little smaller, the egg skin is a little ugly. The artificial water storage lake in Jiangtu has been stored for 3 days and has just filled 2/3 of it. These waters also include a 100 cubic water resource card. Really, the 8acre water storage lake looks small in literal way, but is actually nearly the size of a football field. His lake has a deepest water depth of 4.5 meters, and a shallow 1 meter. Of course, this is when 90% water is filled. The cross-sectional surface is an irregular inverted trapezoid, with a small bottom and a large top. The closer you get to the top, the greater the amount of water you need. Jiang Tu felt that 2/3 of the water was almost the same. I have to leave some allowance for God. What if there is a super rainstorm one day? Now, his little duck and gossip have learned how to go down from a relatively gentle slope to the lake, and wait until you have enough fun before queuing back. In the water, there are only some aquatic plants left besides them, and Jiangtu is not worried about any danger they encounter. His lake is a stagnant lake. Even if the area is large, it is more likely to have various problems than living water lakes, such as eutrophication of water bodies, etc. The solution that Jiangtu thought of was to refer to the ancient method of ecological fish tank. Let all kinds of creatures reach a balance in the water, just like his farm philosophy. When replenishing water resources, even if there is no system or well water, you can be bolder and ask God. Therefore, when the water was released, Jiangtu threw various aquatic plants into the lake, some bought from the internet, and some bought from the local aquatic products market. He also planted large areas of reeds and lotus flowers bought from the city's Academy of Agricultural Sciences in the shallow water by the lake. It is said that although the number of lotus flowers blooming is relatively small and not very good looking, they are resistant to freezing. As long as the water at the roots does not freeze, you can survive the whole winter. On the water surface, he also divided several areas with circles and planted various duckweeds. By reducing direct sunlight to the water surface, reduce water evaporation. Next, it will be given to time. According to the ancient method of fish tanks, this is called opening the tank to raise water. It's just that his tank is a little bigger. Wait for a while. After a while, you can put in a few lake-breaking fish. After several consecutive days, the lake will be done without death. Not only can he pump water to irrigate the ground, but he may also catch fish from the lake to eat in autumn. In this way, he could even save money on buying fish. There is no way, I can't do it without some savings when I go home to do agriculture. This year, after a simple calculation, he invested 6 digits in it. And he was about to have nearly 7 digits of capital. He doesn't need to hire a manpower, and agricultural machinery can also be used by the Agricultural University. Of course, the water storage lake here is absolutely dotted, which he admits. He was just a little worried. He didn't know when he would see the money back. If you have a strong family background, it is not like this. Buzz. The sudden vibration of the mobile phone affected Jiangtu's thoughts. He picked it up and saw it was a text message. Notification information, XXX transfers 10,000.00 yuan to your account. This text message does not serve as a record voucher. Please check. Jiangtu frowned. Who would transfer money to him if he had nothing to do? Immediately afterwards, he saw a message from Professor Li. Xiaozhang, have you received the money? This is the 5-day meal subsidy and the food subsidy for us. Thanks a lot. When do you have time to come to me to get on the contract? We need to sign it again. Jiangtu blinked his eyes. Why? Not only did he dig a tree hole, but he also had money to get it, right? 10,000 yuan is worth nearly 3 months' salary for ordinary people in their small county town. But what happened to resigning the contract? Jiangtu didn't understand. Seeing that there was still some time before lunch, he packed up and walked towards the village service station. The current service station, except for a few emergency rooms, is really rented to the professors at the Agricultural University. 2 days ago, he saw several tightly wrapped logistics vehicles delivering various instruments and equipment here. Professor Li and his friends saw Jiangtu coming and greeted him warmly. In the small house, in addition to the 3 old professors, there is also a person who looks very lawyer-like. How to say it, it is the kind of good temperament that can also lose the underwear without any attention. Being friends with him is very good. Being enemies with him may be able to send your lawyer in. Professor Li poured Jiangtu a cup of tea. Jiang Tu quickly stood up and took it with both hands, looking flattered. The few of them tacitly handed over this conversation to Professor Li, who was most familiar with Jiang Tu. After sitting down again, he heard Professor Li say, "Xiao Zhang, it's been nearly a month since we have been taking care of our teachers and students." When Jiang Tu heard this, he didn't dare to answer. He waved his hand and said, "I have received more care from wherever I am." In this way, except for the 10 acres of wheat in his family, he planted them a little bit scattered when he was studying. The rest were all done by this group of students and professors. The kind he doesn't have to spend on a piece of labor. But when it comes to this, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they have found a new master? That's right, for schools like Agricultural University, canteens like this need to be tendered. Jiang Tu did not show a different look on his face. What ability does he have to control the matters decided by the Agricultural University? That's right. Professor Li looked at Jiang Tu with a kind face and said, "We have not cooperated heavily this month, so we want to continue to cooperate. If you want to cooperate, this contract cannot be like the beginning, letting you work and make ingredients." Having said that, the lawyer came on the stage. His professional smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and looked at Jiang Tu with a sincere look. He introduced himself, "Hello, I am from the Ministry of Law of Agricultural University, and my name is He Chen." "Hello." Jiang Tu took the document handed over by He Chen and opened it directly. There is a brand new contract inside. It strictly shows the part that Jiang Tu needs to be responsible for and the conditions that the Agricultural University will give. The terms are very detailed, but they will not make Jiang Tu feel bound. But it is very rigorous, especially in terms of hygiene. After reading this new contract, Jiang Tu was smiling. Because he could realize from every clause of this contract that the professors were cheated by the previous one, he had so many demands. What kind of hygiene is to maintain? They hope to check the kitchen hygiene once a week. What are the ingredients provided, how to reimburse, what are the good review mechanisms, etc. Of course, the conditions given are also very generous. Not only did the farmers promise that the students will continue to help him, they were also willing to provide Jiang Tu with new seeds that were only circulated between laboratories for free. There is no salary, but Jiang Tu will be given a subsidy every month depending on the situation, which is at least 5 digits anyway. Of course, if he asks for help, he has to pay his salary himself, which has nothing to do with the school and must also have a health certificate. Jiang Tu read it again and found that there was really no problem and there was no text trap, so she signed it directly. It's a fool to not sign such good conditions. The good review mechanism, the bad reviews are deducted money, jokes. Jiang Tu has been making meals for so long, who has ever given bad reviews? Oh, the village doctor gave it once. Because of the stomach-enhancing and digesting food tablets. That craft has nothing to do with it. W happy cooperation. In this way, the long-term cooperation between Professor Li and Jiang Tu was decided. Of course, the new kitchen in the service station has also begun to be renovated and can be used directly immediately. Even the kitchen utensils inside were referring to Jiang Tu's opinions and chose him to buy them easily. Before the new kitchen was built, Jiang Tu was still cooking at his own house for the time being. In fact, it is quite easy to use his local stove. In spring, when the weather is sunny, people will also become very happy. Even more people came to the market. Jiang Tu once again stuffed his trunk full of it. Half is wood, half is all kinds of flowers and plants. The weather was sunny and the temperature was appropriate, and the spring plowing was over. He finally had time to decorate his yard simply. There are all kinds of daisies blooming brightly, hydrangeas that can be blue or pink, roses with beautiful flowers, and some of them cannot be named after the Jiang Tu. The boss who bought flowers said that if you raise it well, you can bloom for a lifetime after buying it for a year. Just buy some Jiang Tu and try it. He was also planning to make a beehive and a Esra-level beehive drawing was prescribed with Jiantai pills. It is said that as long as you do well, the nearby bees will come to settle their homes by themselves. Jiang Tu doesn't believe that such good things will happen in the world, but he doesn't mind trying it. Anyway, it's just a beehive, and it won't cost much. If it succeeds, he will have free honey freedom. It's so beautiful to think about it. When making beehives, he chose the best fir trees. They are a little more expensive, but they can last for decades at once. Although the drawings say that according to the bee's habits, we must determine the size of the bee box and design the bee path. Jiangtu didn't know what kind of bee species was nearby, so he chose a compromise beehive. At worst, when the little bee came, he would come to the next one according to their preferences after he knew the variety. Just when Jiangtu Kangkai was sawing wood, Professor Shuet and his group came to his courtyard. At this time, Jiangtu's yard was in chaos. All kinds of flowers were piled up there in a mess before they could be sorted out. There were also various wood pieces gathered at Jiangtu's feet, and the wood slag was flying all over the sky. Through the protective mask, Jiangtu tilted his head and looked at the visitor in confusion. And quickly pulled the mask down and greeted him. "Hello, Jiangtu, hello. My surname is Zhu, we have seen it." Professor Zhu hurried forward and introduced himself. Then he immediately introduced an older old man behind him and said, "This is Professor Cao Dongshan and a research expert in rabbits." Hearing the words of a research expert from a rabbit, Jiangtu's expression frightened and his heart began to beat faster. He told himself that he was here. "Be energetic, maybe there will be a tough battle today to fight against me. There is something to say about the update of the little author. Before it was released, I had 2,000 plus chapters per chapter, and 5 updates a day. After it was released, I tried to write long chapters, and 3,000 plus chapters per chapter, so it became 4 updates. If you are not used to it, I will change it back. This chapter is 3,000 plus. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, I will write hard." Chapter 60 Professor Zhu attacks. "Hello, hello." Jiangtu looked at the wooden scum all over his body and said apologetically, "I won't shake hands with you anymore, don't mess with you all over the wooden scum." "Are you?" Professor Shuet asked curiously. "Make a beehive and see if it can seduce the little bee." Jiangtu smiled embarrassedly. He didn't want to talk much about this, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, "Is there anything wrong with the professor coming to me now?" Through these few words, Professor Zhu found that Jiangtu was really like Professor Li said. Young people don't have so many intestines, just say whatever they have to do. He quickly explained his purpose. "That's right," Professor Zhu gestured and said, "When I came with the students a few days ago, I got some samples of giant rabbits from your house." Jiangtu nodded, indicating that he still remembered it. Professor Zhu felt a little embarrassed, but he still made his own demands. He said, "We want to ask if you can give up your love. Sell it to us, 1 or 2 can be done." Damn it! Jiangtu was simply shocked. These people came up and wanted to buy his breeding rabbit, which he had never expected. He still likes those big rabbits very much, and he wants them to stay on the farm to give birth to small rabbits and save up enough rabbits. Think about it, if you put such a big spicy rabbit head, you will be so shocking when you put it on. This is 727, which is put in the night market, and he is the brightest child. So Jiangtu refused, "Sorry, the big rabbit won't sell it." He absolutely cooperated with the sample. "If you want a big rabbit, no. There is no way to take away the firewood at the bottom of the pot and poach the rice before the rice is cooked." But, Jiangtu didn't give the 2 professors a chance, and then said, "My big rabbit has given birth to a little rabbit. If you really want it, I can sell you 1 or 2 small ones in a month. If you want to collect data or samples, as long as it doesn't cause harm to the big rabbit, I can cooperate with you. Of course, it's not very good recently." This sudden turn suddenly blocked all the persuasion speech prepared by Professor Cao Dongshan. It's uncomfortable to say, but you can't continue. He shut up. The bright eyes were stumbled on Zhang Tu's face, as if he wanted to figure out what this young man was thinking. He has been concentrating on scientific research in his life, and has met countless people. Who doesn't have any thoughts? Who doesn't want to hide some good things in his family? In fact, they didn't have much hope for the big rabbit, so it would be nice to collect some samples for them. The real goal is those little rabbits. But when negotiating conditions, have you always asked for a lot of money to pay it back locally? Professor Zhu didn't expect that this would be the turning point, and he was even staggered on the spot. If Professor Shui hadn't held him quickly, he would have fallen directly to the ground. Birth, have you given birth to a little rabbit? He asked stumbledly. I still can't believe how long it took to give birth to a little rabbit. Zhang Tu nodded. Although it was 2 days later than the veterinarian expected, the mother and son were safe. I was born last night. The female rabbit is very fierce and it is not very visible. The veterinarian said that maternal nature is okay. But it may be because it is at the bottom of the food chain, so it is very aggressive to all creatures outside now. It doesn't matter if you don't disturb them. Just leave the little rabbit like this and let the female rabbit raise it by itself. Yes, last night. He also accidentally discovered that the female rabbit started. Well, he installed surveillance in one of the female rabbit's nests, which was connected to Bluetooth. Just to facilitate him to observe when the female rabbit gave birth to a little rabbit. Then, after he found out that the big rabbit started giving birth, he took the surveillance camera and videoed with Liang Fengliang's veterinarian for more than an hour. In the end, Liang the veterinarian came to the above conclusion. Of course, Zhang Tu completely ignored the look that Liang Feng had always wanted to hit him with his cheek during this period. Anyway, he couldn't come over the phone line, and he couldn't bear to see such a precious picture, hee. You can't be alarmed. Professor Cao nodded. This is basically the case for rabbits. The white rabbit, which has been successfully domesticated and promoted on a large scale, will be better. Wild rabbits are more fierce and worse. Do you want to watch the Bobby video? Zhang Tu asked. It is embarrassing to prevent these professional tycoons from asking some questions that he cannot answer. It also prevents them from using professional terms that he cannot understand to expose some things that should not be exposed. Zhang Tu directly suggested that he could show them the video. The agricultural university often asks him for videos, and he is used to it. Sometimes you can get some reward, why not do it? Anyway, this is the case now. I will definitely not show it to the rabbit, even if it is a male, it is not possible. According to the postpartum care documents given by Liang Feng, the female rabbit is particularly prone to stress during the time of delivery and is particularly sensitive to environmental changes. Therefore, he didn't even dare to take out the male rabbit's cage, for fear that the female rabbit, a timid and sensitive creature, would not be able to think about it and bit his cub to death. He still wants a little bastard who costs 1,000 yuan each. Ah, that's trouble. Professor Zhu and Professor Cao nodded together. I couldn't help but follow Zhang Tu into the house. I didn't realize that I had been led by Zhang Tu from the moment I entered the door until now. They have contacted and communicated with so many people in this industry. It is the first time they have seen them. So both of them reacted a little bit. After copying a video, the two old professors still begged Zhang Tu to collect some samples of male rabbits while feeding. Zhang Tu was willing to help because he did not guarantee that the samples he collected were qualified. He has not received professional training in this area and he really can't find the blood vessels hidden under the thick fur. The professors were very reasonable and said there was no problem. Finally, I made an agreement with Jiangta to come back in a month, and hoped that Jiangta would sell them a few more rabbits at that time, so the price would be easy to negotiate. Zhang Tu said to wait a little longer, and he finally saw how many cubs the rabbit had before making a decision. When leaving, Professor Cao accidentally discovered that there were still pheasants in his family. "This is a pheasant," Professor Cao said indifferently, "it looks so good. Is it breed or purely wild?" As soon as I finished speaking, I realized that I was saying something stupid. There are no pure wild pheasants these days. Isn't this saying that young people break the law? It's all because this mountain that is extremely close to Baixiuling has misled his thoughts. Hurry up and smiled at Jiangtu with embarrassment. Unexpectedly, before he could take back his smile, he heard Jiangtu say, "Wild. I have a certificate. The Forestry Bureau allows it to be raised." He also made a sale. "Do you want pheasant eggs? They are not fertilized, each cost 3 yuan. The reproductive isolation between domestic chickens and pheasants may be a real existence." To this day, no matter how hard his big rooster works, Jiangtu has not found a fertilized egg. This chapter is only 2,000 plus, there should be a difference. Please give me some advice, please give me some advice. Moi. Chapter 61 SSSR Gate to Another World. Ah! The three professors were confused. Professor Shui had never heard of this, or it was the first time he discovered that Jiangtu's family still had pheasants. He still knows the origin of the pure wild boar over there, and is raised. It's already shocking enough to be like that. How come there are domestic wild pheasants? This relationship is so messy. Then, come to. Professor Zhu's voice was filled with deep doubts, but he was still moved by the pheasant egg. Although pheasants are not difficult to see on their side, they are also protected animals. It is quite difficult for them to find a purely wild sample. If you want to study it, you can only seek help from places such as zoos or protection centers. Jiangtu didn't explain this matter. "I don't want to explain. Leave some face to his family's 3 stupid pheasants." Of course, the professor wants to know that he can find a farmer student here, such as the young man who is keen on bristling wild boars, and he will know it soon. Still very detailed. In the end, the two of them left the Jiangtu family's farm with 2 pheasant eggs alone. He didn't know how many eggs were laid in the mountains. Anyway, after arriving at his house, he could find 1 or 2 in the chicken coop every morning. "I will save up occasionally to see if anyone is willing to buy it. Eat if not." Before leaving, Professor Zhu stared at the big wild boar in Jiangtu's family. After watching for a long time, he looked inexplicably and wondered what he was thinking. It was the student, the young man named Chen Jiban, who was called over and asked for what he said for a long time. Sending off the old professor, Jiangtu checked the time. He had to cook lunch for the students. This morning, the group of students gave him a batch of small vegetables from the laboratory, including leeks with knives and rapeseed, which were cleaned up. Now, he bought the meat himself, and the professor would reimburse him once a month. After a while, the free ingredients will become more and more abundant, and you will hardly need to buy vegetables outside. In his field and in the fields of agricultural university, you can't finish what you produce. It is said that the pigs raised by the students have not eaten any leftovers these days, and they have lost weight by hunger. They are going to kill them during the Dragon Boat Festival. Some of them were directly made into pickling vegetables and eaten, and the rest was left to Jiangtu for freezing, so that they could be left for cooking for them in the future. Today is also a day to receive good reviews for treasure chests. That is, the number of treasure chests he can get from this group of students has been getting less and less recently. The upper limit of obtaining dishes and the stable number of people are the main reasons for this situation. So, sometimes he is quite looking forward to the students of agricultural university coming to visit. However, in the newly subscribed examinations by the professor, he still received all the positive reviews. Jiangtu has placed a beehive and sprayed some spiritual spring water mixed with honey into the sealed box, hoping to attract the arrival of the little bees as soon as possible. The flowers and plants at home are also planted where they should be. Not only the diluted spiritual spring water, But the base fertilizer is still made of the spiritual fertilizer produced in the system. Just wait for them to fill the entire courtyard under the influence of time. Jiang Tu was lying on the lounge chair in the yard, looking at the starry sky, leisurely wandering. Damai lay at his feet, humming and looking aggrieved. Today, it took advantage of the time when Black Me came out to eat and sneaked into the big jar of Black Me, trying to breastfeed the child for it. But, he is a father-in-law dog. Where did the milk come from? The puppy was anxious and screamed. Haimi heard this and rushed back before she finished her meal. When Damai saw Haimi coming back, she felt guilty and anxious. She closed her legs and tried to hide the puppy in her hair. Then, Damai was beaten mercilessly by the black rice that was angry. Not worthy of pity. For Ling Chuan water and Ling Fei, they are all treasure chests above the SR level produced by the system. The effect of Ling Chuan water is not obvious, but it is widely used. It can be drunk whether it is human or animal or plant, and it has a feeling of moistening things silently. But spiritual fertilizer is more effective, and if it is used for plants, the effect will be immediate. The frequency of occurrence in the system is also lower than that of Ling Chuan water. However, Jiangta still likes more Ling Chuan water. Because it is without a trace, it is not easy to be discovered by people. It is mixed in water, exactly the same as water. Spiritual fat is different. The black color is obviously the top layer of fertilizer, but when it comes to fat, everyone can see it. Some people will always ask where to buy it. Jiang Tu can only make up randomly. Thinking of this, Jiang Tu's heart thumped. The weather is so good, and the little rabbit has a baby. Last time, I didn't have time to get 100 good reviews, so let's start today. In 2 days, there will be more mosquitoes here, and it will be less comfortable to lie in the yard. Not that comfortable, your mood may not be that good, so don't affect your European atmosphere anymore. Open it and start BGM. Good luck comes, I wish you good luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSR Spiritual Spring Water 1000 ml *1000. Good sign. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSR Seeds, Evolved Mugwort Seeds. System Introduction, New Mugwort Seeds, with a deworming effect of plus 50%, edible and medicinal. Good thing, Jiang Tu's eyes shining. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSSR Gate of the Other World, duration 3 IT can be closed in advance if you are in the hour. What a joke! Damn, def. Jiang Tu suddenly stood up from the rocking chair, leaving the rocking chair swaying around in place, making a painful creaking sound. After careful examination, there were 2 palm prints on the handrail, which remained on it forever. Jiang Tu didn't care about anything else at all, so he quickly opened the system panel, without any intention of paying attention to the several SSRs that flashed in turn next, all of whom were in the treasure chest marked with the Gate of Another World. System Introduction, the Gate to Another World, a gate that allows the host to travel to another world. Outside the gate, the situation is unknown, the degree of danger is unknown, and the plane information is unknown. Please use it carefully. Once the host fails to return before the space gate is closed, the host will stay in a different world forever. Jiang Tu couldn't suppress his excitement, but he still used the remaining cautious system to inquire. Then, what can I do when I go to another world? Is it just a visit? System, the host can obtain things reasonably and legally from another world, and can bring them back to the original world through the system. During this period, the system will automatically help eliminate the threats that may arise to the world where the host is located. Jiang Tu thought about it and understood it with his existing knowledge system. He exclaimed, "Isn't this the same as playing a dungeon? System, awesome!" Jiang Tu rubbed his hands and continued to ask, "System, will I enter the cultivation plane? Will I see magic?" Does the dragon really exist? There are also the future world, spaceships, mechanical civilizations, and planet Cybertron. Can I meet Ultraman? System. I don't know. Zhang Tu asked again, System, can the space door be opened now? System, yes, please find a safe place for the host. The system can open the space door for you. Tip, the space door can only be opened once. Once it is opened, it will go directly to the countdown. Please prepare for the host. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please give me monthly tickets, I love you guys. Chapter 62 A Prairie. Wait. Zhang Tu remained excited and returned to his senses. He lit a small step in his place, swaying back and forth excitedly, and kept muttering. Yes, I have to find a safe place first, at least a place where there is no one. The yard at home is definitely not good, maybe someone will come to visit the door or something. It will be bad if someone sees it. The bedroom is not good either. What if he can't get a big item back from another world and can't hold it? Also, equipment, what if you encounter danger? Dabi, who was originally lying beside Zhang Tu, was shaking her head and was about to dizzy, and the owner in her eyes was almost showing a ghost. After that, the master is going crazy. It shook its head in disgust, returned to its doghouse, rushed into its head, and covered its ears with two front paws, breaking its sensation. Fortunately, Zhang Tu is busy looking for self-defense equipment now, and does not pay attention to Damai's appearance. Otherwise, I would definitely give it a big foot and it would be a big-foot girl, and there was no negotiation. On the edge of the orchard in the back mountain, Zhang Tu was wearing a black leather jacket, holding a sickle in his hand, a kitchen knife on his waist, a shovel behind him, a hat on his head and a mask on his face, and stood sneakily under a tall apple tree. At first glance, he doesn't look like a good person, or even a normal person. Forgive him, it is already very difficult for him to be able to get these things as a legal citizen in a country where all control tools are restricted. Wearing leather jackets is because the movie says that in the past, gangsters would wear leather jackets to prevent themselves from being scratched by a knife during a fight, which is vaguely equivalent to ancient leather armor. The sickle and the kitchen knife are his only two legal and have certain damage. As the saying goes, a shovel is the longest farm tool in his family. As for her hat and mask? Face. Zhang Tu sorted out her clothes and said to the system solemnly, "Open the door." The vortex that was so dark that it was not deep, expanding little by little in front of the river map. What kind of world will he go to? Will it be ancient or the future? Can you meet cultivation or magic? Also, he wouldn't have been arrested as a criminal just after he passed. Excited and looking forward to it. The sound of heartbeat echoed in the chest, and the sound of swallowing saliva was so obvious on this quiet night. It's big, the door is close to one person's height, it's almost there. System, the space door has been opened, the countdown has begun. 2 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds, 56, 55. Let's go. Come on. Zhang Tu gave himself a grand atmosphere, then stepped into the gate of another world. After a burst of darkness, there was light. His world is at night, but the world behind the door is during the day. Two suns hung in the sky, one left and one right, telling him clearly that the place here is indeed a different world. When I looked down, I saw a green grassland. In addition to grass, it is also grass. As far as he was standing, the half-meter-high grass just reached his knees, lush, and it was obvious that it was not without any influence when he arrived since childhood. Green, tender, and a bit likable. However, the world was so quiet that it seemed that even the wind did not exist, only the sound of him walking through the grass echoed in his ears. The emptiness is a bit terrifying. Such a big piece of grass originally, there is no shadow of a herbivore. It seems that he is the only one left in the world. Only the countdown on the top of the head slowly passed by minute by second. System. Zhang Tu murmured. The host. The system's voice still had no tone, but it sounded twofold affectionate at this time. Before he could ask, the system automatically answered him. World information is loading. Loading is completed. A spiritual energy plane that is about to be destroyed has a low risk factor. The host is currently located in Baihuang grassland. Load the host to simply identify skills. The loading is completed, and the skill is recycled after the alien gate disappears. After listening to the system introduction in full, he didn't understand many things. For example, what is the world that is about to be lost? But the countdown on his head made him not have time to think so much. No matter whether he is deserted or not, he is coming to another world. Is it reasonable to go back without bringing anything? He stroked his fingers gently on the endless green grass around him, and silently said, Identification. A forage grass rich in weak aurum may be popular with herbivores. Oh! What about this one? It looks a little different. A forage grass rich in weak aurum may be popular with herbivores. Zhang Tu had a bad premonition in his heart, but he didn't give up. After walking 2 steps forward, I finally found a plant that looked different from the 2 in front, and pinched its leaves hard. He gritted his teeth and silently said, Identification. Weeds rich in weak aura, herbivores don't like to eat them. 0. Zhang Tu. There were 1,000 swear words in his mind that he didn't know whether to say them or not. If he doesn't come to another world once, just bring 2 bundles of high-quality grass back. So inferior? Are the beautiful fantasies before coming really just fantasies? Can he close the door and draw another world? No matter how disliked, the door cannot be opened again. The countdown will not stop because of his thoughts. The most important thing is that this grassland, which is surrounded by the sky, is not to mention 3 hours or 3 days, and he probably can't get out of it. Zhang Tu looked down at the sickle in his palm. Is everything possible? He bowed his head and mowed the grass with his fate, put it together and pushed it out of the space door. I don't know if the nocturnal animals in the original world suddenly saw bundles of grass appearing out of thin air. Will they be so scared that they screamed geese? The grass is very tall and strong, but it is very fresh and tender. Don't use too much effort to cut off the grass easily when the sickle is down. Fresh grass juice flows out from the broken mouth, emitting a refreshing fragrance. He doesn't understand perfume, but he thinks that if there is such perfume in the real world, it will definitely be particularly popular. My head, which was a little confused after staying up late, became less difficult in the fragrance of the plants and trees. Occasionally, he would put a piece of grass in his mouth and chew it, which was a very pleasing and sweet taste. It can be said that the taste is better than some dishes in the real world. Suddenly, Zhang Tu stopped moving 1.8 and squatted down. It is a rough way to pull out the grass roots under your feet and twist the pure black soil on the bottom with your fingers. It looks very familiar, especially like the spiritual fat given to him by the system. Identification. Zhang Tu silently recited. The soil rich in spiritual energy and rich in nutrients is one of the best planting soils. He was so shocked. The best planting soil is rich in spiritual energy, which is not much better than that forage. What does it mean that flowers are full of water and water are no longer in the way, and there is another village with dark willows and bright flowers? Haha! Zhang Tu laughed out loud. Those bad people in the real world can secretly dig up their black soil in the northeast and sell it online. Then why can't he dig out the black soil of another world to his own world? Anyway, I can only be in this grassland this time. What are you doing? Please ask for flowers, subscribe, collect, and please let me know all readers. Chapter 63 Call from the Forestry Bureau. Gigi, Gigi. The birds outside the window were so lively. The interior of the river map is so sad. Ah, my elbow, my waist disc, it hurts. Help, help me. After he was woken up, he realized that he seemed to be sealed and could not get up at all. He could only lie on the kong and hum. Last night, he dug up the soil for more than 2 hours and cut the grass. After he came back, he had to make it look like ordinary people could not find it. He worked alone until the second half of the night. Now, the limbs are like they are useless. After a little movement, all the cells are protesting. He just wanted to lie on this big kong that was already a little cold for another 500 years. But, not. He has to cook for those kids. Shivering his legs and hanging his arms, Jiang Tu swayed in the territory of his house like an old zombie. You need to be careful when opening the door, and regret digging the soil and breaking your heart. While thinking about what to eat is simpler, he compared it in his heart whether he was tired of climbing Mount Tai with his roommate when he was in school, or was he tired now? It's hard to say. Brother Jiang? What did you do last night? 10. Xiangming looked at the weak brother Jiang with his face a teasing smile, a look of despicable expression. Jiang Tu waved his hand to Xiangming secretly, signaling him mysteriously, "Come here, I will only tell you." Xiangming did not doubt that he had him, so he hurried over. While leaning over here, he waved his hand to drive away other classmates who wanted to come and listen to it together. It's good enough for him to know this kind of small talk alone. Can you guys know what kind of fun you are? Brother Jiang, tell me. Xiangming leaned over with a stern look on his face regardless of the expression of the group of people trying to beat him. Jiang Tu grabbed Xiangming's ear and yelled, "I went to another world to dig soil last night. Are you still curious?" Xiangming was shocked. One Buddha left his body and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. At the scene, everyone except him heard it clearly. Professor Shui also smiled and smoothed it out, saying, "I guess you brother Jiang has stayed up late to plant flowers. You will probably see it when you go to his house later." Others were not curious for a moment. They heard that the juniors who dug tree pits this year also lie down for several days when they went back. They were laughing at each other in the forum. People who have never done it before, or even used to farm work, suddenly have muscle aches after such high intensity of work. This is all normal, they will not laugh at brother Jiang. Jiang Tu looked at the students' eyes and knew that they were thinking wrong. But it doesn't matter, the real world is so cruel. He told the truth, but no one believed it. Those things are useful, they are really useful. As soon as the grass came out, his rabbits ate a little faster than usual. Why is that 3-petal mouth so neat? A half-meter-long grass disappeared in their mouths in a few seconds. In this way, these rabbits can eat them all the time, all the time. As soon as the nutrient soil in another world came out, it was even more amazing. When he went out to see this morning, the fruit trees in the orchard suddenly became much more energetic than the previous few days. Even several trees bulged out several small buds. The leaves were brighter before. Among the few classmates who came to Jiangtu's house to see flowers, some people found something wrong and asked directly. "Brother Jiang, do you look better than yesterday's fruit tree?" How did I answer that Jiang Tu had already prepared a draft of the innate draft? He said, "Will that be better every day? It is also possible that I poured the base fertilizer that I couldn't use to plant flowers into the fruit forest yesterday." The student nodded, and he followed Professor Lu, studying corn most of the time, and his understanding of fruit trees was still at the undergraduate level. He just asked that, and there would be answers, and without them, he wouldn't force it. Plants seem rigid, unlike animals, and have their own ideas. But that's not the case. Some trees, you threaten to say that they are not beautiful in bloom, need to be pulled out, and they are also easy to use. In the next period of time, the flowers on this tree will be much better than before. Of course, the premise is that other conditions are sufficient. Although it doesn't work every time, it's really amazing, right? You have that time to run around, can you come and walk through the cereal? The classmate who came with him shouted loudly. Yes, they were caught by Jiang Tu and walked through the crowd. Jiang Tu's original words were, "I'll eat skewers for lunch today. Whether you can eat rituals depends on you. I bought the signature, but I definitely can't wear so much. The taste must be that. Maybe it looks like a spicy hot pot or spicy hot pot. They can't." So, after finishing work in the morning, they were pressed into the small courtyard where Jiangtu's house was just filled with flowers, wearing the legendary sense of ritual. Jiangtu is stir-frying the base. Large pieces of butter mixed with chili and various spices drifted in the air, which was both stimulating and delicious. He even used a large iron pot to stir-fry this, and then fry it a little more at once, and then use it directly from the refrigerator next time. Convenient. The classmate who was wearing snails sucked. The hands were seduced by the fragrance, and the movements in their hands became faster. "It's just this taste, it feels more authentic than what is sold in the store," one person sighed. "How can it be not authentic? Brother Zhang is not adulterated at all." After saying that, he picked up a beef slice and said, "This beef slice is really cut from a large piece of beef. It is not synthetic without adulteration." "Hey? Are you going home on Dragon Boat Festival?" someone asked. "If you don't go back, you'll have 3 days off. At most, go to the city to have fun. I'm still waiting to see the pig killing." Someone came back immediately. "That's right, it's a holiday. I'm going to the city to shop well, watch movies, and make up for all the missed ones in the village." Suddenly, Jiang Tu's phone rang. He looked at the sun outside and it was almost lunch. Who called him? Still an unfamiliar number. "Hey, hello, yes, I'm Jiang Tu." "What, from the Forestry Bureau?" "Ha! Wait, what do you think you want to give me?" After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tu looked mysterious and illusory. What does it mean to give his 3 pheasants? The Forestry Bureau still manages this? I didn't understand this, and Jiang Tu was a little distracted when he was making lunch. In the afternoon, a car painted with camouflage appeared in the village. After pausing in front of the village chief's office for a while, he passed by the service center and headed towards Jiang to drive toward the direction of home. In the car, Lin Tiantian drove the car seriously, and there was an air box on the passenger seat. Through the net hole, you can vaguely see a little gorgeous feather. There is also a big dog in the back seat. After receiving the call, Jiang Tu quickly went out to greet him. The moment he opened the car door, a slender long leg stepped down first. With military boots and camouflage pants, Jiang Tu can give her 95 points with this leg alone. The waist is slender, and there is really no fat in the places where you should have meat, and there is no trace of fat in the places where you should have thin. Jiang Tu admitted that since she left the big city where people came and went, she had never seen such a beautiful woman like this. Well, the premise is that you cannot look at your face. It's not that it's not good looking. How can girls say it's not good looking? That is, he is not as beautiful as his figure. Yes, that's it. Let me put it this way, if you just look at your figure, 95% of men may not be able to control themselves and want to do something of this and that to her. With face, at least on at heard to half of people can immediately recover their rationality. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please, please. Chapter 64 Lin Tiantian. Hello, my name is Lin Tiantian. I am from the Forestry Bureau. I just called you. Lin Tiantian looked at Jiang Tu several times seriously, and his ears were blushed silently. So handsome. It was clearly the first time we met. She inexplicably felt a sense of trust in him, and it felt so strange. She was asked to come and deliver things while on vacation, but she was a little unhappy. Now it seems that I have to thank my uncle. If it weren't for him, how could she have discovered that such a handsome guy was hidden in the village in their county town, which was so aging? The village chief just now looked pretty good. Hello, My name is Zhang Tuesday. Zhang Tu turned his head in confusion and looked towards Lin Tianatian's site. When I found that there was nothing there, I knew that the girl in front of me might have suddenly become distracted. The two met each other, and Lin Tiantian pulled the car and opened the door again, and a handsome Rottweiler jumped out of the back seat of the car. He glanced at Zhang Tu and stood obediently behind his own breeder. The dark and shiny fur, the thick and powerful thighs are very handsome and quite powerful. It is about the same size as his barley, but it doesn't feel like it's the same. A new dog came into the territory, and the social expert Damai immediately appeared from which corner. The white and grey hair was flying in the air, and an angelic smile appeared on her face, and she was flying all the way. After arriving at the position, the grass in the soles of his feet was too slippery and he hit Zhang Tu's legs, and his head was a little flat. But it didn't care at all, looked at Zhang Tu happily, looked at the new dog, and wagged its tail happily. Have you come to a new friend? Could you please introduce it to me? Zhang Tu felt the pain coming from her thighs all the time, and she grinned secretly. Thank you for the system, thank you for the strengthening body pills. Thighs, I will be able to green tomorrow. Allah is so well maintained. Lin Tiantian praised. Look at the vigorous hair, thick big claws, and the simple and human smile on the face. Just looking at it you know that this is a child who grew up in a honey jar. Ah, thank you. Zhang Tu touched the dog's head and said, he is called Dabi. He can release chickens, ducks, and geese. He is a dog who works very hard and very powerful. Hearing the owner praise him, the barley tail shook even more. The smile on his lips also became even brighter. In the brown eyes, there is trust and love for the owner. However, Zhang Tu was right, Damai is indeed a very good working dog, or he is only suitable for this job. This child is a little too kind. It really likes every little pup, regardless of breed. Zhang Tu was originally worried that it would not be able to suppress his nature and bit his chicks to death. It has never happened. Even if there are invaders, it will just drive them away and will not hurt them. Lin Tiantian looked at his Rottweiler, met his slightly begging eyes, and also introduced to Zhang Tu, our away is also a working dog, and the most powerful direction is mountain search. With its ability, many people can be killed every year. Hearing his master praise him, Rottweiler away also raised his chest and shouted proudly at Damai. The little eyes couldn't help but look at Zhang Tu. It likes this human being and is a human being that is very trustworthy for dogs. Looking at the two dogs who were clearly kind but secretly competing, Zhang Tu was so confused. Are they still competing for this in the dog world? It's quite positive. After the greetings, Zhang Tu looked at Lin Tiantian seriously. Didn't he say he came with the partner he found for his pheasant? Why didn't you see it? It probably won't be this dog, the species are different. Lin Tiantian finally remembered the cage he placed in the passenger seat and picked it up. Lin Tiantian looked at their parking space, not far from the chicken coop, so he opened the air box and showed it to Zhang Tu. There is a male pheasant with gorgeous feathers but not very bright inside, timidly huddled in the corner, as if it seems like some abuse. He is a little small, but his overall appearance is indeed taller than his big cock, but he is not very energetic and looks like he is not as cute as his big cock. One of the legs was still wrapped in a bandage. Lin Tiantian said, this chicken was rescued by chance in the reserve. After treatment, he was lame with one leg and was no longer suitable for living in the jungle. I heard from Deputy Director Liu that you have 3 female pheasants here, so I want to bring them over to see if they can be paired. Maybe some fertilized eggs can be collected and released into the mountains and forests after artificial cultivation, which can be regarded as making some contribution to this mountain. Zhang Tu nodded to show his understanding. I just don't know how to operate it. He learned how to artificial insemination of sows before buying pigs. Although a wild boar took the lead later and succeeded, he was useless. But, is chicken suitable? Are you here to operate? Zhang Tu asked. Ah! Lin Tiantian was confused by the question. Operate? What to operate? Didn't she just send the chicken over? The two of them stood there together, not understanding what the other party was saying. Jiang Tu jested and said, "You fertilized egg, don't you have to fertilize the hen first to have fertilized the fertilized egg? Otherwise, it would be ordinary pheasant eggs that cannot hatch chicks. He can pick up 1 or 2 of these eggs every day, which is useless." Lin Tiantian asked blankly, "Isn't this a rooster and a hen born with it? If you put the rooster and the hen together, will you not naturally have fertilized eggs after a while?" Jiang Tu pointed to the wilted male pheasant in the cage, and then pointed to his arrogant and energetic big rooster. "What if, I say, those 3 pheasants don't like this male? The 3 pheasants in his family either have IQ or eye problems. I don't know about other pheasants, so this problem is likely to occur in these 3. Besides, what if his big cock gets angry, Zhao Lizao, and attacks the male pheasant with unstraight legs?" "Ah, you're talking about this problem." Lin Tiantian looked suddenly aware of the 3 hens and a big rooster. He had also heard of the matter between these 3 hens and a big rooster at the Forestry Bureau. As a human who doesn't know much about what their animals think, she doesn't express any opinions. "I forgot if you don't say it." Lin Tiantian walked to his trunk and took out a sack. It looks quite light, and Jiang Tu can still vaguely see the fertile veins rising from Lin Tiantian's wrist. The sack was still struggling hard, sprinting non-stop. Lin Tiantian didn't care, so he put the sack on the ground and said while trying hard to open the sack, "To prevent this, I have prepared 2 wives for your big rooster as compensation. The little hen raised by the local farmer is just adult, and she is also very beautiful. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please, please." Chapter 65 Pheasant Leaves. As soon as the mouth of the sack was opened, the hen, who had been locked up for unknown periods, shook its wings, rushed out quickly, and rushed to the distance without stopping. Jiang Tu couldn't stop him, so he could only watch them gradually leaving him. Is this considered a forced buying and selling? Jiang Tu thought. Lin Tiantian looked innocent. "Well, you have taken all compensation. Look at this." She pointed to the 2 hens who were leaving, smiling with a cunning look on her face. Jiang Tu was simply shocked by this series of changes. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, but he was really unwilling to accept it if he closed it like this. He now realized that the possibility of coming to send pheasants was more or less related to the Forestry Bureau. But he is definitely not a professional from the Forestry Bureau. At least the person who came last time had a much more professional attitude towards pheasants and had a rich reserve of relevant knowledge. Not like this. It feels like it's here to deliver the goods. After thinking about it, he finally suggested, "In this way, you won't, neither will I. This matter will definitely not be completed in 1 or 2 days. I will catch you the female pheasant and how about you take it back and hand it over to a professional?" Lin Tiantian was stunned and felt that this seemed to be a bad thing. She nodded and said, "I'll call and ask 727. "Okay. I'll call, too." Jiang Tu called the village chief. "If you want to take away 3 pheasants, it is better to find an authoritative witness." This way, the chicken was taken away, and no matter what happened in the middle, he couldn't find him. Both parties contacted very smoothly. Under the witness of the village chief Song Jun, Lin Tiantian took away 3 pheasants from the Jiangtu family, and the 2 hens were also left at the Jiangtu family as compensation for feeding pheasants during this period. Become a member of his chicken team. Song Jun looked at the direction Lin Tiantian was heading away, and then looked at Jiangtu. Asked him, "Do you know who Lin Tiantian is?" Jiangtu didn't know. How could he know about the girl he met for the first time? Song Jun looked confused when he saw Jiangtu, so he had to continue saying, "She is the captain of the Bigzuling ambulance team in our county. His uncle is a forest ranger, and his father is a captain of the forest police." He is 27 years old this year, single. Jiang Tu looked at him slantedly and said to himself, "You know very detailed. Have you fallen in love with someone?" Yes, after contacting this period of time, Lin Tian, a girl, was pretty good except for some time when she was a little bit alone. The Song army really couldn't stand the Jiangtu, Bobby, with a stranger expression, I gave up on this activity that was not conducive to the body and mind. I secretly cursed in my heart, you kid should be single for the rest of your life. After saying that, he left without looking back. Jiang Tu was even more puzzled, why was he suddenly angry? If you like it, go chase it, such a big man. He promised not to stop or make trouble. Compared to the heroic and cool girls like Lin Tian, he prefers the gentle and gentle ones. However, Jiang Tu was still happy to be able to send away a big trouble. The pheasant is here, no matter how easy it is to say from the Forestry Bureau, he cannot be completely relieved. It is considered a protected animal. Like a time bomb, even if it is not powerful, it is still a bomb. Now, I'm fine, I'm light and I'm walking home with brisk steps. Whoop! Suddenly, Jiang Tu heard a familiar barking sound from far to near. When I looked up, I found that I didn't know when I left, and where I was running, Barley was coming from the west. This time I didn't take it very calmly, but I became a little more panicked. Damai bit Jiang Tu's trouser legs and sobbed in her mouth, trying hard to drag Jiang Tu to the west. Woo 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 woo! Master, master, come with Damai quickly. A very scary smell appeared in our territory, and then a kitten appeared. Master, please leave quickly. The kitten looks bad. Jiang Tu couldn't understand it, but it didn't prevent him from feeling Damai's anxiety. To the west of his territory, Jiang Tu originally planned to raise cattle and sheep, but now the cattle and sheep are gone, and grass is growing there. Jiang Tu was puzzled, but he followed Dabi and ran over according to its meaning. I saw that in a crushed grass, an orange cat with a round belly came at some point, curled up, and was pissing at Damai extremely fiercely. The two ears flew back, and all the hairs on the half-bald tail and back exploded. He was obviously afraid to die, but he refused to admit defeat and tried his best to show that he was extremely fierce. Jiang Tu hurried away Damai and signaled that he would deal with it. This is a stray cat at first glance. I don't know if it's pregnant or a parasite. I'm obviously so thin, but my belly is terrible. I don't know if there are any bacteria on my body, so I can't let Barley come into contact. Especially Damai also likes the little kids from Haimi family, who are fragile and cruel. Sure enough, after Daba left, the cat's mood became much more stable, at least part of the hair on its tail fell. The look he looked at Jiang Tu was not as tense as before. Jiang Tu didn't know how this cat suddenly appeared in his territory. Yes, it suddenly appeared. He has been back to the village for so long and has confirmed that there is no such an orange cat in their village. There are a few raccoon flowers, guarding the granary of the fruit forest on the east side of the village. Occasionally, I would go to the service station where students gather to ask for food. Some people who like cats also bring their own cat snacks in the dormitory. Feeling Jiang Tu's tenderness, the orange cat carefully rubbed Jiang Tu's palm with his head. The shouts were filled with pleasing. In an instant, Jiang Tu's heart became soft. Isn't it just a cat? His farm just lacks a mouse-catching general. No matter who sent it in, he would like to thank him first. As if he knew that he might have been saved, the orange cat did not resist at all when he was wrapped in Jiang Tu. At the beginning, there were 3 small cages I bought for the rabbit, so I was just inactive to isolate the cat first. After he finished lunch, he would take it to Liangfeng's hospital in the county for examination. However, Jiang Tu didn't know that all his actions were taken into his eyes by a pair of eyes. Then, he turned around and left with a little dissatisfaction. While cooking, Damai tried to get close to the cage many times, but was discovered and driven away by Jiang Tu. Damai approached with a friendly and curious attitude, but Zhang Tu could not guarantee that this cat, who had been very frightened, also thought so. Its attitude towards Zhang Tu does not mean that it has beaten nearly 10 times more dogs than it is now, and its attitude is so friendly. Stray cats are particularly fierce creatures, especially after angering them. They will attack without mercy even when facing animals that are several times larger than them. With the cat's flexible claws and sharp nails, maybe you can remove Barley's eyes in one go. Jiangtu can't afford to bet. I don't want to bet. Please collect, subscribe, please, thank you, readers, gentlemen. Chapter 66 Another Mother-in-Law. What did you say? Are you pregnant? Zhang Tu's unbelievable voice echoed throughout the veterinary hospital. Liang Feng took out his ears and said with great certainty, you can see it yourself. This is the head, this is the body, this is the head. This is also the head. With such a big belly, there are really only 3 babies. After saying that, he sighed. There are no problems with the rest. There are not any serious ear mites and no parasites. The alopecia areata on the body may have been removed by fighting, not skin diseases. Serious malnutrition. If you want it to produce safely, you can make up for it in this week. Liang Feng finished this, then he smiled. Your food is good, so you don't have to worry about this problem. I don't recommend any cat food to you either. But you still have to buy cat litter. Cat's nest, you can continue to use the tank, and you can nail one by yourself. It's all up to you. Do you want a mat? The two of them were already familiar enough, and Liang Feng spoke more casually. Besides, their hospitals have never made money by recommending pet supplies, so it is the most suitable advice for every pet owner. Zhang Tu nodded. There are a few more mats, and the puppy can use it even when it grows up. By the way, are there any puppy toys? Let me give it some. Liang Feng paused his hand when he picked up the goods. He pushed his glasses and thought for a while, and said with great certainty, I remember your puppy was just born not long ago. Have you been 2 weeks old? You can't use this toy. Zhang Tu took a photo of him and said, if you ask you to take it, you can take it. Maybe when they can play, I don't have time to come and buy it for them. The 6 puppies are just so big. Zhang Tu jested and said to Liang Feng with a shocked look on his face, do you know how big their voices are? You're so awesome. When I was hungry, I couldn't find my mother, so I screamed at the top of my throat. My voice was sharp, thin, and a little breasted. The big tank that lives in is also filled with some echo, and the sound effect is amazing. In just a few days, he had clearly felt that Haimi's attitude towards her baby had gone from precious to entangled, and she seemed not far from disgust. The most obvious change is that occasionally Damai goes in and plays with the puppy. Haimi will no longer beat Damai up in anger, but instead pretends that she doesn't see it and walks aside to enjoy the rare quiet. Zhang Tu can even think of what the expression of black rice will look like after a week or two, after these little things open their eyes and can crawl. What a bustle in the yard! And how important is it to have barley at this time? As the owner, the only thing he could do was buy some toys to divert the attention of these little kids. Liang Feng obviously also knew the power of the puppy. It's really fun, it's really cute, but it's really full of energy. He looked at Zhang Tu with sympathy and said, your family has imported a lot of children recently. How many rabbits have given birth to them? Have you seen them? No. Zhang Tu shook his head. Even if it was him, the big rabbit would not allow him to see it. Zhang Tu didn't dare to take a gamble, and see which system skills are better or the big rabbit's motherhood. What did the little rabbit, who is likely to be hurt, do something wrong? The temperature in spring has begun to approach summer. Even in the northernmost ice and snow province of the motherland, it will not be cold outside at all. When Zhang Tu returned home, he put the cat back in the big cage. I also thoughtfully made a simple cat nest with covers everywhere using a cardboard box, and placed it in the corner with cat litter diagonally, hoping that the cat could use it himself. Now living in a cage, waiting for it to familiarize itself with the surrounding aura, familiarize itself with black rice and barley through the cage, it is best to release it after giving birth. Let it choose a place it likes and a new nest it likes. The name of the orange cat is used as the name of the dog, and because of the color, it is called Corn. Corn looked at the food bowl filled with all kinds of meat in front of her, and pressed Ding Jiangta's palm with her head. It only felt a warm current pouring from the palm of human beings into its heart. Yumi's eyes gradually changed, becoming so gentle and so delicate. It now has home. Don't worry about not being able to fill your stomach and not being able to protect the baby in your stomach. That one had done something good. After saying that, he buried his head in the rice bowl and started eating in big mouthfuls. The food is so fierce and so cruel. Even if I get home again in the future, I can't stop the bad habits I develop when I wander. Only what you eat in your stomach is your own. Delicious, delicious. Before he had eaten halfway, it turned its head and became fierce again. What to see? Stupid dog. Cats and dogs will never be harmonious. Meow. Ha. May is coming soon, and June is coming. Brother Zhang, your wheat grows so well. Chen Yifan squatted in the wheat field of Jiangta's house, carefully observing every wheat seedling. I don't know why, everyone sowed the seedlings at the same time, and the methods were similar, but the wheat seedlings at Brother Jiang's family grew better than those in their fields. At first he thought it was an hallucination. During the sampling this morning, we also collected data from Zhang Ji's wheat. An unexpected discovery: not only grew nearly 1 centimeter taller than the wheat in their fields, but also the roots were a little thicker than those in their fields. This is not normal. Zhang Tu glanced at his wheat field. In his 10 acres of wheat fields, all the wheat seeds were planted by the system. Originally, he just wanted to replace 2 acres. But then I thought about it and found that they were all sowing and fertilizing. If only 2 acres grow particularly well, then they would not be more conspicuous than 10 acres growing particularly well. 10 acres of land, everyone will prosper and lose, and it will be even less likely to be seen that there is any difference between them and other wheat. He put the original wheat seeds directly at the big market and sold them. Unexpectedly, they were bought as soon as they were put out, and there was no waste at all. Zhang Tu said while watering, "Is that true?" "I don't know, you helped me hoe the ground, and you taught me sowing. I drove the seeds back and forth in the ground." He scratched his head and continued to pretend to be stupid. "Is it possible that no one has planted this land for several years, so it is particularly nutritious?" "I think it's possible." Another voice next to me immediately came. "Look, Brother Jiang's corn grows better than in our fields. It looks less conspicuous than wheat, but the average rhizome is 12 mm thicker." Bai Wentao shook the record book in his hand and said, "It's not his fault." Zhang Tu thought secretly in his heart, corn is still ordinary corn seeds, the kind you bought at the agricultural supplies station. "Oh, there is nothing we can do about it." Comrade Lu Xian spoke rare. She grabbed a handful of soil on the ground, looked at it carefully, and rubbed it with her hands. In fact, no one has completely solved the secret about soil for so many years. The perfect nutrient soil they configure often cannot keep up with pure natural good soil, and can't keep up with humus soil deep in the mountains. There seems to be no difference between ordinary vegetables and fruits, but for Chinese medicinal materials, the gap is very obvious. The decline of traditional Chinese medicine is not without this. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please, please, please. Chapter 67, The Village Meeting. "Brother Zhang, can I collect some soil and go back to take a look?" Lu Xian asked. "Collection?" Zhang Tu nodded and said nothing. He could not directly send spiritual water and spiritual fertilizer to this group of students, at least for the time being. But if they can solve the secret of spiritual water and spiritual fertilizer from a small amount of soil resources, Jiangtu can be said to be eager to know. The system is coming without a trace, and it will be silent when it leaves. Who dares to keep this matter correct? Just when a group of students were having a heated discussion about why the crops of Jiangtu's family grew better than their fields. In their village, the loudspeaker, which is rarely used, suddenly rang. Notification, notice, all villagers, please go to the village activity center for a meeting at 2 p.m. Repeat again, all villagers, please go to the village activity center for a meeting at 2 p.m. All the students in the 730 area, even Jiangtu, raised their heads curiously and looked involuntarily towards the direction of the big speaker. At the same time, the village news group was also shaking wildly. Some ask what's wrong, while others ask for leave and say they can't go outside. It was the first time Jiangtu has experienced such a thing after returning to the village for so long. He was curious for a while and decided to go and take a look in the afternoon. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, people were sitting on the chairs in the village activity center one after another. It seems that everyone who can come has come, and many who cannot come have asked for leave in the group, or asked the neighbors to help convey it. Everyone looked very skillful at first glance, which was different from the Jiangtu when they first came to. Jiangtu entered the door 5 minutes in advance, and the small room was already full of people. His eyes twitched, and he sighed in his heart, why do people have this kind of virtue no matter where they go? When college class is sitting in the corner, when company meetings are hiding in the corner, when village meetings are first to put yourself in the gala. There are also small groups, and they are very clear about the division. He casually found an empty seat that was not far ahead and sat down. Village Chief Song Jun walked in at 2 o'clock with the village leadership team. I didn't rush to hold a meeting. I waited for 10 minutes and was sure that no one would come again, so I closed the door and talked about the serious matter. In the classroom-sized space, Song Jun directly said at the top of his voice, "It's not a big deal, but it's a good thing. If we do a good job, we can get the money for all of our village." Speaking of money, the person who took the lead in yawning in the house at the beginning was no longer sleepy. The eyes were rounder than the other. The impatient one even asked directly, "What's the good thing?" Jiangtu was also a little curious, so he secretly straightened his body and looked towards the village chief's room. Song Jun cleared his throat and said, "That's right. The tourism industry in Baixuling in our county has developed well in the past 2 years. I took advantage of this limelight to develop a tourist street. The development of the county has not forgotten the few of our villages, and left a small shop of 10 square meters for each of our villages. Don't rent. Just get 10% of the turnover in the store. The remaining money can be distributed to the people in the village after paying the tax and deduction. Of course, the more you put in, the more you get. The people in the village may not have a high level of education, but no one is a fool." I understood what was going on as soon as I heard it. This is equivalent to the county giving them a shop that allows them to sell things and make money. But the question is, what to sell? Song Jun also spoke at this time, saying, "Yes, I'm here to discuss with you what to do about this. The county means selling some local specialties from our country." "What are their local specialties?" Jiangtu sat in the crowd with a confused look on her face. I forgave him that he had just returned for a short time and had no idea about the surrounding area. At most, he could know which village has a fish pond and where there is a fruit forest. Now, he also understood that he would listen to this matter, just listen, the ones that focus on participating. After setting his position, he looked at the place where the vast number of troops in the village gathered. Secretary Wang also spoke at this time, and he said, "Give you an example. They are planning to sell straw weaving in Shijia village, which are the kinds of straw mats and handicrafts made of corn coats." Ah, as soon as he heard this, someone below immediately responded and said, I heard from my brother-in-law's second aunt that, yes, there is an old lady in their village, and her skills are very good. The mats are very sturdy and durable. A group of people nearby nodded together, thinking that this idea was quite good. But the problem is, no one in their village can do it. It's wilted again. Secretary Wang was not in a hurry and continued to throw out a second one. He said, they are going to sell pear wine next door. Just that sweet wine. As soon as I heard the pear wine, someone immediately got up and asked. 0. Zhang Tu turned around and saw that the faces of the people around him were full of expressions, and some even muttered in a low voice, Erkuatu, which costs 2 yuan a bottle, tastes better than that. Song Jun and other leadership teams couldn't help but twitch their muscles on their faces. Zhang Tu not only didn't know that some people here would weave things with corn coats, but they didn't know that there were pear wine nearby. His face was full of knowledge among the villagers who knew everything, as conspicuous as the bottom of a beer bottle on the beach. Just like his age, he stands out. But no matter what, the village has specialties. There is nothing in their village. Song Jun and Secretary Wang looked at each other, helpless. They asked everyone to come to the meeting, not to let them discuss how the specialties in other villages are like, what, and whether they can be sold for money. Instead, they asked them to think about what they could sell in their village. When I heard this, the room seemed to have been pressed, and it was quiet. People in their village are good at farming, but they have no special skills. Thinking of someone selling pear wine in other villages, they slowly moved their eyes to the owner of the apple orchard in their village. The owner of the apple garden suddenly received countless gazes and involuntarily began to stutter nervously. He said stumblingly, "My apples are sold well, and there is no need to make wine. Besides, I don't know how to do this craft." After saying that, he turned his gaze to the owner of the blueberry garden next to him and signaled everyone not to look at me. 1.8. His family not only has blueberries, but also cranberries. These two fruits are not common. The owner of the blueberry garden is a waste of time. If the village chief was not still here, he would have beaten the owner of the apple garden directly. Is there such a disaster that leads the east? He cleared his throat and said quickly, "Not to mention my blueberry tree this year, the flowers have not bloomed a few. Even if I usually sell them directly to the factory, they come to collect them directly. I'm happy to be able to sell apples in a shop for nothing, but my apples have not yet fallen. The flowers have not yet fallen." The owner of the apple garden also quickly added. They all looked to the side, and the old man who was excited to watch the show was shocked. "Don't look at me, I want to sell the sorghum corn I grow at home. Can the village chief be happy? Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please, please." Chapter 68. The Forestry Bureau is here again. At this time, someone said, "I want to tell you that the specialties in our village are nothing more than those students and old professors from the agricultural university." "What, you still want to sell humans? You guys, what are you thinking?" "That's what I said. Usually, their village is always popular with this group of student teachers. Just farming is a matter of fewer detours than people from other villages. Now it seems that it is not very helpful in this regard." At this moment, someone suddenly said, "If we want to say that our village is famous, except for the old professors, only the skills of Jack Zhang are left." When everyone heard this, they nodded together. Their aid at that big meal was satisfying, but unfortunately there was no chance later. Zhang Tu was happily eating melons. Before the smile on her face had disappeared quickly, she was baptized by everyone's eyes. At this time, he had to sigh that sitting in front was a smart choice. Except for a few cotters in the village who came later than him, the rest of his eyes were behind him, and he just tried hard to ignore it directly. He put down his raised legs and asked uncertainly, "Are I going to sell big pot rice?" 10. It doesn't seem to work. Before the village chief and his friends could express their opinions, the villagers in the village helped denied it. Specialties, specialties, what kind of specialties are big pot rice? They are willing, but the leaders in the county may not be willing. The county leaders are willing, but those small restaurants and big hotels are not willing. Seeing that there is no result to discuss now, the village chief has no choice but to announce the resignation of the meeting. When they first learned about this, the village cotters had already held a meeting to discuss it, but they didn't come up with a solution, so they wanted to gather everyone to gather their ideas. But nothing was discussed. He could only remind him again, everyone will think about it carefully when they go back, and it will be beneficial to everyone. It is okay to send me a message and tell us directly. Time is within 3 days, 3 days later I am going to go to the county to register. Especially, if you have any skills, it doesn't matter if you don't have any good skills. Don't be shy and sign up. Think about the money. The village said nothing that money was easy to use. This is the valuable experience accumulated by Song Jun in recent years. As long as money is mentioned, everyone's enthusiasm will increase by at least several steps than usual. The villagers left as they knew and knew. Some act alone, and some walk with each other while discussing. Jiangtu also followed the crowd and walked home. He started out a carpentry skill from the system, but the level was low, so he could be the most basic table, chairs, and benches, and he could not enter the elegant hall at all. Besides, he doesn't have this time either. 3 meals a day, plus he is busy at home and outside. As soon as he walked to the service station, he was stopped by a student and said, "Brother Zhang, the people from the Forestry Bureau have just gone to your house to find you. It seems that something is wrong. I said you were having a meeting in the village, but they didn't ask me to disturb you. You should go back and take a look." Zhang Tu wondered. Why is the Forestry Bureau coming again? Didn't the pheasants take them away? Could it be that his family took advantage of the time when he went out for a meeting, and some wild animals came uninvited? No. Thinking of this, Zhang Tu Feng and Huo walked home and even used a trot. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Director Lu who looked familiar, a young man who seemed familiar, and a completely unfamiliar middle-aged man. The three of them watched the flowers in his yard together. Haimi looked at the visitor with a vigilant look, and Damai was also staying aside diligently. The most important thing is that there are 3 more familiar pheasants in his yard, and Oneid pheasants. Director Lu took the lead in looking at Zhang Tu and greeted him quickly, "Xiao Zhang, I'm sorry to come and disturb you suddenly. This is Lin Yi, you should have seen him. This is Wang Hezai, a bird expert at our Provincial Wildlife Treatment Center." "Hello, hello." Zhang Tu quickly greeted the two of them. The look at Director Lu was full of confusion. He was extremely convinced that the newly added small animals in his family these days were ordinary stray cats, referred to as pastoral cats and orange cats. There are also a few pheasants. When they left his house, they were definitely not so weak, so uninspired, especially the male, who felt happy and not happy. Now, it has nothing to do with him. Director Lu and the others were also a little embarrassed. When they took the 3 pheasants away from Jiangta's house, they would not praise anyone who saw them and they were in good condition. To be honest, they have never seen such a fat wild pheasant. Although they look fat, after letting go, they are quite flexible. They have the strength to catch people with their claws, and it takes a lot of effort to recontrol them. Who knew that they had only been raising the chicken for a few days and the whole chicken was wilted? Not only did the feathers become dim, but they are getting less and less energetic. It is definitely not possible to continue like this. They really had no choice but to bring the pheasant back to Jiangta's house, learn from him, and ask how they raised it. Especially Wang Hezai, he promised that he had no mistakes in his breeding, and some of them were even designed to fit the nature of pheasants. In theory, the result should not be like this. How did you raise it? Zhang Tu was stunned. He raised it like a chicken. Let them go out to play in the morning, feed them all, change them to clean water, and run away with them. After they all return to their nests in the evening, they will close them. He said simply while gesturing. It's really nothing messy. All three of them were silent. Wang Huzai asked, what do you give pheasants? The most serious problem he has raised in the past few days, and the pheasants do not like to eat the feed he prepared, and even eat less and less, the worse the situation worsens. Just like miscellaneous grains, vegetables, and leaves in the field, and earthworms. They eat whatever chickens eat at home, and they don't feed them alone. They will find food for themselves for the rest of the time. Wang Huzai nodded. The earthworm was something he had never expected. But the others are quite different. He still felt it was not right, so he asked, can you show us your breeding environment? Zhang Tu nodded, what can't be seen in this 730? He took the people and Lin Yi walked towards the area where he raised chickens with the pheasants. It is said that it is a region, but there is actually no fixed division. The entire open grassland is now theirs. The big chicken with plump feathers and the chick with fetal hair were walking on the green grass together, and from time to time they used their little paws to eat. The pheasant in the cage saw the familiar environment and became much more energetic. She flapped her wings in the cage, and wanted to go down. Even the male pheasant who was almost out of reach also looked up several times. The three of them looked at each other, and this completely showed the gap. Jiangtu is already exactly the same as the wild. And the cages where they are, even if they are imitated, they are still cages. The grassland is a fake lawn, the leaves are simulated plants, and the area is only a small 10 square meters, which is completely lost. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. It is no wonder that most of the wild animals will die during the feeding process after being treated. Those who survived were usually born growing up artificially. How come there is a saying that if you have seen freedom, who can bear to lose it again? Finally, after an inspection on the spot, Director Liu was the one who spoke. He said, Xiao Zhang, look at whether these pheasants can continue to be raised by you. Zhang Tu, ha! Can he want to refuse? Please collect, please flower, please subscribe, please. Chapter 69, You can't want it if you don't want it. Zhang Tu thought so in her heart and said so in her mouth. Leader, it's really not appropriate to raise this protected animal for a private farmer like me. He sighed, let me say that, there is not only a weasel here in my house, but a cat came a few days ago. After this time, I have seen several birds like eagles, peregrine falcons, or owls, circling in the sky. The nature of these pheasants is completely different from that of domestic chickens. He finally sent these bomb chickens away, and he still wanted him to pick them up? It's impossible to laugh to death. The last one was that he really didn't know much about this. In addition, his big rooster took the main responsibility for the arrival of these pheasants, and he had no choice but to help him wipe his butt. Now, his big rooster has been in love with the two little hens, and its future harem group is also growing vigorously. I believe it has no time to pay attention to these little pheasants now. Lin Yi curled his lips and secretly glanced at him where his leader couldn't see it. He just said, it was impossible for anyone to agree. His leader also said that Zhang Tu is easy to talk to, but it doesn't mean that he is stupid. What are the benefits of raising these pheasants? They can't make money. If something happens, they will have to be responsible for it. It would be great to have this free time to raise a few local chickens, which can lay eggs and eat meat. Of course, Lin Yi didn't dare to say these 730 words, so he could only complain in his heart. He secretly put down the chicken cage in his hand and shook his wrist. It was really heavy. Ah, that's how it is. Director Liu didn't expect Zhang Tu to refuse so neatly, and he was really choked. He touched his nose and thought to himself, didn't he agree with it last time quite happily? Why is it not working this time? Next, no matter how Director Liu and Wang Huzai tried to convince him, Zhang Tu would bite him to death and disagree, that was disagreement. Zhang Tu disagreed, and Director Lu and others could not put the pheasant down in front of so many people. So he was a little angry and asked in his throat, Zhang Tu, how do you think you are willing to raise a few pheasants? Zhang Tu was also angry, why did Director Lu have to raise these pheasants? According to the law, we ordinary people are in direct contact with protecting animals. You said, you can give me a certificate, but what are the benefits of this? From your perspective, the position is good, it is true, and it doesn't seem like a troublesome thing. But have you ever thought about me? I went back to my hometown to start a business, not to do charity. You can't let me raise this pheasant just by saying that I must be grateful to you. Just talk about the most basic things, how to calculate the feed money, how to say labor money, who will count if the pheasant dies, is caught by a cat, a bird, or a weasel, who will pay the responsibility. How can I prove that this matter has nothing to do with me? Maliciously injuring national second-class protected animals is a fixed-term imprisonment of less than 5 years, right? It seemed that he felt the tense atmosphere on Jiangtu, and the students watching the fun couldn't help but gathered around him. I want to rely on my number of people to help Jiangtu grow its momentum. Zhang Tu continued. Just talk about that wild boar. Don't I have to offer it as my ancestor now? I still have to worry that it was in a bad mood that day, so it gave it to my farm or this group of students. The wild boar is fine, but it is almost trashed now. As long as it does not suddenly become crazy, it doesn't care so much about Jiangtu on the farm. After all, there are few natural enemies. In addition to Siberian tigers, even large beasts like Far East leopards and blind bears are not necessarily opponents of that thing. As long as someone doesn't sleep at night and goes to his house to steal pigs, there is basically no need to worry about something happening to it. But pheasants are different. Everyone present knows the fragility of this thing. If it is not fragile, it will become like a cage in a few days. There was no way to refute the sentence. Director Lu was criticized, mainly because what he said really makes sense. Lin Yi stood behind the director and secretly gave Zhang Tu a thumbs up. However, Wang Huzai next to him was unhappy to stop. He shouted, protecting the country and protecting animals is the responsibility of every citizen. Zhang Tu also agreed with this point. He, Bobby, nodded and said frankly, I've finished it. Didn't I leave it to your forestry bureau? He choked and continued to tangle, I mean, you should also help when you can. Zhang Tu blinked his eyes and looked at Wang Huzai. This person is stupid. But, what the law told me is not feasible. Zhang Tu glanced at him and said, you should be righteous and I will take the law. After saying that, without waiting for him to speak, Zhang Tu continued, first of all, it is your responsibility for breeding pheasant center or zoo. Anyway, it is definitely not our common people. Secondly, if you are optimistic about my land, this square is simple. It seems that our village is gone, and there must be one in the next village. You just need to contract a piece of land. I sowed some fat and seeds, and didn't do anything else, and these students all knew about it. Or, you rent one from my house, and I will give you a small piece for you and let someone come and watch it yourself. But it can only be a small piece, and I still have to raise cattle. Isn't this all solved? I don't want to give anything, and I want others to help solve it. In the end, I'm not going to make a contribution, right? I'm so mean. That's it. The students behind Zhang Tu also nodded. They understood that this person would not want to make a fortune by himself. Why do some people have such big faces? They are professors' students, but professors have to pay their wages when they work. In fact, Zhang Tu added the contact information of lawyer He Chen after signing the contract with the professors last time. After such communication, he realized how big the loopholes there were. Anyway, if someone really pursues the incident, the sewing machine that has been in 3 to 5 years will definitely not be able to escape. He Chen said that if it were him, it would be possible within 10 years. Simply put, the breeding certificate for national second-level protected animals can only be processed by the provincial and above forestry bureaus, and must also meet the conditions such as having a site and professional staff. By chance, he didn't even have it. As for the certificate given to him by the County Forestry Bureau, it can be used to fool people in normal times. If something happens, it is another matter whether the above admits it or not. At that time, he was scared and sweated in a cold sweat and wanted to send the pheasant away immediately. He believed that these three people in front of him would not know about this, but they just didn't care. They may not care, Jiangtu cannot do it. He looked directly at Director Liu and said without backing down, "Director Liu, if you can't help me with a legal and compliant wildlife breeding certificate, don't come and tell me these." After saying that, even the wild boar didn't want it anymore. He added, "There is also the wild boar, please take it away as soon as possible. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please, please." Chapter 70 Director Liu and others leave. Director Liu stopped Wang Huzai, who else he wanted to say. The young people are right, they have ignored these issues from the beginning. Since someone has proposed it, you cannot skip it. Otherwise, what would they look like, forcing people to buy and sell, and forcing people to break the law? It was his fault for this matter. Lin Yi also mentioned it at the time, but he didn't care. His attitude immediately changed, and he nodded solemnly at Jiangtu with a kind face, saying, "I will apply to the superiors. If it doesn't work, we will come forward to solve the problem as soon as possible." When Jiangtu heard this, he was satisfied. The atmosphere couldn't be too stiff. He took the initiative to pass the steps and said, "In this way, I'll decorate the earthworms and chicken food for you. You can feed them together after you go back. Isn't it said that animals need to have a transition period to change their food?" His earthworms were introduced by him when he established the earthworm composting tower. It was just starting out and not much fertilizer was produced, and the earthworms were all raised fat and strong. When Director Liu heard this, he was the same as the reason. He nodded reservedly and said, "I'm in trouble." Jiangtu saw the three people from the Forestry Bureau and a cage of pheasants in a cage as the students looked at the warriors. Seeing the car disappearing from sight, he breathed a deep sigh of relief, turned around and walked home. His farm has enough troubles, and he really can't get more. As for whether the Forestry Bureau will help him get a certificate or pick up the wild boars, that is not something he has to worry about. In the car, Wang Huzai still looked indignant and looked down upon. He complained to Director Liu with great enthusiasm, "Young people nowadays have no dedication at all, and they missed us." Lin Yi was driving and his mouth was almost gone from his facial features and turned to the sky. Wang Huzai said something, and he refuted it in his heart. "I still think about the past. I think about the wild boars in our area, and even the blind tiger bears and blind people were killed. Maybe the village will give me a certificate. Now you go to the mountains to try it. If you still make contributions, others will take risks. If you make contributions, why are you so embarrassed? If I were Jiangtu, I would have slapped you in the face and gave you chicken food. It would be almost the same for you to give me a big pussy." Director Liu was also impatient when he heard this. He promised him that he was slapped his chest, but now he was cursing and unable to understand. He was not allowed to cooperate. He had never seen such a thing before. He now figured out that it was so difficult for them to protect wild animals at times. Is it really because of these people? When you go back, you have to talk to the director. After a chance glance, he saw Lin Yi's extremely rich expression in the rear-view mirror, and almost laughed out loud. He quickly coughed lightly, suppressed his smile, and signaled Lin Yi to calm down. He said, "What the young man said is right. You have witnesses but you don't. What if something really happens? His family is not close to the mountainous area, but close to the forest farm. We have closed the mountains and raised forests for so many years, and maybe we will be the world of wild animals. How can you feel at ease when you let the pheasant be? What if it is taken away by the eagle one day? I'll help me ask if I can get half a certificate or something, so we have a reason to find it again. Okay, Lao Wang, I have to go back and solve the problem of wild boars. You should pay more attention to the breeding of pheasants. It really doesn't work. Just as the young said, I remember that the annual funding subsidy for your place is not young, and now our land is cheap. Wang Huzai looked at the few more wilted pheasants in the cage, his face looked ugly, and he knew that Director Lu was not on his side, so he didn't say anything. Lin Yi gave his leader a thumbs up. Brother Zhang, you are really awesome. Xiang Ming gave Zhang Tu a thumbs up. That's it. It made the group of people from the Forestry Bureau speechless. Especially the older one next to the director, his face was green. Haha, I like the young man behind the director. His expression of relief was so refreshed that he was so smirking that he gave Brother Zhang a thumbs up. You can't say it, he changes his face very quickly, haha. Zhang Tu listened to their discussion and smiled slightly and did not participate. She just looked at the blue sky and said, I won't say that. Who will step on the sewing machine for me if something happens? When everyone heard this, they stopped talking. Isn't that the case? There is definitely no shortage of credit for the credit, but the sewing machine can only be stepped on by yourself. After a while, a classmate suddenly asked, Brother Zhang, what are you going to eat tonight? What to do when talking about such a heavy topic, he only cares about what to eat for dinner. In the past, I had many choices in the school cafeteria, but if you look closely, each window was fixed. It's different now, it's all up to guess. Zhang Tu was stunned and said, pork chop rice. Did you have fried? When the students heard this, their eyes lit up instantly, and they were delicacies they had never eaten before. Who can refuse the deliciousness of fried food? Yes. Zhang Tu nodded, I should add cheese slices. There are cheese slices. Is the one with a slurry pulp. Now, who is still in the mood to take care of the Forestry Bureau, what pheasants, and is it important to have fried pork chops that can slurry? Sugh. Brother Zhang, do you need help? If you help, maybe you can even steal some scraps. Xiang Ming asked loudly, holding an extremely beautiful fantasy in his heart. No. Zhang Tu refused with a smile. He can do this himself. Besides, there are too many people standing near the oil pan, and he is always afraid of something unexpected. Wang Xiu next to him reacted the fastest, pushed Xiang Ming hard, and said, your abacus beads are almost jumping on my face. The scraps are also ours, please stay away from it quickly. Zhang Tu smiled and watched them play, while he accelerated his pace to go to the kitchen to prepare supper. Pork chop rice is easy to cook, but fried pork chop is not easy. To make the pork chops taste good, you have to marinate them first, and the meat must be knocked loose to be tender. Patch cheese slices, wrap them with batter and bread crumbs, fry them once and then fry them again to make them crisper. During dinner time, students first went to the super large rice cooker and took rice for themselves. 0. After such a long period of exercise, they have mastered the great technique of serving as much rice as they can. You can even add or subtract according to the color of the dish. Every time I guarantee that I can eat enough and there is no leftovers. They lined up and chatted with Zhang Tu, Brother Zhang, our kitchen can be put into use in the shortest 3 days and the longest 5 days. In this way, you don't have to run away from both ends. You always bring it to us after finishing it at home. Yes, yes. Another person nodded and said, I took a secret look. 1 yard of stainless steel, with shiny tiles. It feels super amazing. Zhang Tu listened carefully to them and skillfully used a clip to pick up pork chops for them. Suddenly I felt that life was good like this. Cook for this group of students, listen to the topics he cares about most, and then find a young wife who is willing to live in the village with him and give birth to a fat baby. He doesn't care whether it's a man or a woman. How happy it is to be in this life. He doesn't know whether it will develop as Jiang Tu thinks in the future. He only knew that as soon as he got up in the morning, his corn gave him a big surprise. It gave birth to a baby, 2 orange cats and 3 flowers. The pink little mouth and pink claws are not the same as the coal balls and eggs of Haimi's family. The screams were also delicate and weak, and I felt a little weak, but fortunately they were all born safely. To this end, Jiangtu also opened 100 ordinary treasure chests to celebrate. Unfortunately, SSSR was not released. But several SSRs that Jiangtu is interested in, such as master-level cat rice, edible rose seedlings, etc. I'm asking for flowers, subscribe, and collect. I love you. Chapter 71 Professor Zhu's Practical Class. Hey, Professor Zhu, hello, I am Jiang Tuesday. Jiang Tu, who was pulling weeds in the ground, suddenly received a call from Professor Zhu, looking confused. Isn't this a month yet? Although the rabbit mother's surveillance of the rabbit baby these days is not as strong as the previous few days, she still strictly guards her guard against it. Only allow him to approach and see the little baby hiding in the thick rabbit fur. It is impossible to get started. Maybe it is because of system pairing. What color of rabbit gives birth to a baby is the same as the appearance colorful. Their small belly ate round and fat, and they looked no smaller than the dogs at home. He didn't know if the grass in another world was too nutritious. According to his observation, the current weight of the female rabbit is obviously developing horizontally towards 40 kilograms. If the village chief is willing to wait for him and let him sell spicy rabbit heads in the shop on the tourist street, he can guarantee that it is the only one in the county. It is not impossible for the city and the province to be unique. Think about it, a rabbit head as big as a dog's head. How delicious it should be. Hey? Wild boar, the wild boar is still there. Jiang Tu looked towards the pig pen, and it was no surprise that the wild boar became fat again. What, on-site practical teaching? No, it's not that I won't agree. Professor Zhu, this wild boar is not mine. How can I say it? It's from the Forestry Bureau. If there is no objection on the Forestry Bureau, I don't have any objection. Ah, right, yes, 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 yes. That's no problem. Jiang Tu hung up the phone and looked at the wild boar with disgust and praise. It is still useful to support you, but whether you can play it depends on what the Forestry Bureau thinks. Brother Jiang answered a call and his eyes were always on the wild boar. The student who pulled weeds with him couldn't help but start to be curious. The movement of pulling weeds on my hands did not stop at all. The crops of Brother Jiang's family grow better than those in their fields, and the grass grows better than those in their fields. After not cleaning up for a few days, another piece grew. Brother Jiang was not willing to use various herbicides, so they could only pull them out little by little, and they were not unhappy. That's right, it's a bit boring. So, if they can find some entertainment for themselves, they can find some entertainment. Ma Jiban, who was most concerned about wild boars, moved to Brother Jiang and squatted on the ground and asked. He just heard Professor Zhu's name, who is also a famous professor of veterinary medicine in their school. Ah, Professor Zhu asked me if I could bring my students to the practical class and wanted to use wild boars as teaching aids. There is nothing to hide about this. Maybe Professor Zhu has notified Professor Li and the others, but this group of students can't hear about working here now. Ah, this matter. I've heard of it. Ma Jiban thought about the latest hot topics in the school forum these days and nodded. After saying that, his expression became a little weird. This suddenly aroused Jiang Tu's interest. He felt that the wild boar practice class was about seeing what the wild boar looked like at close range, measuring the physical data, and collecting at most samples. He has seen these students do all this. But Ma Jiban's expression is obviously not like this. Ma Jiban shook his finger and introduced to Jiang Tu, they want to practice sperm collection for wild boars, and the sperm collected will be used for artificial breeding. He was actually familiar with this kind of thing when he was very young. From the beginning, you should keep a boar at home for breeding. I can even take it to the village and make some money for breeding. Later, it gradually evolved into artificial insemination, which was not limited to whether the boar was in estrus and the interference of issues related to the probability of sow's conception. He mysteriously approached Zhang Tu and shared with him a little bit of what he knew. "Brother Zhang, do you know? When we practice, pigs don't always go into heat." "Hey!" Zhang Tu was curious. He asked along the way, "What should I do?" Ma Jiban made a position that men knew with his right hand, gestured twice, and said, "In order to prevent the drugs from affecting the quality of sperm, we will help ourselves." Zhang Tu was shocked, and said to her lips, and blurted out, "The wild boar is treated quite well." Ma Jiban was both sympathetic and nostalgic. His little eyes narrowed, with a little vulgarity, and he hit Zhang Tu's arm with his elbow, signaling him to lean over. "Brother Zhang, you can think lightly at first glance. Our practical classes are usually taken in 2 classes or 3 classes together. Everyone needs to experience it." After saying that, he gave him a look you understand. Zhang Tu opened her mouth wide. 2 to 3 classes, each. Isn't this pig still left a shadow in his heart? I learned the truth about practice. Jiang Tu began to feel extremely sympathetic to the group of pigs at Agricultural University. Year after year, how many times will it be poisoned? Can't you write a position, can you not be bald? In the future, I am afraid that if I see the little so I like, I can keep my heart as calm as water. And his big wild boar. To be honest, he really wants to see it. I don't know if the Forestry Bureau will agree. The Forestry Bureau agreed. They think that being able to cooperate with Agricultural University is beneficial to the wildlife breeding certificate they want to apply for. So, the students who did not line up at school formed a team together this time and came to Xiong'er village with great confidence to march into the large pig pen of Jiangtu's family. 0. Before stepping into the pig pen, Zhang Tu confirmed again and again, "Professor Zhu, this is a real wild boar. Do you really have no problems? Will you really not be injured? There are so many students, and they are still at their best age. Besides, although this pig is not very good now, it has a criminal record." Professor Zhu patted Zhang Tu on the shoulder and signaled him to rest assured. He said, "We brought professional equipment, and with anesthesia injections, you must believe that we are professional in this regard." "Zhang Tu, are you professionally gangstering the wild boar? There are actually people who specialize in shooting records. These people are really in the human world, and they don't leave any face to the wild boar." His sow was led out of the pig pen after he heard that the matter had been confirmed. Temporarily tied to a short distance to eat grass and bask in the sun. The sow was a little confused, but didn't care much. "Why did you come out? What will happen to the pig that competes with it every day for food? There is no melon fragrance in your mouth. Small water radish is also good. Humph. Pig birth is so easy to satisfy." Zhang Tu temporarily handed his pig pen to the group of students at Agricultural University, but he did not leave. With a little curious mood, I stood not far away and watched this cruel scene. I also have the intention to help. Of course it's not helping the pig masturbate. But if the wild boar goes crazy for some reason and starts attacking the students, he can also help him press it. Thanks to the brain and body pills, he now has no trouble holding the rabbit cage with his bare hands. Of course, holding down the wild boar will definitely save more effort than this group of teachers and students. How to say, 985 is 985, and the quality of students is high. 1.8. Although the wild boar was a little bit trashed by him, the group of people were more skillful in dealing with it. After a few seconds, the wild boar may have been fixed before the urgent resistance came. Then he heard Professor Zhu say, "The class monitor calls out, arrange it by student number, and come one by one. Remember the theoretical knowledge. If you don't remember, hurry up and review it while it's not there. As for which class starts first, the squad leader comes out to scissors and stone cloth. Jiangtu counted 3 classes, 2 of which were 24 people each, and the third class had a smaller number of people, with 21 people. Whether men or women, some are curious, some are afraid, some are disgusted, but their eyes are filled with excitement and eagerness to try. Too tragic. It's really tragic. Jiangtu felt that he was a man and could not stand this. Girls today are really amazing, and their movements are even more neat than some boys. Please subscribe, please bookmark it, please collect it. Chapter 72 It's a Bumblebee. Hey! Jiangtu grinned and forced herself to watch a class, trembled and quickly left the scene. Let's go and cook. To sum up, it is really tough for farmers to be tough, and it is really hard to be angry about them. Humph, gee. Not long after, the wild boar screamed over and came from the direction of the pig pen intermittently. When the first sound was heard, the little cabbage leaves that were given to Jiangtu's palm were scared. I got used to listening later. The change in the pig's chirping was probably from the enjoyment at the beginning to the fierce scolding later. I felt that it was not possible now, and the voice was much smaller, as if begging for mercy. He didn't care about these things, anyway, the Forestry Bureau agreed. The school professors are always more rigorous than him, they always know more about wild boars than him, and they have more experience. He just wants to ask now, Damai, what expression do you have? It's like you can empathize with it. Are you glad that I lost my worries early? Damai turned to look at Jiangtu. The facial features were a little confused in shock, a little sad in confusion, a little sad in confusion, and a little scared in fear. The neck stretched to a level that had never been before, and took the head for a while and then turned to the right. Looking at Jiangtu, his big eyes that were trying to find a little sense of identity were wide open, revealing a large piece of white eyes. The dog's mouth is still tied into an A-shaped shape, and occasionally bared its teeth, as if it was a feeling of a wild boar. That strange look, anyway, Jiangtu wanted to take the vegetable leaves in his hand to shoot it. Jiangtu didn't know that in the distant mountains and forests, a pair of eyes also saw this scene and even began to give up. Black rice and corn are much calmer, just using their bodies to protect their cubs and tell them not to listen unhealthy. Corn now has freedom. It seems that he still doesn't like black rice and barley, but he doesn't attack it. At most, he just ignores it and walks away from it if he dislikes it. Black rice and barley will not hurt the kitten. The relationship between corn and black rice, which are both mothers, is much better than that of barley. However, corn did not move, or choose to live in a cage. Today's cardboard box cat nest has been replaced with wooden ones. A simple small house that will not leak when used as the remaining fur nails in the beehive. Cat litter has also been saved. Every family in Jiangtu is big, so corn will be solved and buried. Speaking of beehives, there are already little bees living there. As for when to move in, Jiangtu is not very clear. Suddenly one day, he heard the buzzing of bees in the beehive. The advantage is that the bumblebee that is very beneficial to crop pollination, has a gentle temperament and a furry body that is resistant to freezing. The disadvantage is that the honey produced by bumblebees is very small, so he almost doesn't want to use honey as rent, and the honey taste of xiangfeng is not as good as a normal bumblebee's. However, Jiangtu still likes these, the furry little guys. Professors from Agricultural University also like it and have been praising their pollination ability in front of Jiangtu and their good qualities that they do not dislike regardless of their size. When it comes to pollination, Jiangtu realized that purple alphalus has a strange characteristic, so it is very difficult to receive its grass seed nectar. The pistil is still a stamen, Jiangtu can't remember it. It seems to be a stamen. The general meaning is that due to the special structure of the alfalfa, when the bee collects its nectar, its feet fall on the petals and feels gravity. The stamens hidden inside will eject out like mechanisms. Bang! It was sucked on the little bee. This will achieve the mission of leaving nectar on bees. In other words, every time a small purple flower that is collected by a purple alfalfa, the little bee will be beaten. He hopes that the bumblebee can resist beating a little more than an ordinary bee and don't dislike his croaker. Chicory, which signed a contract with the agricultural supplies station, grows very well. It is not like alfalfa. It grows very slowly during the seedling period and has to wait until it reaches a certain height before it can be harvested. The chicory gives Jiangtu a feeling of being more like a cabbage or a maize vegetable. It sprouts quickly and grows quickly. It feels like this situation, it can start harvesting in less than a week. Every time Professor Shui came to see him, he couldn't help but admire him, and then took samples to analyze why the chicory in Jiangtu grew so much better than in the field. The same seeds are not even planted, and the land conditions here in Jiangtu are not as good as those in his place, but they are much taller than those in his place. I felt that if this continues, he wanted to call his students over and take a look. Jiangtu knew that it might be his occasional mixture of spiritual water and fertilizer, but he couldn't say it. Every time I can only rely on a foolish smile and fool it. The 3 classes led by Professor Zhu, more than 60 students, finally completed today's practice after nearly 4 hours. Everyone has experienced the joy of giving pigs a sucking joy. When Jiangtu was delivering food, he passed by his pig pen and obviously found that his wild boar had become haggard all morning. His cheeks, which had been fed by him, were a little sunken inside. The thick pig legs were trembling as if they were stepping on the weight loss blanket when they walked into the pig's nest, and the speed was not slow at all. It was so scattered that he disappeared before his eyes. In the canteen, metal products insulation boxes with 2 major functions, sealing and refrigeration, are stacked in a regular manner by the door to avoid light. Just wait to take it away when you leave. The female students were talking about their experiences this time while washing their hands and washing them 3 times. Hearing Jiangtu, he felt a chill on his spine, and there were several male classmates, who were obviously pale. But, overall, this practical class received unanimous praise. The only negative review was probably given by his wild boar. He has evidence. Because in the afternoon, when Professor Zhu asked him to collect rabbit samples and say goodbye, his wild boar only heard the voice of the devil. He rushed open the fence and rushed into the mountains and forests in a mess. 730. I didn't look back, for fear of being caught and doing it again. Professor Zhu wiped his face embarrassedly and said to Jiangtu, "Well, Xiaozhang, I'll ask the male classmate to come and repair the fence for you." Jiangtu hurriedly said no. He almost looked at Professor Zhu with a little admiration and reminded him, "Why do you call the Forestry Bureau first? The wild boar ran away, so we can't rely on him." No matter today or before, he really did nothing to do to the wild boar. Ah, Professor Zhu was stunned and immediately reacted, "I have to beat one." He didn't leave after saying that, and while directing Jiangtu to collect samples, he called the Forestry Bureau. They didn't know what Jiangtu had communicated with, but they seemed to not care much about the wild boar returning to the mountains and forests. Yes, wild boars originally belonged to the mountains and forests. Professor Zhu also helped him solve the big problem of wild boar from another perspective. Thinking of this, Jiangtu's mood immediately improved. He even wanted to share with Professor Zhu the photos of his little rabbit of other colors. "Wiu, you're coming out soon." Professor Zhu kept zooming in and out, trying to observe from all angles, showing off his eyes and liked it. Just looking at it, you can tell that these little kids have inherited the good genes of their parents. Perhaps, the genes of these big rabbits are more stable than he imagined? Please give me flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please give me monthly votes and comments. I love you, Momo. Chapter 73 Attack on Deer. The departure of the wild boar on the farm had no effect except that Comrade Majiban was a little disappointed. Even Jiangtu is happy to cook a portion of pig food less. Wild boars are big and very edible. Children's Day is a magical festival that no longer pays attention to in Jiangtu, but college students yearn for extremely. It just happened that on this day, the new kitchen of the village service station had been renovated and was ready to be put into use. The first meal in Jiangtu's new kitchen was to provide students with a fried chicken set meal. Fried chicken, fries, burgers, and pizza. They brought their own happy water in the village convenience store. Aou, Brother Zhang Yyds. Brother Zhang, I will work for you after graduation. This taste is many times better than the old man's. I originally thought that I would go out for a meal at Dragon Boat Festival, but now I don't need it. Thank you, Brother Zhang. The professors also rejected Zhang Tu's proposal to have 2 small stir-fry and 8 hamburger and fried chicken with the students. He refused happy water and asked Zhang Tu to help make a cup of lemon tea. The edible mint bought by Jiangtu with the flowers and plants grows very lush in the flower pot. He happened to add it to lemon tea together, bringing a hint of coolness to the warmth of early summer. Several students, after drinking their own happy water, also took a shameless look to the professor to pour a little. The professors didn't care and even said that they could take them to drink from their own side. After Xioxioba finished the meal, Zhang Tu handed over the entire kitchen to his aunt he invited in the village to help clean it. While taking a walk to digest food, I walked home. As soon as he walked to the farm, he saw a group of creatures that had never appeared before in his territory. To be precise, creatures that have never been seen in the real world. He didn't like to go to the zoo much before. They were gnawing on the grass leisurely in their fields, looking around from time to time. Damae stood aside with helpless look on her face. After discovering Zhang Tu, he quickly jogged over and complained. Woom wool wool. They had to break in. The barley worked hard, but they just refused to leave. Woo 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 woo. Daba has never seen such a shameless animal. He looks kind, but in fact, he is just a fool. Zhang Tu also saw clearly that there was a group of deer in his territory, which looked like sika deer. However, Jiangtu is uncertain. A group of people, about a dozen, some big and some small. It doesn't matter. They are all on the grass on the west side, where they were originally prepared for the cows and could be eaten at will. The key is that one of them shamelessly entered his chicory field and gnawed at his confiscated chicory with a look of enjoyment. Chicory signed a contract with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and was the only forage he had fenced. What's going on? I don't even go to eat other ryegrass or alfalfa, so I have to come in and eat chicory. The best taste is chicory. I know that this new variety of chicory is even more precious, right? Also, how did you come in? Zhang Tu roared at the deer in the chicory field. He is now 100% sure that his fence has not been damaged in any way. Then how did this deer get in? Is it flashing through the wall? The male sika deer standing in the chicory field was chewing its bulging cheeks and staring at him with a cute look on his face. Just like there is a flower on his face. Zhang Tu was so angry that he pointed to the deer and said to Dabi, Barry, go up. Drive it away and you add chicken legs tonight. Wang. Dabi, who received the instructions from his master, suddenly became energetic. She stood up and looked at the stag's eyes, all eager to try and ready to go. When the buck saw that it was going to be real, he quickly ran and leaped, easily crossed the fence, and mixed into the deer. This is not over yet. The buck, who had successfully opened a safe distance, looked up and blinked his big eyes with long eyelashes at Zhang Tu. It seems that I went in again, look, that's how I got in. I can still come out like this. Zhang Tu took a deep breath as he watched the chicory field, which was trampled down and was gnawed to the point of being bald. He told himself to be calm and calm. When he met wild animals that could not be solved, he would contact the village chief first and then the forestry bureau. He is familiar with this process. Song Jun was full of question marks when he received the call. He was a little curious about what magic Jiangtu had. Before he came back, they had never seen so many wild animals here. It's a wild boar, a pheasant, and now there are more deer. He quickly rode his little electric donkey and drove towards Jiangtu's house. The classmates who were eating and drinking were sitting in a row under the wall, greeting the village chief with a smile. The village chief had no time to take care of this group of students who were like the old man basking in the sun, and he was only thinking about deer. When he arrived at Jiangtu's house, the scene was very lively. Perhaps it was that Jiangtu tried to use his barley to drive back the group of deer that came from where he didn't know where he came from. However, the deer seemed to see that the barley looked like a wolf, but it was not the same as a wolf, and would not hurt them at all. Just play with Daba. The deer is not so good yet, and the barley is already tired and her tongue is drooping. Song Jun patted Jiangtu on the shoulder and asked, "Do you call the forestry bureau?" "I've beaten." Jiangtu nodded. "Can the forestry bureau compensate for the loss of this forage grass?" He looked at his chicory field with distress. It was so beautiful and neat. Now, it's almost obsessive-compulsive disorder. After chasing for a while, nothing was done. He gave Damai so tired that he went home and drank water. The deer may be thirsty, so they go to the water storage lake very consciously, spread their long legs, and bent down to drink water. The whole world seems to be quiet and peaceful except for Jiangtu and the village chief. They were messy in the wind. The Song army was so worried. He was sure that from the day he took over the village, there were absolutely no deer herds in the forest farms or mountains and forests near the village. There is a black bear, recently it has not been seen for several years. What happened in the mountain that made these animals that should have been afraid of humans come to their village again and again? Every time the county holds a meeting, he will inquire with the village chiefs of other villages, and there is no such thing at all. Collect, he just fell, etc. His gaze shifted to the water storage lake, and the calm lake surface occasionally rippled with little ducks and geese, reflecting a golden light. Gorgeous and dazzling. Is it because of this lake? Song Jun thought secretly. No, this year, Zhao Hao, is not short of rain, and it is even more impossible for the mountains to lack water. There is an irrigation canal a few kilometers away, which is a bit far for them, not far for these deer. The two stood and looked for a while, and confirmed that the deer showed no sign of leaving for the time being, so they went back to the yard of Jiangtu's house to wait for the forestry bureau to arrive. Song Jun looked at the several particularly charming roses in his yard and exclaimed, "It's so good to bloom, this flower. The flowers are big and thick, and they are particularly beautiful." Jiangtu looked at him. The tomboy Wang Xiu praised his rose this morning, saying that it looked like a middle-aged and elderly person's emoticon. "Is this the difference between boys and girls?" He gave Song Jun a lemon and mint water and said, "Oh, this is an edible rose. I'll try the flower cake when I'm blooming a little longer." So, it has nothing to do with appearance. As long as it tastes delicious. Sure enough, Song Jun praised him more sincerely. The central idea was that after doing it, please be sure to give him some points to try it. "I'm asking for flowers, collect, subscribe, and give me monthly tickets and comments. I love you." Chapter 74. Stay for the time being. Song Jun and Jiangtu talked about the small shop in their village in the county town. "I've got a flaw, haha." He smiled and said to Jiangtu, "I finished talking at that time. Those remaining village chiefs are regretful. I can laugh for several days. You must have never imagined what I handed over." Song Jun looked at Jiangtu proudly. Jiangtu was willing to be the supporting actor, and he asked, "What is it?" Song Jun smiled and said, "It's just a local specialty. Apples or blueberries are fine, mushrooms, pine nuts, and agricultural products from each household can be consigned to the store as long as they have the characteristics and pass the test. So, if your flour cake is produced energy, you can also put it in the store to sell it. Who said that there can only be flour cakes in the south? We also have flowers locally. It's a pity that the season for locust flowers has passed. Jiang Tu was stunned. He really didn't expect that there was such a way to sell it. It sounded like the kind of grocery store in ancient times. What procedures are required for selling food? It has to be tested. To be honest, he was a little moved, afraid that it was too troublesome to complete various procedures. If the village chief said, occasionally selling in a small shop, will he get more favorable treasure chests after more people eat what he cooks? Even if their county town is located in a remote area, the traffic during the tourist season must be more than usual, right? Besides, this kind of consignment makes it more convenient for him, and there are 730 people working in the village. I really don't know this. I'll leave it to Uncle Wang. I'll help you ask when I go back. Song Jun looked at Jiang Tu and felt that his suggestion that had just flashed was quite good. How good is Jiang Tu's craftsmanship? He has eaten for so long that he knows quite well. If he could make some snacks and sell them in the store, he might be able to help drive the sales of other things. The two looked at each other and tacitly wrote down the matter. I heard that a deer from Jiang Tu's family has arrived, and the Forestry Bureau is here soon this time. After all, to put it bluntly, they almost kept their hands closed with their eyes closed. In previous years, I couldn't come once a year. How many times have I counted this year? Director Lu, who was sitting in the back seat, didn't know what expression he had to put on. Originally, he said he would help apply for a wild animal breeding certificate, but the professor of Agricultural University came and the wild boar ran away and has not returned yet. He thought about it and there was no need to apply. But, another herd of deer is coming. True, plans can never keep up with changes. The Forestry Bureau's car just drove onto the Jiangtu family's territory. Without Jiangtu's introduction, they saw the deer in the Jiangtu family's land. The good news is that the deer herd does not seem to destroy the fields to the east. The bad news is that a few deer jump to eat alone in the field surrounded. The things planted in the separately surrounded field are more precious at first glance. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no one around, just this one. As for whether it was Jiangtu or the village chief, he deliberately wrapped the deer. That certainly is not. Because of the deer, after hearing the roar of the car, jumped out of it and got lost in the deer. I am very proficient in the movements, and it is obvious that it is not the first time I have done it. Hearing the sound of the car, Jiang Tu and Song Jun quickly came out of their home to greet them. When they came out, Lin Yi had already started shooting and recording with his camera. Strive to take pictures of every deer for easy file keeping. He also drew a 9 position to his leader, indicating that there were 9 deer groups in total. Most what is rare is that this deer herd has 1 buck, 5 female deer and 3 cubs. One of them was a female deer with obvious pregnancy symptoms. I guess I'm about to give birth. I don't know what the reason is, these deer were obviously not living here before, but now they have no intention of leaving. Lin Yi temporarily judged from their eyes that there might be something in the forest to the west that made them extremely afraid. Also, these deer seem to like this place very much. Lin Yi looked at the situation here and happened to be in the junction area between the woods and the mountain grasslands. The aquatic plants were lush by the Jiangtuan, and there were no other large herbivores fighting for food, and there were no predators. They looked very suitable for settlement. He also added reasons for the deer. The key is that humans will continue to plant after eating. What is the difference between this and the infinite refill? Director Lu was a little embarrassed. They can take 1 or 2. This is a deer herd. There must be a zoo that is willing to take over, but they are not happy to give it to it. Director Lu is hard to say why. Jiang Tu and Song Jun did not speak, and were waiting for Director Lu to speak. Director Lu did not speak, but called. After a long discussion, Director Lu raised a slightly flattering smile to Jiang Tu. Yes, read it right, with a slightly flattering smile. That, Xiao Zhang. Jiang Tu was so scared that she almost fell behind by Director Liu's tone of sweetness. He stood up straight and said to Director Liu with a solemn look on his face, "Director, if you have something to do, you will say it. If you can cooperate, I will definitely cooperate. It's not really not." Director Liu looked like a magical expression. I knew Xiaozhang was a good boy who was wise and wise. He also had a 3-point embarrassment and pleased 4 times. He said, "Xiaozhang, can this deer be left here for a few days?" The county said it was going to hold a meeting to discuss, and maybe it would have to alarm the city. This time span is longer. Hearing this, Jiang Tu's face changed suddenly. Can he take back what he said just now? A few days ago, I had just sent away the wild boar, and the deer came again, and 9 of them were also brought at once. That's true, 3 years, 3 years, and 3 years. Director Liu knew that it was not good when he looked at Jiang Tu's expression. Even the village chief of Xiong'er village did not seem to be standing on his side, and quickly expressed his conditions. "Xiaozhang, don't worry, we will definitely compensate you for the losses caused by the deer in your family these days. Also, Kobayashi will stay here to help you this time. According to the previous situation, this group of deer should not be here for long. With Kobayashi on the side, you don't have to worry about it, and if something happens, it won't be counted on you. I'll guarantee you this. Look, they may just pass by, and I trust you more. At least you won't hurt them, right?" Lin Yi looked at his leader with surprise. He would stay here, why didn't he know? Director Liu said sincerely, and Jiang Tu looked confused. "How many days are you really going to stay?" he asked back. "This is what it looks like according to experience." Director Liu wiped his sweat. According to his experience, these deer should not appear here. Can he say it? Must not be possible. He continued to give Jiang Tu a calm injection. "Don't worry, the deer doesn't leave, and no solution comes out, and Kobayashi doesn't leave. In this matter, you can ask the village chief to make a guarantee. Isn't there a professor from the agricultural university in your village? It's okay to add them." Director Liu wiped his sweat, and he just had to pat his chest to ensure that he could make sure. "Please give me flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please give me monthly votes and comments, Momo." Chapter 75 The Bareheaded Aisha Duck. Jiang Tu glanced at him, looked up and down, and then went to see Song Jun's expression. Song Jun nodded at Jiang Tu and whispered, "If there are only a few days left, you can agree for the moment." After saying that, "I'm a county leader, I can think of it. Judging from this situation, there may be many troubles in the future." Jiang Tu glared at the village chief, "Don't be crowed." He also nodded in accordance with the village chief's wishes and said, "You have to make sure that your forestry bureau keeps people here. I don't care about this deer, you guys will take care of it yourself. It's okay to eat my grass first. Can you stop letting them eat the ones I'm surrounded? That's the grass I signed with the agricultural supplies station." How could he count the yield per mu for such a disaster? When he saw Jiang Tu agreeing, Director Liu nodded quickly and handed over this arduous and great task to Lin Yi, who was confused. "Lin Yi? What's the situation? Is he sold? Or was it mortgaged?" He looked at his leader, and Feng Guohuo couldn't wait to drive away, and he didn't even give him time to go home to pack his clothes. He looked at Jiang Tu and the village chief miserably, raised his hand and asked, "Where do I live in? Are there any daily necessities provided?" Song Jun and Jiang Tu looked at Lin Yi with sympathy. This time, Jiang Tu first spoke, "Live in my house, it's also convenient for you to look at the deer. My house also has an empty room. The clothes are not enough, you can wear mine first. You can check the rest at the convenience store. Your forestry bureau will probably be reimbursed." Lin nodded and said bluntly, "He must report it to me, Leader Pin. No reimbursement, haha. Things have been made up, and it is useless for Lin to resist. I could only stay quietly and look at the deer. Jiang Tu didn't care about his personal stay at home. His room was a unique family. He had great hope that the deer had eaten and drank enough and left here and returned to the forest. However, until dark, the deer had no intention of leaving. However, this afternoon, Jiang Tu understood some reasons. The biggest possibility is spiritual water and spiritual fertilizer. Especially Ling Shui. Now he can say that he opens 1 to 2 bottles of spiritual water every day, and some are mixed in the drinking water of various animals at home. Some of them are mixed with well water, or can reach the rainwater standard after filtering, and water the flowers and vegetables. Although the effect is very weak and even if humans cannot discover it after accumulation, some sensitive wild animals may find clues. For example, the pasture here may taste better than the ones in the forest. It may also smell more fragrant than the forest, etc. If it is true, then this situation may become more and more obvious in the future, and more animals will be attracted. Thinking of this, Jiang Tu rubbed his eyebrows and felt a little difficult to deal with. He seemed to be able to foresee how lively it would be in his territory in the future. Last night, God must have cried secretly. In the morning, the air exudes a sweet smell unique after rain. A few drops of raindrops hanging on the grass leaves, and the Yundi's appeared raindrops were like gorgeous gems, shining with dazzling light in the sun. There were a few brave birds standing on the fence of his house, chirping and singing different songs. In fact, they are just sharing the amazing gossip I heard yesterday. Have you heard that? Last night, Mr. Wild Boar was beaten. Isn't that true? That big cat is really a murderer. Yes, right, fortunately it doesn't catch birds, otherwise I'll be done. Haha, you're not even enough to stuff it into teeth. Lord Cat, why are you catching? Jiang Tu couldn't understand it, but she felt that it seemed that it was getting noisy nearby. Especially in the fruit forest in the back mountain, the cicadas were already buzzing there before the cicadas appeared. I really don't know, there are so many birds, whether it is a good or a bad thing for this unformed fruit forest or a good thing for his farm. He had just finished the breakfast for the students. When he walked home, he saw Lin Yi picking up a small wooden stick somewhere, holding it in his hand, like a cowherd, and ran over to him mysteriously and told him. Do you know? There are a group of mergansers in your water storage lake, and it seems that they are still set up in your reeds. Jiang Tu, what? Lin Yi enthusiastically shared the pictures he took with Jiang Tu. He pointed to the red-haired ducks on the water near the reeds and told Jiang Tu that these were the ones. It looks obviously different from your duck. That's quite different. The ducks in Jiang Tu's family are white, numb, and black. Not to mention what they look like when they grow up. Anyway, the feather change is not over yet. However, when did they come? Why do I have no idea at all? Jiang Tu was puzzled. Lin glanced at Jiang Tu and asked him, do you often go to the lake? No, why am I going there? Jiang Tu replied without thinking. He knew after her saying that. Every morning, he was only responsible for opening the door of the duck tongue and goose house and putting these small things out. As for where they go, and when they go back, it is all Dabby who is responsible. It is possible that a group of people are also responsible. He is only responsible for counting the number every night and then locking the door. Ah! What should I do? Jiang Tu had a little numbness. What's the situation? Randomly he thought of the orchard behind him and the chattering every morning, and he said, otherwise you go to the orchard to take a look, there may be more varieties there. 0. Lin Yi. He turned around and left. He doesn't look at it, so how can he increase his workload? Isn't that something that a fool can do? No, you can explain it clearly. What should you do with those little red-haired ducks? Bomb away. Jiang Tu followed Lin Yi's pace and began to ask professionals for advice. He was really scared by He Chen, and lawyer he was afraid. It starts for 3 years and does not have a cap, so who can stand it? Lin Yi was really annoyed and had no choice but to say, "You don't have to worry, just don't hurt them. I have reported to the leader about the merganser. What should I do next? Wait for the notice." After saying that, he quickly left. To be honest, he still has a little sympathy for Zhang Tu. There are so many people who come back to farm and open farms, and he is really the only one who has had so many things. It's a wild boar and a deer, a chicken and a duck. I really don't know whether it's a good or a bad thing. Brother Zhang, Brother Zhang. Ma Jibin ran to this side while shouting Zhang Tu's name. Zhang Tu looked up and looked over for no reason and asked, "So what's wrong?" "Hey, ha." Ma Jibin supported himself with his hand's knee, trying hard to adjust your breath, and said, "The wild boar are back, and they are seriously injured. You can go over and take a look. It just so happens that the people from the Forestry Bureau are here too. Let's go together." After he said that, he took the lead in running away. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please review monthly tickets. Love you sons. Chapter 76 The Injured Wild Boar. Zhang Tu and Lin Yi hurriedly followed. Sure enough, outside his pig pen, there was an extremely familiar giant lying on his face, looking at the empty food trough in the pig pen with a grievance, with a sad face. The scarlet wounds on the back and thighs were shocking. The rolled flesh has begun to shrink, but there is still a little blood flowing out from it. The fishy smell attracted the nearby flies and worms, hovering and trying to get close. After seeing Jiangtu, the wild boar struggled to get up and wanted to get to his side, but the pig's body shook and the whole thing fell down again. Tears flowed out in the ugly triangle's eyes. It was obviously so big, but at this moment he felt aggrieved like a child. After more than a month in his house, when did this wild boar suffer such grievances and such severe injuries except on the day Professor Zhu came? Zhang Tu felt distressed and wanted to curse her. He looked at Lin Yi and Lin nodded. Qi San turned around and started to make phone calls respectively. Zhang Tu was making a phone call and walked home. He had to cook another portion of pig food for the wild boar, the kind that doubled the Lingchuan water. "Hey, Liang Feng, sorry, are you busy? Can you come to my place with your equipment? The wild boar seems to have been beaten by something, and he is injured. I guess the Forestry Bureau may notify you later." Lin Yi was even more straightforward. The information he saw from various appearances was a little more than Zhang Tu. "Hey, Lin Yi, is the deer left?" Lin Yi had just dialed the phone and before he could speak, Director Lu was over there with expectation. "Lin Yi. Sorry, leader, things are even worse." He said, "The deer didn't leave, the wild boar came back, and seemed to be injured. I followed Zhang Tu and took a look, like the handwriting of a big cat. I just don't know what that big cat is, and how it's going on now. Oh, by the way, Zhang Tu has notified Liang Fengliang's veterinary doctor." Silence. After Lin Yi finished reporting, there was a dead silence on the phone. "Director? Director Lu? Are you still here?" Poor Deputy Director Lu was flirting with the mother's heart as the deputy director. "There is no way, the director is about to retire, so bear it. I'm here." "I understand." After more than 10 seconds, Director Liu's slightly weak voice recalled again on the other end of the phone. It's too difficult for him. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi continued to observe the wild boar. Zhang Tu was gone, and the wild boar became the next to him. The child who had just come to inform him of this matter had gotten an apple from somewhere and was squatting beside the wild boar, feeding it half and half. This treatment. Lin Yi didn't know how to express his views. He now understood why the first choice was to return here after the wild boar was injured. Look at the Jiangtu and look at the group of students. Where can I compare to the safer place in the mountains? He asked himself what choice would he choose if he was this wild boar. Maybe, it's just a desperate effort to get it back. Before Liang Feng arrived, Jiangta's pig food was cooked first. When it was taken out, there was still a steaming heat. The originally weak wild boar became better in an instant when he smelled the familiar scent. I stopped pretending to be wronged. I stared at the pig food bowl with my eyes straight at the pig food bowl. Where is the basin and where is the eyeballs? The huge roar in his stomach almost shocked Ma Jiban, who was beside him. Hot, wait! Zhang Tu blocked the wild boar, not letting it see, let alone let it get close. Just so happened that Liang Feng arrived with the medicine box at this time. He made a simple judgment from the pictures sent by Zhang Tu, loaded some medicines that he might use, and came here immediately. I don't know the specific situation. Judging from the photos, most of them are skin trauma. Some infections may be short and not too serious. However, the pig was lying on the ground, and his look was so bad that he didn't dare to confirm. He once saw a big wild boar in a video of a forest ranger, with bloody wounds on his body, and he was walking through the forest for food without any mind. Compared to the wound, it is more like its medal of success in escape. As for this one, he was afraid that some serious internal injuries would not be visible from the outside. Who knew that when he came here, he was seriously injured when Chang Jiangta was so clever that he wanted to eat? I'm afraid it's all for it. Scheming pig. Lin Yi and Ma Jiban next to him had already seen through the essence and felt that they had fed the dog the pain just now. Ma Jiban still feels sorry for his big apple, a high-end product that costs 5 yuan per pound. Zhang Tu pressed the big pig's head and shouted at it, "Do your examination first, and then eat it when the doctor says it's okay. You will know how to eat it." Liang Feng, come on. After saying that, he shook his head at Liang Feng and signaled him to come quickly. Liang Feng pushed his glasses and flicked his disposable medical gloves on his wrist, making a crisp sound. After repeatedly confirming that the pig will not attack him, give it to him first. This pig was anesthetized. 0. Now that I can hold it down, when the wound is hurt, who can guarantee that I can hold it down? Liang Feng skillfully debrides and sutures, and did not forget to direct Zhang Tu and the students to help him turn the wild boars over when he needed them. Zhang Tu looked at Liang Feng's movements and grinned. Sure enough, the doctor and the chef were completely contrary to each other. Liang Feng's expression of sewing pig skin was serious, and he could only think of pig skin frozen. Lin Yi stood aside and took the video recording seriously. These will be valuable information in the future. Finally, Liang Feng took out a syringe so big, really, so big. Zhang Tu saw it and felt that at least the baby's arms were as thick as his baby, and his face was full of shock for a moment. Liang Feng glanced at him and said, "What are you looking at?" "It's anti-inflammatory." Before he finished speaking, the needle had been stabbed in. Zhang Tu obviously saw several students around him and trembled. After pushing the potion, Liang Feng pulled out the needle neatly, clapped his hands, and handed Zhang Tu a pack of small pills. He said, "Okay, I will stay here to observe today. If the pig doesn't have fever, it will be fine. This pack of medicine will be fed alone within the next 3 days. If you can feed it alone, you can't mix it in pig food, it will play a role in anti-sterilization and anti-inflammatory. The self-healing ability of wild animals is far higher than that of domestic and humans. Sutures are also absorbable and will be reimbursed by the Forestry Bureau." He clapped his hands and went to Jiangta's house to find a place to wash his hands. Lin Yi's eyes kept looking towards the entrance of the village. The pigs were stitched 1.8, why didn't his leader arrive yet? It shouldn't be. Even if he didn't answer the phone, it would be that something happened on the road. "Director, come quickly." He, a small employee, really couldn't bear such a big thing. In fact, Zhang Tu was also puzzled. The Forestry Bureau usually comes very fast, why did such a big thing happen this time, and I haven't seen anyone now? Could it be because Lin Yi is here, even if the people from their Forestry Bureau have arrived? The director doesn't have to go alone? It makes sense. Zhang Tu nodded secretly. Liang Feng didn't care. He had already buried himself in the rice bowl and had a happy meal. What's more joyful than sowing wild boars, earning extra money, and tasting delicious food for free? Please ask for flowers, please collect them, please give me monthly votes, please subscribe, please give me all readers. Chapter 77 The Golden Leopard is Coming. 3 people, with different moods, fell into the fragrance of dreams. Even the big wild boar was full of food and drink at this time, and with his wounds covered with healed, he lay on the clean straw, and fell asleep with peace of mind. It used its intact big face to rub the straw under it with the smell of sunshine, and hummed twice. It's better to be here, safe, and delicious meals are distributed on time. Occasionally, if someone is playing hooligans with pigs, let them play with them. Anyway, this is not happening every day, and the pig is lying flat. It only then did it realize how terrible the forests are and how unpalatable the food is. Never go again. Humph. In the early morning, it was not yet dawn. The early birds have not started chirping yet. The rooster is still sleeping, completely forgetting that he still has to hang his throat. Ah! Damai's scream instantly woke Zhang Tu from his dream. This is a situation that has never happened before. Zhang Tu put on a pair of them randomly and walked out quickly to see what was going on. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Dabi standing at the door with her tail tightly clamped, tremblingly standing at the door, looking at her doghouse with fear. It has made its greatest effort not to be scared to pee. Even Haimi stood outside the nest with a look of vigilance and fear, baring her fangs towards the barley nest, but she only dared to make a low defensive roar. The corn in the cage was even more fur exploded all over his body, and he was afraid that he would only hide in his nest. Zhang Tu frowned. What is the thing that can make Haimi and Damai scare? He was a little overwhelmed. He shone lightly at the barley nest with a flashlight. In the darkness, a pair of bright green eyes flashed with fierce light. The snow-white fangs were shining with this gloomy cold light under the light, as if it could break the prey's throat in the next second, making them the souls under its mouth. Zhang Tu took a breath of cold air, with golden fur and black dots hape patterns. What is this? Not a golden leopard? He also thought at this time that his wild boar was probably injured by this thing. But how could Jinqian leopard come to his house? There is no prey here that will interest the golden leopard. No. Deer. This leopard would not have come chasing the deer. Then he is too unlucky. Just as Zhang Tu was thinking, he felt as if he had heard the painful roar of the golden leopard. Could it be that this leopard was also injured? If it was really a fight with his wild boar weighing 500 plus, it would be impossible. Thinking of this, Zhang Tu took a deep breath and tried to approach the leopard little by little. The body-strengthening pills are not enough to let him deal with a big cat with bare hands, but maybe the affinity is good. He didn't care about anything else, and used his body to block it, took out a piece of beef from the system, and a bottle of spiritual spring water, and approached the large tank where the golden leopard was little by little. It seemed that he had noticed Zhang Tu's friendliness, and the golden leopard was obviously not as fierce as before. The fangs that were lit out as intimidation were slowly withdrawn. In the big fluorescent eyes, the vertical pupils began to melt. Good boy, come here. Zhang Tu didn't dare to get close to it about 3 meters away from the front of the big tank. He pushed the 2 things hard in front of the leopard and signaled it to come and eat it by itself. The golden leopard sniffed the fragrance in the air, looked at Zhang Tu again, and his round little ears moved, and he walked out of the tank bit by bit. While being alert, it told itself that this was the place where it had chosen to give birth to a baby. It had already checked the site many times and should believe it. Trust this human, he will not hurt himself. He was very good at those foods, stupid dogs, and even the cat he threw to explore the way. As soon as the golden leopard came out of the tank, Zhang Tu became familiar with the dark eyes and suddenly found that its hind legs seemed to be injured. Moreover, its belly is abnormally round. After having so many pregnant animals at home, Jiang Tu suddenly realized that this golden leopard was probably pregnant and was injured. His heart suddenly tugged. Who wouldn't like big cats? Who can be sad when he sees the big cat being injured? What's more, it's a big cat with a baby. The golden leopard just came out of the tank, skipped the beef, and headed straight for the Lingchuan water. This small bottle looks like ordinary water, but instinct tells it that this is good for it and has a particularly great benefit. It kept licking it clean before it swallowed the beef in big mouthfuls to replenish its energy for the upcoming production. All of this is blamed on that damn wild boar. At this moment, Jiang Tu tentatively placed his hand on the big cat's forehead. He touched it. He touched the legendary leopard. The head is big and the hair is a bit thick. Overall, it feels not as good as his corn. But at this time, the golden leopard's head was melon. With a population of billions of people across the country, how many people can touch the head of the golden leopard? At the beginning, the golden leopard was startled by this sudden action. But slowly, the warm touch on the forehead reminded it of its mother. In the fiercely competitive jungle life, it almost forgot how long it has been since it enjoyed this tenderness. This made it reluctant to leave and continued to rub it. Suddenly, the thrust in his stomach made the whole leopard shrank. Jiang Tu also discovered this change, and it was a little numb. The leopard in front of you is about to give birth. Oh my God, what should he do? According to common sense, it should be able to do it itself. It was like corn, and I gave him a surprise early the next morning. He didn't have time to think too much, and the next second the leopard fell to Jiang Tu's palm that had not yet been able to withdraw. My God! You, don't mess with the slap! He glanced at the golden leopard in front of him and shouted at Damai, get a mat for me. Fearing that Dabi wouldn't understand, he pointed to the things he usually slept in his nest. Damai fought against each other, tilted her head, looked at Jiang Tu, and a little bit, she walked in through the open door in the living room with great caution. After a while, he dragged 733 out on a mat and stood 3 meters away from Jiang Tu, refusing to approach. Jiang Tu didn't force it, and praised it, good kid, give me your phone, and you'll also give me your phone. He made a phone call in his ear. Damai just came back and found out that Damai seemed to have been trained before, and his reaction to mobile phones was the most sensitive. So I will interact with it normally. However, Dabi's various reactions made him even less sure why Dabi's former owner abandoned such a good dog. After Jiang Tu successfully got these two things, he signaled Damai, and if he was afraid, he would take Haimi to sleep in the living room. Damai nodded, couldn't help but shake her tail twice. When she saw the eyes of Jinqian leopard, she quickly clamped it up again. Mom! It came to see it. Woo-woo! In fact, anyone who is exhaled from his nest by a slap in his sleep will be instinctively afraid. Even if it didn't even stretch its claws, its original intention was not to hurt it. Daba helped Heiji and moved the puppy together. When I heard about the corn in the cage, I didn't move, but locked the cage by myself. Yes, Jiang Tu read it correctly, it was corn locked by himself. He didn't bother asking when Yumi learned to lock the door, so he quickly picked up the leopard and put it on the mat. While comforting himself, he called Liang Feng. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please give me monthly votes and comments. Chapter 78, Delivery. Liang Feng did not live in his house, so he chose to live in a service station with independent bathroom and hot water. I don't know what's going on here, it's very reasonable. The problem is, Lin Yi's stupid child has no reaction at all because of such a big disturbance. Not that I had been bitten to death by the golden leopard. However, it cannot. When this leopard came, there was no blood on its mouth. The blood stains I have just eaten beef. Jiang Tu, do you want to die if you call me at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night? Liang Feng, who was awakened by the phone while sleeping soundly, was simply furious. He wrote about the case of wild boar injury treatment last night and wrote it until 12 o'clock. You're still fucking leopard, you haven't woken up in your dreams. Do you know how many of this thing exist in the wild in China now? Maybe we can't even get one. It's still fucking difficult to give birth. Liang Feng's words were about to leave suddenly stopped. Because he could clearly hear the roar unique to the big cats coming from the other end of the phone. The screams filled with pain and depression were completely different. Through the earpiece, he felt the heavy breathing hit his eardrum again and again. He has heard this sound countless times in the animal world and in the teaching short films circulating in the veterinary world, but he has not been clear. Let's go, damn. I'll go there right away. You, wait for me for 2 minutes. Liang Feng was numb and he realized that this might be true. At this time, reason was also restored. While packing up his medical box, he checked whether there was something missing. If the human being could make do with it, he decided to smash the village doctor's door. Anyway, depending on this situation, it is not too late to transport from the county to this side. I should have thought of it long ago. He muttered while looking for shoes. The wounds of today's wild boars are obviously not something that ordinary cats can do. Even lynxes can do it. Oh, who dares to believe this matter? Whoever lets it go will believe it. He picked up the medical box, pushed open the door, and rushed outside. While trying hard to comfort the big cat, Zhang Tu gave it a vaccination and said that a professional veterinarian would come back to help. Of course, he would not leave. While using his mobile phone to search for all the information he could find. Look at this situation, what can you do? At the same time, I pulled out the system treasure chest to see if there was anything he had ignored before, but it was just right now. When Liang Feng appeared at his doorstep, his hair was flying in the air, and his white coat was in a bad mood. He didn't know that he was not sure. Not to mention the sweat that was running around while carrying the medical box. There were traces of mud and grass leaves hanging on my pants, as if I had accidentally fallen. Liang Feng saw the big cat held in Zhang Tu's arms at first sight, and his pupils instantly shrank into a dot. A minute later, he finally regained his consciousness with his strong professionalism. He went forward without rushing to wash away the sweat stains on his body at the water pump of Jiangta's house. It seemed as if the person who was scared just now was not him at all. He said calmly, I need a light now. I can't see this kind of environment clearly. It won't work. Zhang Tu also looked at him, I can't move. I don't guarantee that it won't attack you after I leave. Just as Liang Feng approached, he noticed that the leopard's body in his arms was tense for a moment. He comforted him for a few moments before relaxing again. Lin Yi, Lin Yi! Liang Feng shouted. Zhang Tu shook his head and said, I tried it without any movement. Is Lin Yi going to guard the deer in the forest? He was a little uncertain. Normal people should wake up when they hear so much movement. Fuck! Liang Feng cursed inwardly. Zhang Tu couldn't move, but now he also needed someone to hand over something or do it for him. Moreover, from any perspective, the presence of the Forestry Bureau is the optimal solution. Lin Yi is not in the room, but as far as he knows Lin Yi, maybe this kid is sleeping soundly. Still staring at the deer, he wished that the deer would be scared by the golden leopard and went back to the mountains. He put down the medical box and slapped the door hard. No response. Liang Feng glanced at Zhang Tu and kicked hard at the door. Bang! The door bounced back to the wall, making a huge noise, and even the golden leopard in Zhang Tu's arms was shocked. My stomach began to twitch violently, and blood still flowed out from the lower body. Liang Feng, don't worry about it for now. Zhang Tu shouted anxiously at Liang Feng who had disappeared in front of him. In the room, Lin Yi, who had eye masks and earplugs, was finally awakened from his sleep. He pulled off his eye mask impatiently, took out his earplugs, and complained to the door, Who? Zhang Tu, has your house been invaded by a robber? Liang Feng threw his clothes on Lin Yi's face, and ran outside and said, "What happened? I'll give you 2 minutes and come out immediately. Wash your hands and disinfect them." "What?" Lin Yi was confused. "What happened? He is in a dream." Just now, he vaguely heard someone calling him, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to look back or agree. It's all the blame for those students, they tell any stories. He used his instinct to get up and put on his clothes. When he went out, he realized how chaotic the scene was. Not only did all the lights in Jiangtu's yard turn on, Jiangtu also hugged the leopard with one hand and illuminated Liang Feng with the other. Liang Feng was waiting for the anesthesia attack while smoothing the leopard's stomach. Fortunately, he was afraid that he would shoot twice in a row like he was catching a wild boar for the second time. "This brings back up, and now you can use it by reducing the dose a little." He took the time to glare at Lin Yi and signaled that he might come over and help. "What are you doing while standing?" Lin Yi stepped forward carefully and asked Kkaa. Where did you get the leopard? He was not very skillful in disinfecting himself, and then he ended up with the flashlight in Jiangtu's hand. Jiangtu looked at Lin Yi and wondered while worried about the leopard. Can someone really have such good sleep quality? A little enviable. I tell you that I have taken over countless wandering cats and pet cats, but this is indeed the first time for the leopard. It may be due to premature birth when fighting with a wild boar. Let's try to make it give birth naturally. I'll help push it, Jiangtu, please hold it. Liang Feng introduced the situation and gave advice. The situation was urgent. And he used a little less anesthetic dose, so Jiangtu was very important. Jiangtu nodded and said that he knew. Lin Yi also quickly got into the situation, looking cautious. Roar! Hold! The tragic roar of the golden leopard echoed over Jiangtu's house. Not far away, in the mountains and forests, birds were startled and fell down again. Only the rattle sound was left, echoing in the air. It's almost done, Happy, Lin Yi, be prepared and take it. If you don't work, give the lamp to Jiangtu. Please give me a collection, subscribe, give me a monthly vote evaluation, please give me a lot of readers. Chapter 79-3. When the lights in Jiangtu's yard were originally designed, in order not to disturb the tranquility of the forest, but also to play a little lighting, the lights were all chosen to be warm yellow with very low saturation. You can say that it has a strong sense of atmosphere, or it has a strong sense of warmth, but the lighting in this case is more than a little weak. So a few people used the high-beam flashlight specially bought by Jiangtu. It is the kind that is promoted online, and it can be bright as soon as it opens. Here you come out, Lin Yi is ready. Liang Feng called out. Lin Yi had already picked up Jiangtu's clean towel and waited aside. This towel was prepared by Jiangtu at that time for black rice, thinking that corn could be used. Who knew that when the black rice was used, the corn was useless, so it was all left. Now it's just for leopards to use. When the first little cub was sent to the mother's mouth, it immediately attracted the attention of the mother of leopard. It gently licked Jiangtu's hand. But it quickly couldn't help it lick off the mucus because its belly twitched even harder. Soon, the second one came out. It's over? Lin Yi asked, looking at his belly that was almost silent. No, there is another one. The placenta has not come out either. Liang Feng touched the belly of Jinjian leopard and said with a bad face. He doesn't even have a ultrasound device now, and he can't confirm the situation of the little baby. Looking at the two that came out first, Liang Feng could clearly feel their weakness. The last one didn't come out, and it would be a lot of luck if he didn't come out again. 733. Even the big leopard is. I'll rub it again. Lin Yi, please help me take care of the two little leopards. Jiangtu, please pay attention to the situation of the big leopard. Jiangtu nodded seriously. He took advantage of the time when both of them had their own hands and secretly poured another bottle of spiritual spring water into the big leopard's mouth. Be careful to hold the bottle in your pocket and don't be discovered. It is said that spiritual spring water is omnipotent, and I hope it will be of some help to the big leopard." Sure enough, the big leopard that had drunk the spiritual spring water suddenly seemed to have strength. It gasped for a few heavy breaths, and in conjunction with Liang Feng's movements, the last little leopard was successfully born. After the placenta was successfully released, Liang Feng quickly dealt with the leopard and motioned the Jiangtu to put it in a cleaner place. Heimi, who had been watching inside for a long time, plucked up her courage and walked out with a big mat in her mouth. Put it not far from Jiangtu, and hurried back. Jiangtu looked at Heimi gratefully and quickly carried the big leopard to the new mat. But the big leopard was unwilling to move, and his eyes were staring at the last little leopard in Liang Feng's hand. "It has been holding it in my stomach for too long." Liang Feng had just cleaned up the dirt in his mouth and nose and was doing CPR for it, trying to pull it back from the gates of hell. The big leopard didn't move at all, just staring at it in a daze. Lin Yi carefully placed the other two little leopards next to the big leopard. At this time, the big leopard reacted a little, looked away, stretched out his head and licked their little heads. They still knew nothing, and their eyes were not opened. And they instinctively leaned against the abdomen of the mother beast to absorb warmth. Jiang Tu looked at Liang Feng's fingers constantly moving, and did not dare to interrupt them. He just looked at him with heartache. In the sky outside, a ray of light had leaked out from the junction of heaven and earth. The loud crowing sound of the big rooster also came from afar. It looks like a sharp blade that breaks through the darkness, like a god that spreads light. Lin Yi stood beside Liang Feng with a worried look on his face, simulating the rhythmic movements in his hands. When Liang Feng couldn't hold on, he could take over immediately. Time passes minute by minute. The expression on the big leopard's face became more and more anxious, and Jiang Tu wanted to come forward to help. Liang Feng, who was not tired of sweating while helping deliver the baby, had sweat on his forehead tightly at this time, reflecting the increasingly intense sunlight. Jiang Tu feels extremely cold. It seems that every second now brings not life force, but the sickle that the god of death is gradually approaching. In just one moment, an extremely faint chirping sound exploded in Liang Feng's ears. He turned his head involuntarily, looking at Lin Yi beside him, looking for confirmation. The moment just now was not an illusion, right? Lin Yi opened his eyes wide and nodded desperately. Yes, he heard it. I really heard it. Finally, Liang Feng also felt his heartbeat that became powerful and vibrant under his hands. In an instant, he collapsed on the ground. Lin Yi didn't even have time to grab him, and his hand was still awkwardly staying in the air. However, no one cared about it in the yard. Liang Feng got up and sent the last little leopard to the big leopard. I hope to awaken this little leopard's stronger vitality through motherhood. The big leopard sniffed the last cub that finally returned to him. He felt the weak but real vitality, and looked at Liang Feng and the others with great gratitude. Moving his claws, he walked into his arms. Its choice is really correct. My 3 babies are now born safely. It knew that if it was in the forest, these little cubs might not live long, but it found a support for itself. Finally I can feel at ease. Hey, hey! Liang Feng and Lin Yi looked at each other, and sat on the ground, smirking with excitement. They saved a leopard. The proud expression cannot be hidden no matter how hard it is. However, this matter was not over yet. Jiang Tu glanced at the big tank that Jin Qianbao chose at the beginning and signaled Liang Feng and the others to go to the back of his warehouse and roll out the tank. Clean up a little and let the leopard move in temporarily. The location is just placed near his beehive. Yes, I feel pitiful to the weasel kid who is also nearby. When Jiang Tu limped and packed the leopard weighing nearly 200 kilograms with its 3 cubs, the other 2 couldn't help but exclaim. Damn it, Brother Jiang, you are too strong. Lin Yi sighed. While feeling the numbness of dense thighs like an ant bite, Jiang Tu looked at him in confusion and asked, can't you do it? Then how did you hug your wife when you get married? Lin Yi suddenly became furious. He was a man, how could he admit that he was not good? He said stubbornly, "Can it be the same as holding a leopard?" Liang Feng successfully delivered 3 little leopards, and he was in a good mood. So of course he was in the mood to joke. He said, "Why aren't it all feline? Tigers are much more fierce than female leopards." What? Lin Yi didn't understand. Zhang Tu laughed out loud. He settled the big leopard, and Liang Feng thoughtfully used a bed sheet to block the light outside. When everything was finally over, the female leopard, who had worked hard all night, also fell asleep in her 3 little cubs. Only then did the 3 of them realize that they were in a mess. Especially Liang Feng, his white coat has long been torn like a ball of rag, and it is covered with blood. Zhang Tu was not much better either. He was stuck with countless leopard fur and dirty things, and his coat was caught one by one, but fortunately it was just a coat. The corners of their mouths smiled together, and no one disliked each other and went back to sort them out. After Zhang Tu finished packing up, he went directly to the service station to make breakfast. By the way, I told the students not to go to his farm in the past few days. The less people know about the existence of the golden leopard, the better. To be honest, wild boars and sika deer have been artificially bred, and it is not very rare, so the value is not very high. The leopard is very different. As for what, of course, I will push the Forestry Bureau. Please give me a subscription, please collect, please give me a monthly ticket review Muta. 3. Chapter 80 The leaders arrived. Although the students don't understand, their cooperation is still quite high. Liang Feng went back to the county to pack up a batch of professional medicines and other things, and was forced to move from the service station to Jiangta's house. The 3 of them guarded the wild animals all over the mountain together. Looking forward to the stars, looking forward to the moon, looking forward to Director Liu's arrival. Since a leopard came to my home, all the animals have tensed up. Even the birds that kept chirping and quarreling were very aware of the times and closed their mouths. That is, his little bees are still working diligently, striving to overwhelm every little flower with their weight. At this time, Zhang Tu suddenly spoke. He said, "You guys say, is it possible?" I said it's possible. This group of deer was rushed over by this leopard and treated it as food rations for its own production period. Actually, it has long since started, and it has been hiding in the forest to the west, silently watching everything in my house. At this time, he also remembered that his corn was actually very suspicious. Could it be that this leopard was also the pathfinder that was thrown over? Liang Feng and Lin Yi didn't say anything, just quietly pondered how likely it was to what Zhang Tu said. Anyway, after observing for a while, they confirmed that the IQ of this leopard is indeed very high. But, it's not so smart. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, "I think it's because it is chasing these deer, and it's more appropriate to go here by mistake. As for why we chose Brother Jiang's home to produce it, how do we know what wild animals think? Maybe it's Brother Jiang, it looks more reliable. Or, the cats and dogs of Jiangta's family are helping to promote it." Liang Feng nodded, and he thought so too. The female leopard observed the enemy situation and grazed the deer, which was too challenging for his cognition. On the second day after the golden leopard was successfully produced, Director Liu finally rushed to Jiangta's house with a group of people. There were 5 cars in a row on the road near his home, which was really shocking. It is just a little worse than when the farming machinery arrives in spring. Damn, all the leaders of the province are here. Lin Yi exclaimed and quickly walked to his direct leader and stood there. Village Chief Song Jun also followed the crowd, looking shocked. When he was just listening to these people introducing themselves in the office, he almost became stupid. Their village, on the day the new village was built, never had so many leaders. What are the municipal forestry bureaus, provincial forestry bureaus, protection centers, etc.? No wonder Director Liu has never come for such a big thing. Isn't I going to wait for such a large number of people? This is Jiangtu, and this is the Jiangtu family's farm. It is also the various wild animals he discovered. Director Lu introduced Jiangtu to all leaders with a serious look. Jiangtu was a little confused, but he still greeted everyone politely. The person in charge of the head was Yin, named Yin Rui, and was a cadre of the Provincial Forestry Bureau. He was about 30 or 40 years old and had short and black hair. In Jiangtu's aesthetic, he looks very handsome and manly, with a wide forehead and a few deep wrinkles. Just looking at these wrinkles, he may be older. However, those slightly deep sleeping but big and bright eyes made him lose a lot of age. He just observed carefully every grass and tree he saw. Although he didn't speak, a hint of praise rose in his eyes. This small farm that has just started is ranked in the top spot among the ones he has seen. The key is that it is more vibrant and closer to nature, and it is very comfortable to see. As the farmer, Jiangtu was mixed with this group of people, and he couldn't help but feel a little proud when he heard their whispering praises. Jiangtu actually received news from Director Lu in advance, asking him to entertain him well, and something might happen. But he never thought that so many people would come at one time. He and Director Lu stood in front of the team and took them to see the merganser discovered by Lin Yi on the shore of the water-reserved lake. Of course, his little duck was shameless and directly caught the camera. Seeing the deer that was still left on the grass west of his house, the deer seemed to be frightened by the sudden increase in humans, and some timidly hid in the forest farm and covered their bodies with the help of trees. The bold ones are still eating grass without any scruples. Jiangtu pointed to the grassland and explained to the leaders, this land was originally planned to be used to raise cattle and sheep. But I was left empty before I found the right cattle and sheep. I didn't expect that a group of deer came. Also, his chicory field was bald again. So, Jiangtu pointed to the fields surrounded by him and complained to the leaders of the Forestry Bureau, saying, this land is planted with a new variety of chicory, a kind of forage grass that cooperates with the agricultural supplies station, and it seems that deer particularly likes it. These deer are really skinned. The more they don't want them to eat, the more they want to eat. When he said this, many people suddenly felt particularly interested. Several people pointed to the bald areas and said with great confidence, this young man did not lie. This is the trace left by the deer after chewing. There are also deer hoof prints, which are easy to identify. There are still several people discussing whether to introduce this new type of chicory. Look at the wild boar in the pig pen that is caring for peace of mind, it is completely lying flat, no different from a domestic pig. I saw a group of leaders, my eyes twitched, and my views seemed to be broken. Jiangtu seemed to hear him say that this young man is good at raising pigs, and the wild boars that have been kept in captivity in the zoo for many years are not so docile. Director Lu added fuel to the fire. He enthusiastically introduced them, this pig has also cooperated with the Agricultural University. Without mentioning a word, this pig ran into the mountains and forests because he had worked with Agricultural University and made himself like this. No one went into his yard to see the golden leopard. As if I was afraid of disturbing the golden leopard. He turned around and left. They took Jiangtu to the meeting room in the village for a meeting. Regarding the sudden addition of so many wild animals to Jiangtu's family, they have held meetings online and offline discussions. This time, I came here, first, to conduct an on-site inspection, and second, to tell the person involved Jiangtu, how to deal with it. The meeting lasted for 3 hours. When time came, Jiangtu was about to cook for the students, he didn't stop. The group of leaders seemed to be hungry and started to get angry. Audiences are not allowed to leave. Jiangtu had to send a message to Professor Li for leave first, and then asked his aunt who usually helped him clean the kitchen, pick and wash vegetables to make a meal for him. He can be hungry, but the leader doesn't care if he is hungry, and the students can't. The place you choose from Jiangtu's farm is very special. His family is located in the westernmost part of the village and can be called a single family. Next to the farm is a corner of the once 100,000 acre forest farm. Now it is in the rehabilitation period, and few people come except for regular clear forests. On the other side of the forest farm is Bygzuling, the largest primitive mountain range in the country, spanning 3 provinces. Their ice and snow province also established a nature reserve. Maybe it is because the work of closure and forest cultivation in recent years has been done well, the ecological environment here has been restored well, and the Jiangtu family has indeed had sufficient food and has built a new lake with a large area, which has attracted so many animals. Please give me a subscription, please give me a collection, I love you. Chapter 81. The animals are all left behind. Some people suggested taking them away together and then sharing them into various zoos. But more people disagree that wild animals are only called wild animals in the wild. Every time Bygzuling has a little more protected animals, they will be caught and placed in the zoo, and the ecology will never be restored. Moreover, in the zoo, what are the benefits of collecting more tickets? In this matter, the person in charge was the first to vote against it. But they were worried about staying like this. It's not that he was worried about this young man. After all, if he wanted to do something, he wouldn't have to mobilize others to notify them like this. What they are worried about are the poachers. This is also one of the important tasks of the forest police near Bygzuling. Not only foreigners come here to poach wild animals, but also their own people. What if those people know that there are such good wildlife resources here and have bad ideas? Especially, there are also wild leopards here. Yin Chi San Rui glanced at Zhang Tu. It would be easier if this young man was willing to accept their conditions. But he was not sure. What, do you think, let Police Lin live in my house? Zhang Tu didn't understand what this meant, and the doubts on her face were clearly written. Why? Forgive Zhang Tu, he was so excited at such a critical moment. Mainly, they quarreled too fiercely. The spitting stars flew all over the sky, drawing various standard and non-standard parabolas in the air in the sun. From his perspective, I can see it clearly. Amazing! Director Lu looked at Zhang Tu with an anxious look on his face and tried desperately to signal Zhang Tu to agree. Yin Rui was so kind that he told Zhang Tu what they meant seriously and patiently. You mean, these wild animals are staying at my house for the time being, but I want to accept the forest police entry, right? This time, Zhang Tu understood. Yes. Yin Rui nodded, and said, of course, we will not let these wild animals be stationed in your home in vain. Our Forestry Bureau will bear your losses. The Provincial Forestry Bureau will issue you a certificate, and will also open up permissions for the breeding and trafficking of some common wild animals. Of course, there must be restrictions. Zhang Tu nodded to show that he understood. But he still had questions, so he asked, then, what if these animals left by themselves? Yin Rui smiled and said, if you leave, the forest police will leave too. Their main task is to protect animals, not to monitor you. Zhang Tu's face was a little hot in an instant. He didn't mean that. But that's all, Jiangtu has nothing to agree to. He nodded and expressed his agreement with the Forestry Bureau's arrangements. For a moment, everyone was very happy. Zhang Tu refused the invitation to have dinner in the county together, and stood at the entrance of the village with Lin Yi, sending a group of 5 cars away. Yes, Lin Yi was left behind again. Even remained permanently. As a staff member of the County Forestry Bureau, he has been stationed at Jiangtu's home for a long time. He may not return to his original position until the wild animals leave. Lin Yi's big round eyes were both happy and wronged. It's like a student who was abandoned by his parents in a boarding school. While being confused, he was full of joy that he could eat school meals every day. Liang Feng simply had too many things, and he had nothing to do with this. Carry out consciously, returned to his own veterinary hospital in the county to continue fishing and work, and take a break. These 2 days, he has been tormented to death. The first thing Zhang Tu did when he returned home was to install the small monitor that the Forestry Bureau asked him into the big leopard's nest. so that they can observe the entire process of raising children from the internet at any time. This is a very novel experience, which may be among the most rare humans. They can observe the life of wild leopards at such a close distance, or even comprehensively. The forest police also moved in very quickly. The next day, they brought the forestry bureau to him the certificate and contract and came to Jiangta's house. There are 2 people in total, and the shift is in place. When you rest in the service station, there will be a person stationing a tent to watch the night at the junction of his fruit forest and grassland every day. At the same time, there was also a majestic German shepherd, De Zhuang. No matter how powerful the German shepherd is, he has to hang out when he meets a leopard. Have been hiding once the German shepherd was instantly accepted by his 2 big dogs and became good friends together. As for the breeding license issued by the Forestry Bureau, varieties include but are not limited to wild boars, sika deer, pheasants, swans, etc. Jiangta checked it at night and found that it was all wild species that were already domesticated in the province on a large scale. He thought it was pretty good, not eye-catching. There are some restrictions, just like pheasants, which can only be sold for 3 generations. The general meaning is that there are a bunch of pheasants coming here in his house. After he helped hatch, he could only sell the children born to the pheasants he hatched. By doing this, it will take as long as 1 year to produce something. Of course, if he goes to another breeding garden to sell seeds, the Forestry Bureau will not care. Lin Yi is responsible for registering this matter. Zhang Tu didn't care about this time. Anyway, the fruit forest in his back mountain would need to be produced at least next year. According to the experience of other fruit farmers, the fruits that are produced next year may not be of high quality. 0. The professor also gave him a vaccination and said that if he did not use any technology to work hard, his fruit forest would be harmed by insects or birds before the balance was formed. He believed it. Bugs may not be able to cause disaster, but birds are certainly possible. In just a few days, the golden leopard has arrived, otherwise the mountain will be noisy and lively. Now, with the proof given by the Forestry Bureau, his farm has at least one special product with reasonable and reliable origin. Speaking of special products, the village chief Song Jun was very concerned about their village and the small shop in the county. Seeing that the matter at Jiangta's house was almost done, he immediately took someone to the county to get the various procedures needed to sell food and the license. I wish I could see Jiangta's food products appear in the shop the next day. There is no way, the weather is getting hotter and more people are traveling. Now is the best time to make a name for yourself. In the early morning, the sun is just shining. The dog at home has become a little used to the pressure of the golden leopard in the past few days and can move freely in the ranch at home. The puppies have grown up a lot, and a few brave ones dare to come out of the nest and explore the new world outside. Although it is still dark and can't find the little eyes, it is also a bit cute when running and jumping on the grass. Sometimes, I even salivate the food in my mother's bowl. In most cases, Haimi will kick away. Large pieces of meat are not something their little breasts can deal with. If you want to eat meat, you have to wait a little longer. After Daba and Haimi get up in Jiangtu, they will also go out at 1.8. First, go to inspect the territory and confirm that there is no danger. Then open the door of the chicken coop and duck tongue and let them out to move freely. The Jiangtu family's giant bones of the giant chicks have grown from 6 to more than 30 now. He was about to hatch the last few eggs in his family, and after he had enough 50, he would no longer hatch the eggs. The main reason is that the weather is hot and the difficulty of small chickens surviving is that they are not easy to survive. The chickens and ducks that he gathered in the market in his family have also begun to grow up one after another, which is the main reason. I have no experience in the first year, so I will raise so much first. It's better to continue to expand the population next year. After the black rice and barley are finished working in the morning, they will sit in line with their food bowls and sit at the kitchen door with corn, waiting for Jiangta to give them a meal. The German shepherd Dazwang was shocked when he saw this scene for the first time. Please collect, subscribe, please flowers, please vote for monthly votes, please give me a lot of readers. Chapter 82, A Dog is Strong. Dazwang also has his own dog pot, so there is nothing to be jealous of. However, the things in the food bowl and the food bowl are the same and completely different. In my own food bowl, I usually have dog food as a base, and then a small bowl of various pieces of meat, half an egg, and some vegetables and fruits, covered with some messy things that the dog cannot name. It looks rich, but it actually tastes very white. In the barley and black rice bowl, it seems that except for those rotten and the dog food has been replaced with rice, it is almost the same as its composition. However, no matter whether you look at it or smell it, it is better than it and more fragrant than it. Why? They are all beef, but they are boiled in water and tasteless, but they are old and hard. What about them? The outer skin is burnt and very fragrant. The meat inside seems to have juice flowing out, which looks tender and tastes different. And brittle bones. It's both effortless and crunchy, so interesting. Even the broccoli he hated the most was cuter than it. Why? The German Shepherd was furious. The breeder doesn't say that his meals are 70 yuan a day, which is higher than his own, but why is it not as good as other people's 10 yuan? Everyone has to work. What is the difference between work and work? When Yang Bo was pulled from the tent into Jiangta's yard by his own police dog, he looked puzzled. What did Dazwang ask him to do? Jiang Tu should have just left at this time and went to the service station to cook. Moreover, isn't everything normal here? Dazwang sat up straight, shouted at his master, raised his right front leg. He pointed to the food bowl of Dazwang and Heiji. It means, look at what others eat. What did I eat? At this time, Heimi and Dazwang had only had a little meat soup rice left for today's breakfast. The rice soaked in gravy is also very fragrant. Besides, they have no habit of leftover rice, so they must be empty. The corn had been eaten long ago, and the food bowl was licked cleanly. While washing my face, I watched the fun here. Black rice and barley ears moved, and they accelerated their meals. I died young, so I quickly ate it. The new dog fell in love with their dog food. No one asked someone to rob it. Yang Bo looked at the two dogs who suddenly accelerated their meal in confusion, and then looked at his own police dog Dazwang. A little doubtful about life, asked, "You can't like other people's soup rice?" There are too many good days, and I want to try other dogs' simple food? So, are you so uneasy? He squatted down, broke his strong head, looked directly into its eyes and said, "That one is not delicious and has no nutrition." Dazwang? When did my keeper develop the ability to talk lies with his eyes open? Can't he smell such a fragrant smell in the air? It quickly refuted. Wom. Is this what I'm talking about? I asked you to learn craftsmanship from other people's masters. How can they be human? They can cook so much, but you can cook it. Of course, if you really can't learn it, it's okay to let me eat here. Dazwang licked his lips and thought happily. Yang Bo thought Dazwang really wanted to taste it. He looked at the dog basin that had become clean again, thought for a while, and nodded. That's okay. It's okay for the dog to eat some meat soup rice occasionally, just pretend that he fulfilled his little wish. He probably gave up after Dazwang tasted it once. He doesn't know whether the dog food is delicious, but how can the eggs not be delicious? How delicious is the meat? He couldn't bear to eat beef or something, 50 or 60 yuan pounds. This is how the beautiful misunderstanding was reached. Jiang Tu, who went to make breakfast, also encountered big trouble today. Every student passing by the kitchen stood up, shook his nose at him, and asked, "Brother Jiang, what are you doing? You smell so good. Smell the jiangtu on the left and the right," and I didn't feel how fragrant it was. He frowned and asked, "Is it really delicious? Could it be that something is wrong with my nose?" Wang Xiu nodded, raised her thumbs up and said, "It's very fragrant. Brother Zhang, you are like a walking big rose now. When the little bee sees you, you have to doubt it for a while. Zhang Tu's expression gradually became stiff, and he said that when he went to pick rose petals this morning, why did the group of bumblebees fly around him? Especially later, he turned all the petals into petal sauce, and more gathered, and he refused to leave no matter how hard he rushed. He thought it was the group of bumblebees who were angry that he had snatched their food. After a long time of work, was he pickled and tasted? The muscles on Zhang Tu's cheeks were slightly uncontrollable. He quickly explained, I marinated some roses this morning and wanted to make rose cakes. Wang Xia widened her eyes and asked, Brother Zhang, can you still make rose cakes? Yet. He nodded while continuing the movements in his hands, it's the first time I've done it, so I'll give it a try. If the taste is okay, the village chief wants me to sell it in the shop in our village and county. When I got this edible rose, the recipe for flour cakes was just right. It cannot be said that there is no systematic instruction here, but Zhang Tu thinks this is not a bad thing. If you come with this, of course the more you have, the better. He was so upset that he couldn't take some ingredients. The fried dough sticks were pushed from here to there by bubbles in the oil pan. The high temperature close to 200 degrees makes it expand little by little, lose its stickiness, and becomes golden, crispy, soft inside. The soy milk in another pot also began to boil, and the rich aroma of beans finally exerted its strength, like a huge net covering the smell of roses on Zhang Tu's body. Now, he is the Jiangtu with the smell of rose soy milk. Wang Xia couldn't stand this fragrance, so she talked to Brother Zhang and left quickly. She was afraid that if she could stay there, she would kill a whole pot of soy milk alone despite Brother Jiang's obstruction. It's obviously just ordinary soy milk, how can it taste so good? Brother Zhang, he is the young leader. Lin Yi and Lin policemen learned that after they had such a canteen in Xiong'er village, they also applied with their own leaders to come and solve the problem of eating. In their opinion, the price of 1,200 yuan per month is not a problem. Zhang Tu once thought the price he wanted was really too low, but there were many boxed lunches in their county that cost 10 yuan. This is because he raised the price. At the beginning, the price for Songjun was still 1,000 yuan per month. Fortunately, most of the remaining people in the village tried to give up when they heard about this price. This made Zhang Tu feel at ease. He said that in a small 38th-tier county town like them, the average salary of ordinary people is not more than 3,000 yuan, the food cost of 1,200 yuan is not cheap. To make flour cakes, you need to make the pastry with lard and medium gluten flour first. It's simple to say, if you want to make a good crust, you need a lot of patience. The pickled rose sauce in the morning should also be mixed with cooked glutinous rice flour to increase stickiness. Finally, wrap together and put it in the oven at 170 degrees for 20 minutes. During this period, countless fat bees were circling around him, and some were thick-skinned and came to steal honey. There are even more stupid people who are not very smart and are very greedy, so they stick their whole body in honey, and Zhang Tu has to save them quickly. Even the flying butterflies joined in the fun, with their small heads, and they were very confused. Looking at Zhang Tu in a tangled manner, as if asking him, why is it so fragrant, why isn't it a flower? Have to look like a person. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please give me monthly votes and comments. Chapter 83 Flower Cake. The edible roses that were opened in the system are a variety that Jiangtu has not found in the real world. If you want to say that it is similar, it is very similar to the Kerala on the market, and it is also very similar to Nanfang Xuanhong, but if you look closely, it is completely different. Its flowers are very large, and Wang Xia's description was not wrong at all. She really wanted the super large rose emoticon pack that was widely circulated in the collection of middle-aged and elderly women. When it is completely open to picking, the diameter of the entire flower is close to 15 centimeters. The color is very red and the fragrance is strong. There are more flowers and few leaves, and there are many thorns on the stems, but it does not affect his petals at all. Even the remaining flower centers of the petals can be used to check out some honey, so they have to work hard to find them in the petals. The petals are very large and the meat is very thick. If you eat it in stuttering, it is slightly sweet and a little sour and not much sour. It can be completely covered by the fragrance that soars directly into the sky. And it is said that the flowering period is very long, and new flowers will bloom from early summer to early autumn. The biggest disadvantage is probably that you eat fat. Especially fat. In order to prevent the lack of fertilizer from affecting the petal harvest, he would usually collect fish intestines and buried them not far from the root when eating fish, and would often add worm fertilizer and water-diluted spiritual spring water. Now they look even more luxuriant than the introduction pictures given to him by the system. At noon, he took his own flour cakes to the cafeteria. I am going to give the students and the village chief and the others a taste first. If he can, he would send a batch to a small shop in the county town to sell it, and he would make some good reviews from tourists. On the way to the cafeteria, the surroundings of the river map can be surrounded by bees and butterflies. He knew he was not a flower, but the group of little things attracted by the fragrance were unwilling to leave. Look, the real version of the Queen of Concubines Xiang, ha 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 ha. I just said how could Xiang Fei only attract butterflies? Look at how real Zhang Ji is. The right reason is to attract the little bee and the butterflies together. Is it possible that concubine Xiang lost to brother Zhang? Zhang Tu put the flour cakes into the canteen window, turned his head, and said with a smile, "Let me see who doesn't want to eat. I think no one will mind eating one more." In an instant, the world became quiet. Everyone made a zipper position on their mouths, raised their hands, and watched brother Zhang walk into the kitchen with a surrender look on his face. "Hee, I took a photo," one of them said in a mosquito-like voice. Although the sound is particularly small, it can be said to be deafening in other students' ears. "Share it, I will keep it confidential for you and won't tell brother Zhang." Yang Bo, who had a delicious tomato brisket and rice poured with rice at noon, suddenly thought of his family's Das Wang. "I don't know if it is satisfied with the beef-soaked rice that I cooked at noon today? And this flour cake is so fragrant. Although it feels strange to eat it, it can't stand it delicious. Moreover, after eating, I felt like I had a rose smell when I spoke. Which was very pleasant." Lu Xian and Wang Xiu and other female classmates directly begged Zhang Tu to sell them some rose sauce, which they wanted to use to soak in water. "It's so beautiful and beautiful, which girl can refuse? Or when you go to the county to sell cakes, come to them first and ask them to buy them first. Is it okay?" This proposal was unanimously recognized by students. Song Jun refused. Before he finished his meal, he carried the bowl to the edge of the river map and asked him when this thing would be sold. The girls said rose sauce is fine. If you don't want to run away, you can ask Secretary Wang for help. Only Professor Liu, who loves flowers, has a rigorous and serious look on his face. He didn't care about his old colleague's twitching expression and seriously used chopsticks to spread a petal on the dining table. The size reaches an astonishing 7 centimeters. Compared to Xiaojiang's raising this rose too well, he would rather believe that this is a mutated new type of rose. It is so fragrant and tastes so good, and it is very research-worthy. If the genes are stable, the economic value is not low. Zhang Tu looked at the abnormal rose petals that had been rubbed by him, lying on the dining table like a specimen, and understood what Professor Liu meant. He said cleverly, "Welcome to the professor to study, hee hee." Professor Liu glanced at him, his eyes full of love. What a pity, such a good young man is not a farmer, nor is he a student. After dinner, Professor Liu followed Zhang Tu to see roses. The river is looking at the sky, and the rose was destroyed by him this morning. Now it can only be described as bald. Professor Liu waving his hand said he didn't care. After several people stood in front of the roses together, they realized that Zhang Tu really didn't lie to them. 10 roses, now besides the flower buds, there are only some flower hearts left for those little bees and butterflies to pick up the gaps. The leaves are green and black, looking like I am very strong and I am not short of water and fertilizer. Zhang Tu let the old professors study it themselves, and he didn't understand these professional things either. He went to the kitchen and cooked for the cats and dogs in the yard in a few seconds. Suddenly, a violent barking sounded loudly at the northwest corner of his house. Zhang Tuding's movement stopped for a moment and continued to move. It shouldn't be a big deal, because at this point, there will always be someone from the keeper Yang Bo or Feng Yu who will go back. His Haimi and Damai were gossiped, and went to watch the fun regardless of their fear of the golden leopard over there. Yumi looked at Jiangtu and found that it was still some time before the meal started. She turned around and looked at the baby who was still in the cage and followed her. In an instant, there were only black balls left on the grass in front of me. Jiangtu looked so silly. How could he not know about his animals so gossiping before? However, within a while, all the animals in his family ran back. One by one, sitting in front of your own food bowl is very straight. He was both puzzled and curious. No one shared with him what happened. The key is that even if the cat and dog in front of him share it with him, he is likely to not understand it or understand it. Alas, a little lonely. As soon as he finished serving the dogs, he heard a barking sound of dogs coming from far to near. At the same time, Yang Bo's voice was also speaking. De Zhuang, what do you want me to see? I haven't told you about the waste of food today at noon. You are still wronged and kicked me. Don't you want to eat meat soup to make rice by yourself? I'm blaming me. Where to go? Why are you doing when you come to Jiangtu's house? I asked my keeper to learn how to cook, but I was greeted with a meal of rice soaked in white water, and Dazwang almost got angry. As an excellent police dog who has made meritorious contributions, when did it suffer such grievances? It is the greatest kindness that it can wait until its keeper comes back and then just overturn the rice bowl in front of him. Next time, I will have all the tents for you to be removed, believe it or not. Zhang Tu left the alone cat rice for corn and looked up. I saw the German shepherd shaking his big tail and running in, Zhao Hozeo. He looked at the barley and black rice dog basin, and the envy in his eyes almost turned into substance. In the past, I always buried my face in the basin as fast as possible after I got the meal, and looked at Dazwang with a proud look on my face. In my eyes, I was proud and happy. Show off your lunch clearly. They used to hear from Dazwang that he was treated so well and what he ate every day. Damai and Haimi, 2 dogs who have just obtained a new home and have a job, it is impossible to say they don't envy them. But after a long time, Dazwang's food was not as good as them. Song. Hee hee, hee hee. Dazwang, let me show you that our meat is the kind that is thoughtfully removed by the owner at noon today. There is also a pig heart, which tastes tough. Great taste. There are also sweet potatoes, which are fragrant and sweet. Vegetables are kohlrabi. Although dogs don't like them very much, they will also eat them together. The kohlrabi cooked by the owner is crispy and tender, and is also delicious. Please give me some more comments, please give me some more reviews today, I will update. Chapter 84, Dazhuang and Yang Bo. Thank you for your rewards, and I will add another chapter today. Dazwang was so angry. He whimpered and shouted, signaling his keeper to take a look. Let's see what dogs eat, what it means to have both color, fragrance, and taste. Oh, it doesn't matter if you don't look good in color, why doesn't the same thing smell or taste? Its training was completed with such a difficult one. The owner shouldn't even be able to learn how to cook dogs. Yang Bo also understood what his German shepherd was expressing. I touched my nose quite embarrassedly. What are the things that the masters do when cooking so delicious? As long as they can cook, they can eat all the good things for you, and they are also picky about food. He was about to throw this sentence on Dazwang's face when he met the 3 fur faces of the Jiangtu family. And Jiang-tu, who looks good at the show. Recalling the rice with tomato beef cubes this afternoon, thinking about the soy milk fried dough sticks this morning, and swallowing the words back. To be honest, this dog rice is really delicious. It looked like there was no seasoning and it smelled no worse than what they ate for lunch. Dazwang is in the dog training center. Although there is a little difference between eating with other dogs at the police station, it is not big. Who would have thought that when you go to the countryside, you can still meet the delicious and unscientific jiangtu, which is made in both human and dogs. He hugged his strong neck and prevented it from looking at the rice bowl of barley and black rice in jiangtu family. He comforted it in a low voice, "There is no way, Dazwang, I just don't have this stubbornness to your breeder. I'm wrong today. After we go back, we will add snacks to you. How about a bite of glue?" Usually, these police dogs rarely come into contact with these toys, so they are regarded as by the breeder. General reward. Dazwang debated with Yang Bo awkwardly, meaning that you won't learn it. I didn't know anything at the beginning, didn't I learn everything? I've worked so hard, are you embarrassed? Jiang-tu felt that he absolutely couldn't understand dog language, but this time he understood it strangely. Yang Bo also understood his understanding of Dazwang. For a moment, the atmosphere was particularly awkward. Only the three Jiangtu family watched the fun and did not bother to watch the big deal, and they did not forget to eat. The tail was shaking so happily. Jiangtu signaled Yang Bo with his eyes, otherwise he would come over and learn it. Quite simple. I feel that if you don't improve your cooking skills, your police dog Dazwang will betray his house. He definitely didn't mind raising another police dog, but he just didn't know if Police Lin was concerned or not, and Yang Bo himself was concerned. Dog rice is really simple compared to human food. As long as you master the treatment and heat of the ingredients, it is generally enough. Yang Bo was angry and shy, so he pulled his strong dog face hard. The professors stood aside and watched the fun. Roses don't run away, and if you miss the fun, you will be gone. In the end, he could not beat Dazwang's pitiful eyes, and his face turned red, and he came over to ask Jiang-tu for advice. While studying, he took the time to glare at his grandfather. This stupid dog actually made him embarrassed and threw him into someone else's house. Waiting for the return. Dazwang was not afraid at all and said, "Wow," twice at Yang Bo. "Tell him, you should study hard. It is still waiting to eat." Yang Bo. Now that Feng Yu is here, is it still too late? Cooking requires a talent. Whether others believe it or not, Jiang-tu believes it. It's just picking a bone and frying a meat. It's obviously a different step, but the things you make are very different. Although Jiang-tu has the credit for systematic bonuses, his cooking skills are not bad. After wasting 2 big chicken legs, Jiang-tu could only pretend to be comforting and patted Yang Bo on the shoulder, saying, "Just practice more when you go back." Yang Bo. You can say this again with your conscience. The leopard is a very worry-free animal. It only needs to be fed once a day. There is no need to do anything to deal with it. Push the fresh meat in front of its large tank and wait for a while to come and collect it. Maybe it's really good to eat and drink, so you don't have to worry about your safety. Even if the 3 little leopards were born prematurely, they drank enough breast milk. There is no problem with being strong at the moment. This also made Jiang-tu and Lin Yi and the others relieved. In front of the big leopard, feeding the little leopard or something is simply not a human task. Oh, it may not matter to Jiang-tu. However, today, he just pushed the big chunk of mutton to the big leopard, but the big leopard pushed it back with his claws. "Don't like mutton?" Jiang-tu asked puzzledly. "No, I ate it 2 days ago." "Ha!" The big leopard angrily slapped the big claws at Jiang-tu. Why do they eat vegetarian meat when they eat such delicious rice? Although, the meat is also very fragrant. However, this is differentiated treatment or not. The big leopard doesn't know what domestically raised and the difference between it and the wild. Anyway, Different treatment is not possible. After saying that, he pointed to the direction of the cat's corn with his claws. Jiang Tu tried hard to understand, and thought of Dazhuang today, and asked uncertainly, "Do you want to have cat food too? But can the big leopard eat cat food?" He is not sure. But the big leopard was satisfied. It nodded to Jiang Tu reservedly, and before returning to his nest, he looked at Jiang Tu, where the 3 little leopards were sleeping together. "My belly is round and I can see that I am very full at first glance." Jiang Tu had no choice, so he took the meat to find Lin Yi to confirm. If possible, he would make a good meal. If not, he would put some grass leaves on it and mess around. Anyway, it has never officially eaten cat rice, so it doesn't understand how it tastes. As for why Jiang Tu has such a good attitude, of course, all the expenses of this big leopard are the responsibility of the Forestry Bureau. Moreover, with the power of a leopard, he found 2 free bodyguards in disguise on his farm. No matter how you look at it, he is taking advantage of it. Lin Yi didn't know, but after seeing the steps of making cat meals in Jiangtu, he felt that it would be fine if he had an occasional meal. He nodded and agreed. The key is that he was also scared. If the big leopard knows that it doesn't agree, it won't eat the meal it likes. What should I do if I take revenge on him while he is sleeping in the middle of the night? That big slap can really kill people. Others don't know how popular this leopard is, but he knows it. Just by the name, this group of leaders didn't know how many times they thought about, and there were 800 without 1,000. I was not satisfied with this and almost recruited the entire network. It's not comparable, it's not comparable. Tonight, the night sky, which was usually covered with stars, was also blocked by dark clouds. It is said that around midnight, a shower will come, and the rainfall can reach heavy rain. Although the weather will get hotter after this rain, the crops in the ground need such a rain to nourish them. In the tent in the northwest corner, Police Officer Lin also retreated to Jiangta's guest room. The terrain where they are stationed is relatively low, and if heavy rains are pouring, there is a risk of flooding. And that night, the golden leopard did not go out for a walk. They can stay at Jiangta's house with confidence. Looking at Jiang Tu skillfully changing the cloth curtain in front of the big leopard nest with straw, he said that this would make it more shelter from wind and rain. There are also multiple reinforcements on the top to prevent the strong winds in the mountains and roll the curtains away. It's not over yet, because I was really afraid of water accumulation. Jiang Tu dug a circle of drainage ditches around the leopard. Yang Bo and Feng Yu didn't know whether to say that Jiang Tu was careful or that he was really brave. That's a real leopard. Weight is 186 kilograms, and the claws are big. But I also know why the golden leopard, who loves freedom, must stay here to raise the fetus. Please give me a collection of flowers. Monthly Ticket Evaluation, 3. Chapter 85 Dang Kang's Bone. Proud. A silver light broke through the sky, breaking the silence of the night. Just listening to the sound effects that were like a sea of rushing sound, Jiang Tu knew that the rain would definitely not be light tonight. He is very glad now that he dug a drainage ditch for the big leopard. The whole family has the lowest terrain just where it is located. The chicken coop is also low, but they are not close to the ground. Therefore, instead of worrying about being exposed to the rain, it is better to worry about being blown away by the wind. Jiang Tu lies on his big kong, looking at the lively appearance of lightning and thunder outside, and decided to take this natural BGM for 100 consecutive draws. Those who want to praise the treasure chest well. He was so busy these days that he was dizzy that he almost forgot about opening the treasure box. At that time, I was thinking about taking advantage of the joy of having a big leopard and having a baby. Let's see if I could see SSSR again and restart the gate of another world. Unexpectedly, he was busy that day and had no time at all. The next few days were not much better. I forgot later. Now that we have returned to peace together, he can finally take a breath. When will he not draw at this time? Jiang Tu made a wish and said, if there was no other world gate, I hope I could open a few foods that could be sold in the county store, such as flour cakes. Duo earns the system treasure chest, one day you will be able to meet it. System, open the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining SR Ling Fi 50 kg *100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S ingredients, high quality green stem rice *100 kg. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SR ingredients, venison *100 kg. Dear meat, if you dare to give it to the system, will he dare to eat it? Just like the SR ingredients that were once prescribed, bluefin tuna *1. He couldn't kill tuna at all, nor could he deal with it, so he could only put it there and occasionally glance at it with a greed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSSR prop, Dang Kang's bone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Wait, what happened just now? Is it an SSSR? Although it is not the gate of another world he wants, it is still an SSSR after all. System Introduction, Dang Kang's bone. The remains left by the divine beast Dang Kang's death have long existed, which can increase the yield of all crops within a radius of 1 mile by 10%. 50 years of limitations. It's amazing, Zhang Tu kept looking through his hands, and his skull was as bright as white jade, exclaiming, this is really worthy of being SSSR. The increase in output by 10% is not much, but 1 acre of land can cost hundreds of dollars, which is not happy. It's said it's a bone, but it looks like a jade carving handicraft. He grumbled while grinning. According to its mapping range, only his 300 acres of land can be fully covered no matter where he hangs it. It can also affect the surrounding woods and fields of the agricultural university. The key is that it is not conspicuous at all. If you see it, except for a few words or two, and his preferences are special, no one will notice its abnormality. As for the professors from the agricultural university, if they see some fields that suddenly increase their yields, they will be bald. What does it have to do with him? After such a good thing, Zhang Tu pulled the thin quilt on her body with a happy look on her face. No matter how powerful the outside is, he now feels that he can have a good sleep. As for breakfast tomorrow morning, he thought of the rose porridge recipe he had just picked, and just made it to try it. As for the combination, just make it simpler, fry a little sausage and boiled eggs. After the rain washed away overnight, everything was completely renewed. The sky was blue and there was no trace of clouds. The mountains and forests in the distance seemed to have been washed away from dust, green and full of vitality. The rainwater remaining on the flowers and leaves slowly gathered together until the remaining branches and leaves could not bear their weight, so they bent down and let them go. Water drops in the air refracted colorful brilliance, and finally hit other leaves. The grass leaves on the ground finally merged into the earth and disappeared. The slightly moist air, with the fragrance of flowers and the fragrance of plants and trees, poured into the lungs as it breathed. The full oxygen seems to enter the body from the pores of the whole body, and the tense nerves are still relaxing unconsciously. Zhang Tu stood at the door, looking at the distance with the sky, the mountains and forests stacked together, thinking, what kind of oxygen is bragging about in big cities, how can you compare to this place? It was very easy to sit up today's breakfast, so he was not in a hurry. Follow the barley with chicken food and go open the door for the chicken coop. By the way, check whether the heavy rain this night had any impact on them. His yard was planted with green grass, and where he often walked, there were blue bricks, so he could not see any mud. On the contrary, when you step on it, you have a different kind of softness than before, and the touch is very wonderful. He poured out the water left in the chicken food bowl and turned it backwards to wait for drying. Open the door of the chicken coop and put the giant boned chicken inside out for a walk. He reached out to feel the padding in the chicken coop and found that it was basically dry, but some corners still had some rain splashes. Let's change it when you come back after cooking breakfast. The replaced bedding is also a good thing, and the earthworms in the compost area like it very much. After doing sterilization, it will soon become a good organic fertilizer. The rain may have been very heavy last night. Jiangtu was not far from the chicken coop, and he saw a little mouse reorganizing his nest. Professors from Agricultural University have standard classifications of these mice, similar to mountain rats, field mice, etc. He couldn't tell the difference, he only knew that they were all rats. If there are too many rats, they will bite off the roots of his tree and steal his crops. However, Jiangtu did not immediately kick the mouse away as usual when he found out. Because, he saw a small yellow figure not far from the mouse. Isn't it his weasel? It was pressing down its body and hiding itself perfectly in the grass. Well, at least from the perspective of the mouse, it should be perfectly hidden. Just wait for the best opportunity to kill with one blow, and then its breakfast will be available. Happy. Thinking of this, the weasel gently shook his little butt. But his eyes didn't move, and he stared at the little mouse. The opportunity has come, it's now. Jiangtu looked at the weasel with interest, rushing towards the little mouse like yellow lightning. As long as the prey is moving fast enough, if it doesn't react, the mouse will die. Changes arise suddenly. Just as the weasel was about to be in hand, a pointed and thin yellow pointed mouth blocked it and took away the little mouse one step ahead. With Hungwen's head, he kept shaking. After a few strokes, the little mouse in his mouth stopped struggling. Jiangtu understood that the spine of this little mouse was likely to be disconnected or even fractured under the movements of this hen. A yellow big foot stepped on the mouse's body, and its sharp mouth began to peck inhumanely. Please give me a subscription, please give me a monthly ticket review and collection. I love you, Mamada Er. Chapter 86 The Smart Weasel. The weasel was dumbfounded. Standing in the grass, I couldn't believe that the prey I just liked, the prey I had been waiting for so long, simply disappeared into the mouth of a chicken. You are a chicken. What rat does chicken eat? It screamed wildly, not knowing how to express its helplessness and confusion. Jiangtu was also shocked. His Han Dynasty rabbits eat rats, and chickens eat rats. Are rats so delicious? What's going on with the species nowadays? Can't the ecological chain bind them anymore? The weasel also saw Jiangtu at this time, with his black little eyes staring straight at him, as if he was complaining or not. Jiangtu touched his nose. Can he keep in mind this? It's not enough to care. Otherwise, I will pay you an egg. Jiangtu tried to discuss with the weasels. The sausage is not good, the salt content is too high. The key is that he really didn't expect that this little weasel would have such a difficult life in his territory. Just catch a mouse and get a 737-7, and you will be snatched from chickens. The weasel nodded reservedly, but said that he didn't need it recently. After the heavy rain, many little mice will come out to rebuild their homes, and they are not short of food today. The weather is getting hotter and the mice are entering the breeding period. In the following days, there will be more and more teachers in this territory. It wants to keep it and eat it in winter. The weasel hugged his little black face and felt that he was so smart. Seeing the owner of the territory agreeing, it shook its big tail and ran away from Jiangtu. He was stunned for Jiangtu. He always feels that the animals he has recently come into contact with have a bit too high IQ. Is it his hallucination? So is the big leopard, and so is the little weasel. Jiangtu felt the most intuitively that the precipitation last night was his water storage lake. Just the heavy rain last night, the water surface actually rose a little higher. Even more than a little. Until now, I can still see the little bones, and there is a winding stream flowing out of the forest farm and finally gathered in his lake. It is a waterway that has existed but has dried up. He looked up at the mountains and forests in the distance and thought, it seems that the rain in the mountains and forests was not small last night. Ducks and gooses originally like water, the impact of rain on them was relatively small. As soon as Jiangtu opened the door, he couldn't wait to twist his butt, drill into the grass, and walk to the lake. Facing the novelty of the world after the rain. After so long, Zhang Tu finally discovered that his big rabbit was no longer conscientiously beside its cub. Like Haimi, he even doesn't like the cubs. It seems that the mother rabbit also began to wean these little rabbits and let them learn to live by themselves. Zhang Tu calculated the time, and it was not much shorter than a month. According to the average rabbit per litter of 2 months, it is the age when the little rabbit is driven out to live independently. It seems that he has to take the time to go to the county and continue to customize the large iron cage. Rabbit feeding is more troublesome. You have to wait until the forage is dried and does not contain moisture. So Zhang Tu was not in a hurry. After checking, there was no bad situation. He went home to bring rose petals and walked to the kitchen of the service station. The farmland on both sides of the road was washed by heavy rain, and at this time, the seedlings were like soldiers showing off their military achievements to their superiors after experiencing a war. More than 100 acres of land, thousands of seedlings, all survived without any loss. Who wouldn't like this kind of scene? June has passed, and Jiangtu can imagine what kind of harvest he will have in the field in a month. I guess that by then, the video materials of a few tea he saved will be useful. The flour porridge in the morning received unanimous praise. Only the village chief Song Jun was drinking porridge while looking at Jiangtu sadly. Cook flour porridge with ingredients, but make flour cakes without ingredients, right? This is the first time he has seen someone who is so unmoved to make money. Jiangtu hurriedly begged for mercy and promised to do it tomorrow. I have to give his roses a little time to bloom. The capitalist's wool is not as good as he does, and he does not keep a single flower for others. Hey! Jiangtu looked up and looked at him several times, sure that he really didn't see Professor Liu come down to have a meal. He couldn't help asking in confusion. Professor Li, does Professor Liu not have breakfast today? Do you need to leave some for him? Professor Li and Professor Shui looked up at Jiangtu, shook their heads, and said, No, Lao Liu took the sample of your rose yesterday and rushed back to school overnight. Professor Liu simply likes to plant flowers, so he has some knowledge of the flowers. But his professional research direction is not in the direction of rose, otherwise he would not have come here to farm with them. Like him, the main research is wheat. Lao Shui, Professor Shui is corn. Professor Liu focuses on pumpkin. There are also rice and potatoes in the field, which belong to the other 2 professors. After they failed the lottery, they stayed at the agricultural university to attend classes while taking over the graduate students there. Unlike them, they are free here. Jiangtu nodded in a clear understanding. He doesn't pay attention to the research process, as long as they can share the results with him a little bit, for example, how to better divide the plants next year. 0. He is just a farmer, and farmers don't care about their scientific research. Jiangtu had just finished breakfast and had not had time to leave, but found that Wang Xiu, Bai Wentao, and Chen Yifan were around him. What's wrong? Jiangtu wondered. If you have anything to eat, please order food. If you don't have to worry about it, I will try my best to satisfy you. This is also the recent rule in their canteen, because sometimes he is too lazy to think about what to eat for every meal. I simply hung a small blackboard outside the cafeteria to summarize and classify the recipes the students wanted to eat, and the menu for a week was almost the same. No. Bai Wentao shook his head. Brother Zhang, we just want to ask you if you have any good solutions to those vegetable seedlings. When it comes to vegetable seedlings, the 3 of them sighed. After their school farmed in the village, it actually cooperated with many people. Like wheat, corn, soybeans, etc. in the field, you don't have to worry about selling them at all. Some seasonal vegetables are also willing to ask for them. However, the seedlings that are thinned and some quick lettuce that are not very beautiful are really difficult to deal with. Perhaps it is that it is not enough to sell and not many people want it. It is a pity that they will waste it if they throw it away. In the past, at this time, the cafeteria ate boiled vegetables every day, so they wanted to vomit. Zhang Tu suddenly thought that his field was getting more and more prosperous, and he could even start eating vegetables, and his expression was stunned. After counting the quantity, even if only one person planted it, the quantity was quite large. In winter, small vegetables are very expensive, and they are cheap for 7 or 8 yuan per pound. In another 2 days, seasonal vegetables cost $1 per pound, and a shallot must be wrapped around them. He nodded and said that he would go back and think about it. Hearing this, Wang Xiu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. When you come here to plant crops, the advantage of doing experiments is that they are vast and sparsely populated, and they are more planted and harvested, so you basically don't have to worry about being stolen. Even if it is stolen, there are always a few fish that have escaped the net left. The biggest problem is how to deal with it after planting it. In previous years, they used extremely low prices to wholesale messenger, or go to the big market to sell it yourself. The most important thing is that you have to eat hard. Boiled vegetables, garlic, and vegetable salads, and their faces almost turned green. This year, with Brother Zhang here, it should be a bit different. Please subscribe, please review and collect monthly tickets, Mamada. Chapter 87 Big Pie Face Owl. There are quite a few recipes about green vegetables. Everyone has eaten it one after another for so long. However, for those recipes alone, even if these 20 or so people eat fried vegetables every meal, they can't eat that much. It is the best to be sold. If not, it is good to store. While counting the recipes in his mind and the contents of the treasure chest that he had not finished reading last night, he walked back. In the wheat fields that had just been cleared 2 days ago, a lot of grass appeared again. They are tenacious in life and will compete with wheat for nutrients. If they are not removed, it may affect the yield of wheat. But clean it up. The wheat that has grown taller is really not suitable for continuing to use human resources to weed. In the fields of agricultural university, they will use herbicides regularly, but Jiangtu doesn't want to use them. Before he knew it, he walked to the water storage lake. After a rain, why did he feel that the lake seemed to be even more lively? Lin Yi also saw Zhang Tu. He smiled and said, "You are such a treasure land. Look, has the population of the bald merganser increased? I also saw 1 or 2 wax ducks, but they flew away quickly. They looked like scout ducks." Zhang Tu listened quietly. He has now learned to accept his fate. Don't disturb the normal life of his ducks and geese, and those wild animals will come as soon as they like. Anyway, in this lake, except for the aquatic plants, he put a bucket of mixed fish fry. They didn't even want to catch fish and eat them. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a documentary he had watched a long time ago. It seems that some people in the south raise ducks to weed the rice fields. He asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi touched his chin and thought for a while, "Do you want to weed your wheat fields with a duck? Logically speaking, it's not impossible. But the ducks there seem to have been professionally trained and have lived in rice fields since childhood. Can you become a monk here halfway?" Zhang Tu stared at the little duck who was leisurely and unworking on the lake, and instantly made a decision and said, "Try it first. I'll go back and prepare a net, circle the wheat field and corn field, and put it in as soon as possible tomorrow morning. See the effect. What if it's done?" he said with a beautiful dream in his arms. According to analogy, if a duck is okay, a chicken is okay. Now that the wheat is not heading, the chicks are not at risk of stealing wheat. In this way, can even pests be solved? Do it if you want to. Zhang Tu turned around and went home to block the network. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got home, Feng Yu gave him a surprise. "Brother Zhang, do you know the veterinarian from the Forestry Bureau? Please help me see it." He stood in front of him with a bath towel and wrapped a big pie-faced owl, and said anxiously, "I picked it up while patrolling the forest. I felt like I came out to hunt on a rainy night last night, and then an accident happened. Dapian's face was shrank in a large dark brown bath towel, his eyes were closed, and he looked like I was almost out of reach. There are many feathers on my body, and they are still wet and stick to my body, which is indeed very miserable. Okay, I'll call Liang Feng. He agreed neatly, but he had to explain some things clearly. A detailed inspection may take place in the county before you can do it. Can you go with me now? Feng Yu said that he would go with him to reassure Jiang Tu. This place is temporarily guarded by Yang Bo, no problem. Brother Jiang, if you have any urgent work, you can leave it to Yang Bo. He said. Jiang Tu was stunned. He really has life. As for leaving it to Yang Bo, let it go. He was afraid that his big rabbit would attack the police, so he sent him in. So he shook his head and said, I just need to come back before cooking at noon. If it's too long, can you stay there yourself? Just so happened that he went to customize the big iron cage for raising little rabbits, and he felt that Professor Zhu might need one too. Okay, that's fine. Outside Liang Feng's pet hospital, Jiang Tu put down Feng Yu and turned around and left. Instruct him and go and customize a large iron cage and come back to pick him up later. Feng Yu looked puzzled. Then, he thought of the barn owl in the cardboard box. He looked at Jiang Tu's back as he left, thinking that it was not for the preparation for this raptor. Maybe not needed. But when he turned around, he threw this question away because Liang Feng came out and took him inside, and Jiang Tu disappeared into the traffic before he spoke. By the time Jiang Tu came back, Feng Bo was already waiting at the door with an owl in his arms. How is it? Jiang Tu asked with concern. It's still time to go, should I send it directly to the Forestry Bureau and let them take over? Feng Bo shook his head and repeated the words of veterinarian Liang. He said, the veterinarian said after the examination. What's the matter? The internal organs and bones were not damaged, and the body temperature was normal. It is very likely that I am too tired or too hungry, or I may be blinded by the heavy rain. In short, I just have a rest and I can release the animals. It's the season for them to breed. Veterinary Liang asked me to take it back and pick it up and put it wherever I will go tonight. Jiang Tu nodded, it's fine. Feng Bo also thought so, just because he felt it was a bit inferior. There are still birds of prey. The birds had nothing to do, they just lie on the ground with a look of I'm almost dead. It was so scared to him. At first he thought it was difficult to fly and hit a tree on rainy days, and maybe it would be very serious. After a long time, nothing happened. Wasting his feelings. Yes, it's fine. He nodded as well. In life, who can't meet a few stupid birds? He also heard that there were several pheasants who were kidnapped by a native chicken and went home to be his wife, and said he was unwilling to leave no matter what. This barn owl that had been making trouble was finally taken to the tent where they were stationed by Feng Bo. When I was in Jiangtu's house, Jiangtu had no time to take care of him. What if you fall in love with corn or leopard? It turned into a snack on the spot. Jiangtu originally thought that so many things had happened to 737 today, and it was time to finish it. Unexpectedly, it was willing to join in the fun of things. As soon as he passed the auxiliary station, he was told by the students that Professor Shui took someone to his place to see the chicory. Chu Suifeng is the main developer of this new variety of chicory. He also devoted countless efforts to this project. Even his teacher asked for 10 acres of land in the village to make a practical reference. All the agricultural science academies in the county reported that there were people in the village who were willing to help with the planting, and he was also very happy. He cared about one of them very much. Although he only planted 3 acres, he rarely asked him about planting, and the various reports he submitted were very professional. It was done by people from agronomy majoring in it at first glance. The data was so excellent, so he often looked at it. But just a few days ago, he suddenly received a strange report from that person. It is said that his chicory is particularly popular with wild deer. There are also reasonable and well-founded pictures of deer eating chicory, as well as pictures of deer flying over the fence. No matter how you look at it, it is not a fake. Today he finally took a day to come to the person's registered address, wanting to see the situation in person. Unexpectedly, I met his teacher directly in the village. It was also at this time that he realized half a beat slow. Isn't Seongir village the village where his teacher stayed? Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please give monthly ticket evaluation. 3. Chapter 88 The Chicory Developer is here. Jong Tu didn't expect that he just sent a report that he could bring the seed developer over. As for why he didn't ask about planting questions, why was the report so professional? Of course, that's because he's all from Agricultural University. The classmate who was in charge of this matter in the Agricultural University field also helped him manage his chicory field. He doesn't have to worry about it at all. And the message that Lu likes is a bit of a little thought for fun. However, it is more about telling others that the next data may be bad, because his chicory field was really caused by a deer. If it weren't for the contents of the contract, Jong Tu would have wanted to pull the fence open and let the deer eat it casually. He was also upset when he watched them jump around every day. When he returned home, he happened to see Yang Bo standing aside, with Professor Xue and a man he didn't know beside him. After hearing the sound of the car, Professor Xue quickly turned to his students and said, "I'm back." Feng Yu got out of the car and went straight to the tent with the owl. When Yang Bo saw Jong Tu, he immediately ended his mission of accompanying guests. "Emma? This is not something that normal people can do." He understands those professional terms, such as everything, when he listens separately. How come he is so hypnotic when put together? He was worried about the leopard and the deer last night, so he didn't sleep well, so he became even more sleepy. The key is that those two people have to have a supporting role from time to time. If they yawned in front of two cultural people, would they still have the face of Police Lin? Finally, I insisted on coming back to the owner's house. He quickly said goodbye and followed Feng Yu and went back to the tent. Jong Tu greeted Professor Xue and listened to them praise his chicory seeds for being so good. He could only reply to Professor Xue with a smile and said, "It would be better to ask your students if you ask me about this. He usually manages this place, so don't you know that?" Professor Xue said with a smile, "I said it, but he doesn't believe it." As he said that, he pointed to Chu Suifeng who had already entered the chicory field after getting Jong Tu's consent. This silly child must have said that Jong Tu must have used some tricks that others don't know. I don't think about it. If I really have such a trick, why do I tell you? Besides, what piece of land here in Jiangtou was not managed by their agricultural college students? I really think they are stupid. They haven't noticed any tricks for such a long time? Xuezhi the teacher also heard those students complaining, saying that Brother Zhang always bought some messy seeds online. As long as others dare to say it, he dares to believe it. Sometimes I would keep the pepper seeds that I thought were delicious and said I would try it. Even if the seeds didn't work, it would be strange if they could be planted. Just such a person, do you expect him to have a trick? If they hadn't signed a contract between them, it wouldn't be sure whether the small farm in Jiangtou could have a similar situation today. Thinking of this, Professor Xue couldn't help but shake his head. Some young people are really tigers nowadays. If you don't do any basic homework, just learn about it in all aspects and dare to come back to farm based on your saved wife's money. Really, no one can help you lose your shorts. However, this kid is indeed a little capable. The rabbit and the rose are said to be an extraordinary new variety. Moreover, it is definitely not the kind of genetically modified product, it is more like the normal evolution or mutation of nature. Very research-worthy and economic value is not low. When asked where he got it, he looked confused. If you say that you are just lucky, that's great. After chatting with Professor Xue for a while, Jong Tu said goodbye and went back to prepare lunch. He really doesn't know or understands agriculture. As for the secrets of Ling Chuan water and Ling Fei, whether they can discover it is their business. Just ignore it. Professor Shui's student Chu Suifeng did not stay in his farm for too long. I collected some samples, had a shocking lunch, contributed a treasure chest of praise, and left in a hurry. Before leaving, he also told Zhang Tu that he could open it directly for the Sika deer to eat. It would be fine if he could share with him more photos of the deer eating chicory. The chicory he developed can be loved by Sika deer, which is definitely a new discovery. He was anxious to go back and see if other Sika deer or other species would also like it. This may be a good development direction. Zhang Tu agreed happily, and even not only photos, but also videos. These deer are no longer afraid of him now, and even some of them are brave enough to go back to steal chicken food. This made him have to increase the amount of chicken food feed recently, otherwise his chickens would not be full. The advantage is that with the help of these deer, the soil-covered crops in his fruit forest have also become useful. He doesn't need to take time out every week to trim it with a weeder. Prevent too many weeds from snatching away the nutrients of the seedlings, and preventing them from growing too tall, affecting the lighting of the seedlings. When the ducklings' army came out of the nest again, they found that they could only move forward according to a prescribed route. This route is even a bit unfamiliar. However, the ducklings don't care. They will be very happy if they have crispy grass and crispy bugs. Zhang Tu and Lin Yi squatted by the field and observed for a while, and found that this was really okay. Then I felt relieved and did whatever I should do. When he appeared in the kitchen with a fragrance of flowers, all the students of Agricultural University knew that he had made flour cakes today. They screamed, wanting priority to buy. Zhang Tu said to them while chopping vegetables, "What I said doesn't count. You have to ask the village chief about this." This time the flour cake was made for him, so he has the right to speak. "Ah! Brother Zhang! Brother Zhang! Please!" In an instant, wailing sounds came everywhere. They feel that the village chief will not agree with the probability of more than 60%. Because they all heard that the stores in other villages have opened more or less, and in their village, they have started a business in the past few days. All I sold was only 1 pound of sorghum rice. He just needed something to open up the sales in the store, so how could he let go of fragrant and delicious flour cakes? No need to do anything else, just letting it go is enough to attract the noses of a group of tourists. "Brother Zhang, how many do you make? How to sell it?" Someone asked the most important question. If Brother Zhang did a lot, they wouldn't have a chance. Zhang Tu Hemian paused his hands, thought for a while, and then said, "There should be about 60 zhaos, and the deviation is not big." 60. Several people looked at each other and thought that if they bought one by one, the village chief may, will not refuse to agree. After all, I came from a school. I really won't be cruel. Even the poor juniors, I won't agree to this request. "Hey, Brother Zhang, what are you doing?" Xiang Ming suddenly realized that this morning, Brother Zhang made neither buns nor pies. He seemed to use various vegetables in the ground as skins, and the inside seemed to be covered with meat floss. He also prepared salted egg yolks and sausages. Because this group of students was really curious about what Zhang Tu did in the big kitchen every day, Jiang Tu opened the window near the corridor. They didn't dislike the smell of oil smoke that might float all over the corridor, so he didn't dislike them noisy. When working, it is also a pleasure to talk. Please give me a collection, subscribe, give me a monthly vote evaluation, please give me a lot of readers. Chapter 89 Vegetable Dumplings and Flour Cakes. Cai Duanzi. Zhang Tu skillfully wrapped one and picked up the other. Inspired by Esragrade recipes wild vegetable dumplings. By the time he got this recipe, the freshest season for wild pigs had passed. Then, all kinds of farm work at home also made him rest for the little thought of digging wild vegetables. Sometimes he could see that when the ant in the village was not busy, he would go to the mountain to dig wild vegetables with baskets. But he didn't want to eat it, so he had to spend money to buy wild pigs from them. He put down this recipe. This will be just right, try all kinds of vegetables that cannot be consumed in the land. If it tastes good, you can continue to eat it. If it is not delicious, forget it. Wild vegetable dumplings are divided into two ways. One is to slightly season the chopped wild vegetable leaves, add flour and glutinous rice flour to increase stickiness, and wrap the filling inside. Finally, steam it in a pot. There is also a kind of dough with corn flour mixed with white flour, wrapped with wild vegetable fillings that are covered with greasy food, and they are also steamed in a pot, with two flavors. Today, he made the first one. I decided to try the second one tomorrow. As soon as the green vegetable dumplings came out, they attracted a lot of praise. Especially Jiangtu also made a little dipping sauce, which was double delicious. Song Jun also observed the dumplings in his palm while eating. He is not big and can be as big as a child's fist. Just looking at his appearance is really rough. However, the skin is soft and has a little chewiness, with a very strong aroma of grass and trees. Because I use the freshest and tender vegetables in the ground, I can't even eat a little bit of the unique rough texture of vegetables 740, but I can eat them to see health. There is a large ball of fragrant meat floss inside, with a slight salty meat aroma and mixed with the outer skin. It tastes so salty and moderate. The salted egg yolks are delicious, and the sausages are also good. According to his recent increase in appetite, it is absolutely fine to work hard to eat for. Even a little girl with a small appetite can eat too without any burden. His gaze just stopped on Wang Xiu, and he quickly turned away the next second. The one who had eaten 3 and was discussing with Lu Xian, who came to another half of the person, was not among the girls. He looked at Zhang Tu and then at the dish dumplings in his palm. He really thought that this could be sold. How come food with such a primitive taste is not considered a local specialty? Isn't it good to buy a cushion when I'm tired of playing? After hearing the village chief's words, Zhang Tu felt that he had been fooled by the small shop in the county. Could it be that some strange competition projects have been added between their village chiefs? He also talked to Secretary Lao Wang before he knew that the village chiefs in their county often started to compete inexplicably because of some strange things. For example, I compared last year, which village killed the fattest big rooster during the Chinese New Year. The person who wins, when the village chief gathers, doesn't have to spread the money evenly when he eats, but the one who comes to the end is taken. Zhang Tu will never forget her. At that time, she saw her twisted expression in Secretary Wang's eyes. I also understand a little, why Secretary Lao Wang obviously has enough qualifications and everything, but he doesn't like to be the village chief. Are you young or not, this group of people? In the end, he could only take out his killer weapon and say, "Village chief, you can choose one. Flour cakes or vegetable dumplings." Song Jun looked at Zhang Tu with a ruthless, cold and unreasonable expression. Jiang Tu was unmoved. If he changes to a beautiful girl, can he think about it for 3 seconds, a man? Oh! Did you see his fist bigger than the 2 croquettes? Flour cake. Song Jun had to make a choice. Or, he has no choice. Once the flour cake is launched, it will become popular without any advertisements. Vegetable dumplings are just one that can be sold. The two are not on the same heavyweight level at all. Finally, Zhang Tu sighed. He said, "If someone wants to come and learn, I can teach it. However, this thing is not easy to do, or the profit is not high. Without his system, there will be no free meat floss and salted egg yolks. If you want the dish to taste delicious, the quality of meat floss and salted egg yolks is very important. However, if these two things are of high quality, the price will never be cheap, and the profit of the dish dumpling will never be high. If you really want to make money by relying on this, you will be able to make money at most. Moreover, it is particularly easy to be learned by others. An experienced chef will know the recipe after eating too. It is undoubtedly the ratio is a little more difficult and the temperature is a little more difficult. Just try it twice. Flour cakes are different. Before the roses given by the system were spread out or even spread, this can be said to be unique. Flour cake, Bobby, flour cake, the most important thing is flowers. In the end, Song Jun agreed to the request that each of the students in front of him buy one first. Jiangtu had a total of 60 pieces of pots, and 35 pieces were left before leaving the village. He kept asking Secretary Lao Wang to take them to the county town. As for whether someone would come to him to learn how to make wild vegetable dumplings, Jiangtu didn't care. Teach if you want to learn, it is not a precious thing. However, it is certainly not completely free. Jiangtu is renovating the rabbit ranch in his farm. Professor Zhu and Professor Cao happened to send him some rabbit ranch renovation case information last night. If the transformation is successful, he doesn't have to keep tying the rabbit in the cage. Even if his cage is still very large compared to other rabbit farms. However, such a long-term captive life will still erase many of the valuable habits that rabbits originally carry. The large cage is not wasted, it can be directly converted into a rabbit nest, which is very safe. Just as Jiangtu was working with a humming and shivering belly, he suddenly heard a system prompt. System, congratulations to the host for receiving the favorable treasure chest *1. He was stunned. After looking at the sun, he suddenly realized that his flour cake was not bad now, but he should have gone to the county town. But, just when it arrived, did it open so soon? The small shop in Jiangtu and their village is called Xiong'er Village Specialty Store. The same is true here, next to it is Shijia Village Specialty Store, which sells straw weaving. Next door is the Liwa Village Specialty Store, which sells pear wine. I guess it will sell pears when the pears are ripe. Their clerk had long heard that Xiong'er Village was going to launch a new product, saying it was a flour cake. They were the first ones to be curious about. Everyone has heard of flour cakes, but this is the first time I have seen them selling fresh flour cakes that are made and sold in their place. Secretary Lao Wang was a little nervous at first. Good guy, Jiangtu directly asked for 5 yuan each. It is said that things in tourist attractions are expensive, but it is not such a expensive method. A piece of crispy cake with such a big palm dares to sell for 5 yuan. He and the sugar stuffing in the supermarket can buy at least 4 yuan for 5 yuan. It tasted good. However, after being forced to eat a piece by the village chief Xiao Song, Secretary Lao Wang immediately thought about it. There is still a reason why people have $5. Look at the white face, it will fall apart as soon as it touches it, and a 4-petal red flower is printed on it. It looks good no matter how you look at it. Besides, the filling is the fragrance, and the fragrance is particularly strong. Just a cake is like living in the flower field. However, unlike some perfumes on the market, they will be annoying if they are rich. It's a very comfortable smell, and it looks like nature. The filling made of petals is slightly sweet, with a little chewiness. You can feel the juice of the petals flowing between your lips and teeth while you bite. With the dry and crispy skin, it is neither choking nor panicking. He was a rough man and felt happy. Don't those little girls and wives want to die? It's indeed rare to die. Please subscribe, please bookmark, Mamata, 3. Chapter 90 Tourists Attack. The flour cakes were just put out, and the first thing they couldn't stand was the 3 clerks who came to see the fun. When the small wooden box was opened, everyone still felt that it was ordinary. Isn't it just like an old-fashioned crispy cake? They don't sell it here, but they are much older online. But when Secretary Lao Wang breaks up one, they won't think so. With just one cake, the pure rose fragrance can fill the entire room and pour into their noses from all directions. If I hadn't known it, this was a small shop that bought farm products. Most people would think that there was a flower shop here that specialized in roses. It's very wonderful. It's obviously just the fragrance of roses. I didn't think anything when I asked in a flower shop before, but it seems that there is only a little sweetness here, but it can especially arouse everyone's appetite. Secretary Lao Wang looked at the expressions of the three people and smiled and handed half of the clerk to his house. Try it, you will know how to sell it after you finish eating. It's not that he is stingy, it's really not that there are too many cakes. As for the others, they are not from their store anyway, so they want to buy it by themselves. Secretary Lao Wang's thoughts are a bachelor. It's better to have the method mentioned by the village chief, but it's not. If you break one apart, you'll have everything. I was surprised that I could get half of the clerk, so I quickly took it and took a bite. The next second, she was drunk in the filling made of roses. She now feels that she is the rose fairy, and the fragrance of roses is wafting from the inside out. Even if this cake is not delicious, she is willing to buy one for this domineering taste comparable to perfume. The key is, it tastes delicious. Be careful to hold the pastry if it is a bit deteriorating. When biting in your mouth, it will melt like glutinous rice paper, which is different from the usual feeling of a cake paste and full of oil residue on your mouth. It is particularly delicate and will melt into another taste with the juice of the roses while chewing. It seemed as if my whole body and mind were softened with this cake and melted into the rose. How could it be so delicious? Sure enough, the masters are among the people. Good reviews must be good reviews. She can sell this cake with 100 pieces a day, and she can sell it even if there are more than 1,000 pieces. In front of Secretary Wang, she directly scanned the QR code in the store. Secretary, you see, I paid too. After saying that, he showed his payment record to the secretary. Then she carefully picked up one and put it under her cash register. She had to wait for the time being to get off work and enjoy it slowly when she got home with tea. If she often sells this in the future, she might even save money on buying perfume. It's really fragrant, it's the kind of natural plant that no matter men, women, young and old, will not hate. It's really so delicious. The clerk from Liwa village couldn't help asking. Yeah. Li Feier nodded quickly. So that's it, if it weren't for being really poor, I can make it round. It's great to make money. I feel like I speak like roses. Then give me one. Give me one too. It's still early, and the traffic of the entire street is not much, so the clerks have time to visit or rest. It is absolutely no problem for them to eat a flour cake. Secretary Wang enthusiastically handed the two of them one. Dahu, if you buy my flour cake, we are the attitude of good friends. Before leaving, Zheng Yuyu, who was about to bring some local specialties to his family, walked into the newly built local specialties street in the county with his best friend. It is said that the government specially formed to facilitate tourists. Make sure that the goods are genuine, the goods are cheap and the prices are good, and there is no deception. If you are not satisfied, you can still go to the small blue house on the street to complain. There is no way. As a small 38th tier county town with severe population loss and even pillar enterprises, if you want to retain tourists by relying on a protected area without any characteristics, you must provide the service in place. Those who stayed in the county had already done their homework and understood this. Whether it is a supermarket or a food seller, isn't it the higher the traffic and the more people eat, the more money you make? Now, the government is pulling them forward, how could they keep pulling their legs? That's going to be stabbed by someone. Zheng Yuyu and her best friend also came here with a try-out attitude. The recommended ones on the official website are better than those they make themselves. It's not bad. Look at the mats sold by this store are made of corn. I think my cat will definitely like it. My best friend held a round mat with a cushion with a slightly sunken middle, the same on both sides, and a diameter of about 30 centimeters, and said in surprise. She likes this kind of purely handmade thing, and there is a smell that machines cannot replace. Look, it looks very good, it's quite strong. It's not that hard, it's good to put it as a mat at home. Zheng Yuyu also picked it up and looked at it. She knows her best friend's cat slave very well. Snatch her out of her cat and come out to play with her, that would ruin her old nose. However, she gently twitched her nose and tried to recognize the fragrance that attracted her from the smell of corn leaves. Unsurely, he yelled at his best friend and asked, "Did you smell a rose? It smells very nice and a little sweet." My best friend's nose wings swayed a few times, nodded, and said, "It seems that there is really a lass. I don't think there is a flower shop nearby." At this moment, the clerk who had just shown off a rose cake next door just now, who had just returned to the store for a short time, walked to them gently. The introduction said, "The mat in your hands is made by our aunts and grandmothers in Shijia village. It is said that it is a craft that only the older generation can do. 0. We guarantee that every corn leaf will be selected and will not be used as a good one. However, it is a purely natural thing. If it is used for a long time or is not properly preserved, there will still be some problems. I want to explain it to you in advance. This is also their requirements during the training period, and we must explain it to customers regardless of whether it is good or bad." She continued with a decent smile, "If you talk about the fragrance of roses, a new rose cake will be launched in the specialty store in Xiong'er village." Zheng Yuyu and her best friend were shocked. This is the first time they heard that a salesperson took the initiative to tell customers about the shortcomings of their products. She asked blankly, "Are you not afraid that we won't buy it if you say that?" The clerk shook his head and said, "Natural things will become moldy when they get wet, they will become too dry or use them for too long, and they will weather and fall off. This is normal. If customers don't buy it because of these things, we can't do anything about it." The two nodded together and looked at the clerk together, feeling that what she said made sense. However, even such a simple truth, there are always some people who don't understand, or pretend not to understand. "Then, I want this. Pack it up for me," my best friend said openly. Even if the clerk doesn't say this thing, it is just a consumable in the eyes of her cat owner. "What kind of straw? Straw, I don't know how many scratches it. This time I just gave it a new look." As soon as the two of them checked out, they were caught by the more domineering fragrance outside, which made them involuntarily walk towards the door of Xiong'er village. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, and Mamada er. Chapter 91 The Power of Flower Cake. As she walked, her best friend sighed to her, "If the perfume smells like this, I must buy a bottle to try it." "That's not right." Zheng Yuyu nodded, "The taste can float so far, it's not annoying at all. It has defeated most of the products on the market." As soon as they walked to the door, they saw a big sign standing on the block. Like I just wrote it in a marker. "Pure handmade flour cakes, 5 yuan per piece. Production date, this morning. The quantity is limited, until it is sold out." The fragrance continues to float out from half a cake placed next to it as a sample. Of course, there are also it drifts out from the mouths and hands of tourists who come to buy flour cakes. "Come too." Zheng Yuyu stretched out her 2 fingers at the clerk. "It's all here, only 5 yuan per person. It's a pity that I don't taste it." Although she had never heard of the snacks like rose cake Qi40 here, what does it matter? Scan the code or cash. The clerk familiarly picked up a flour cake and stuffed it into the paper packaging bags delivered together. He asked with a smile, "Pack or eat here?" Packing means putting a plastic bag, and eating here is of course no plastic bag. "We'll eat while walking." Zheng Yuyu scanned the code to pay, and took it politely with her best friend. This is so delicious." Zheng Yuyu took a bite and couldn't help but sigh, "This is better than what I ate in the south last time. This rose filling is so excellent." My best friend was more direct than her. She stared at the rose sauce in the filling for a while, and asked the clerk, "Do you sell rose sauce here?" Her family is not short of money, and she has eaten a lot of delicious food. It's not that there are masters who can achieve this quality by pancake crust. However, this is the first time she has eaten the rose filling made of rose sauce. Even the mushrooms that produce various flowers have never seen such a good rose sauce a few times. The clerk looked at them with a smile, and she knew that no one could resist the power of this flour cake. Especially their girls. Unfortunately, she shook her head regretfully and said, "No. It is said that because the production of roses this year is too small, there is no way to supply them. There is no way this year, that is, there may be next year." Zheng Yuyu and her best friend immediately grasped the point of the conversation. Kikai looked at the clerk and confirmed with her. However, the clerk didn't know either, so he could only say sorry that they could pay attention to the information on the travel website, and maybe there was a new notice there. She was not worried at all. "I am the clerk of this store and a local. Once the rose sauce is launched, I will definitely be the first to buy it. Although I feel that the price is definitely not cheap, it is still acceptable to grit my teeth. Besides, a bottle of rose sauce can save some time to drink it. Beauty and beauty are fragrant and sweet. It only costs a few dollars a day. Maybe you can't even afford a cup of milk tea. Rounding it all means you don't have to pay. How cost-effective." For the first time, Li Fei felt that there was nothing wrong with staying in her hometown. "Ah, that's how it is." Zheng Yuyu sighed regretfully. "When I turned to look at my best friend, I looked very sorry." Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and asked, "Will you open an online store?" "That's right, now, who doesn't open an online store?" She gave her wit a thumbs up. "Can I ask what my name is? Can I pay attention to it now?" Her eyes were bright and she looked at the clerk, and she took out her cell phone and told her that she would help me with it. Now, she will immediately notice it after putting on rose sauce. Such delicious rose cakes can be eaten frequently by myself. Because of her work, she only has one chance to go out for a trip once a year. Of course, you have to create this opportunity to eat delicious local specialties at any time. The clerk could only continue to apologize. She explained patiently, "I have also learned about this. Other things are possible, and flour cakes may not work. People say that this thing is made, eaten, and bought, and it can't be stored for a long time and cannot be mailed. The key is that the output of things is really small and not worth it." She heard from Secretary Wang that if the village chief had not been able to protect these cakes, they would have been divided up if they could not leave the village. Moreover, there are only so many today. When will there be next time? We have to see when the flowers will bloom enough. She understands that such delicious flowers have very strict conditions for opening. Of course, there is no need to tell customers about these. She just emphasized one thing: the quantity is really limited. It will be gone after it is sold out. After saying that, Zheng Yuyu and her best friend's eyes moved to the rose cake under the acrylic cover and swallowed. The next second, the two of them listened. "Give me a try. Why is it so fragrant? No fragrance is added. It doesn't look like it when you smell it." 0. Li Fei immediately explained enthusiastically, "What I made this morning is not delicious, it must be different from the ones sent online." The man nodded, "That's right." After saying that, he paid neatly, took it, and walked to another store while eating. In an instant, the smell that drifted from him attracted more passers-by. They originally wanted to buy it after shopping. After seeing this, when they came back, there might be only a little bit of cake left. Zheng Yuyu quickly said, "Let me make 4 more, and I'll take them home for my family to taste. My best friend is not willing to be outdone, give me 4. Yuyu's family has a total of 4 people, 1 per person. Her family of 3 can eat 2. Li Fei skillfully picked up the clip and repeatedly reminded her to confirm it, saying, "This is a purely handmade product, and it is ready to sell, so she didn't add any preservatives and it won't last long. It's best to eat in 1 day, and the longest should not exceed 3 hours. Yet, The two of them nodded together. They can get home in the afternoon on the high-speed train. Don't be afraid. After seeing off the two people, the clerk sighed as he looked at the less than 10 rose cakes left. She hoped that after she found out that there were no cakes, there would not be too many customers coming to ask, and she had already begun to worry about her throat. Zhang Tu felt that the system prompt sound was turned on again, just to pay attention to the self who can get a good review of the flour cake. Just a big fool. Who bought it and didn't eat it at that time? He insisted on waiting for 1.8 in the middle of the night to eat it and give it a good review while eating it. The system made his system twitch and clattered continuously in the middle of the night, and he pulled him out of his good dream. In other words, the system does not display the name, otherwise he would have found this. In the middle of the night, he would put a bunch of flour cakes around him so that he could not see and eat it. He tidied up his pillow, turned over, and turned off the system prompt tone again, cursing. What do you pay attention to it? As long as the number of system treasure chests increases, it's okay. He muttered, found the right position and fell asleep again. At this time, Zheng Yuyu and her best friend shared the flour cakes they brought back with their parents and relatives as soon as they arrived home. I also shared an interesting story about having sex on the high-speed rail with my parents. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please give me monthly votes and comments, please give me all readers. Chapter 92 Rabbits Appear. There was a gentleman sitting in the back of our aisle, which seemed to be block C or maybe B. I don't know if I have applied medicinal wine or excessive drinking, but in short, it smells so big. We are not closest to each other, and we are still so smoky that our eyes are a little bit unopened. I also brought a mask, but it didn't work very well. In the end, there was no way. My best friend bought one more, and we shared one together, and wanted to use the smell of roses to overwhelm the smell of wine. Rose is very fragrant, but it is not annoying. It overwhelms the annoying smell of wine in just a few seconds. After that, people kept coming over to ask where they bought their flour cakes and whether they could share them in the online store. I know it's only sold offline, but I'm still disappointed. Especially there are several beautiful sisters, and their eyes are almost melting out of water. Zheng Yuyu said with a slight mouth, and said with something. Dad Zheng was about to condemn his daughter and said that buying something with such a strong fragrance was obviously added with flavor. Eating too much is not good for the health. But after he really smelled it, he immediately shut up and swallowed the words back. There is always an essential difference between natural aroma and essence. Even if the chemical formula is the same, when you meet the fragrance, your nose, your body, and 10 bodies, it will honestly remind you that this thing is wrong. It depends on whether you want to admit it or not. My younger brother went out to play and was not at home, so the three of them sat together to share the cake as a midnight snack. Mother Zheng looked at the last one who said it was left for her son, swallowed and said, "Actually, the stinky brat in our family doesn't like sweets, right?" Dad Zheng was about to retort that he was not sweet at all when he ate this flour cake. He met his wife's gaze and nodded immediately. And he said more reasonable and well-founded words, he said, "Yes, and how could a boy be interested in planting flowers and smell? You have eaten Yuyu, so I will share this cake with your mother." Zheng Yuyu? Dad, do you hear what you are talking about? This proposal was unanimously agreed by Zheng's father and mother, and Zheng Yuyu was forced to watch and swallow. I tried my best to comfort myself in my heart that there was a younger brother at home that was even worse than me. But, this matter is, it's fine if you haven't eaten it. After eating it, I can't bear it even more. Zheng Yuyu couldn't stand the blow, so she got up and went to the bathroom to wash and prepare to go to bed. As for brother Zheng, who suddenly came home during breakfast the next day, smelled the smell of the house and asked, "Mom, have you bought roses at home? Why didn't I see it?" "Ah, I've used to take a bath." Zheng's mother was stunned, and returned without blushing. Zheng Yuyu and Zheng's father were amazed at her ability to lie with her eyes open. Zheng Yuyu didn't even see it. Zheng's father privately checked the strategy process to go to the ice and snow province, otherwise, he would have been surprised. 35 flour cakes, Jiangtu received 9 good reviews treasure chests. He is still very satisfied with this ratio. The flour cake was just a small cake, and he was not as capable as a student in the village, and he could only buy one by one. Besides, people in the world all have their own preferences, with a conversion rate of nearly a quarter, so what else do you want? Professor Zhu and Professor Cao received news that the little rabbit was slaughtered and rushed over without stopping. Among the blue sky, white clouds, and green grass, 9 rabbits of different colors are leisurely eating grass and learning to live their own lives. Although he is not very big, he can tell at a glance that the difference with an ordinary little rabbit. The skeleton is large, and the limbs are even stronger and have very good room for development. Even they are taught very well by the big rabbit and are extremely vigilant against strangers. This is the root of their wildness. Professor Zhu rubbed his hands and wanted to enter very much go to the rabbit ranch and catch 1 or 2 little rabbits in person to collect samples or something. However, as soon as he approached, the little rabbits ran away without even their shadows. He was still sampling, but he couldn't even catch the hare. Helplessly, I could only ask for help from Jiangtu. Xiao Zhang, look at this. Jiangtu knew what Professor Zhu meant, and he thought for a while and said, I can give you 1 grey and white rabbit. His big rabbit gave birth to 9 little rabbits. Among them, there are the most grey ones, there are 4 in total, and the least black ones, only 2 females, and there are only 2 females. He couldn't bear to leave. The grey one gives you a female, and the white one gives you a male, can you see? Jiangtu asked. The rabbit ranch is divided into 2 parts, and each part has a temporary area of 1 acre of grassland. 1 acre of land is divided into 3 parts, and 3 pairs of the first big rabbits are raised. The other half raises these little rabbits. The rabbit nest is also specially made by him. The cage has a small wooden house inside. One of the wooden house extends to more than half a meter underground, and has a solid cement bottom. Lois and straw were also laid on the cement bottom. Of course, if they look down on the nest prepared by Jiangtu, it is not impossible for them to dig holes. After this, Haimi will be invited to play. Haimi, who has been wandering in the wild for so long, is unique in finding a rabbit. It is really worthy of being a big dog with hunting dog genes. If you take out a special rabbit nest, you can get one for sure. When the rabbits find out, they will be chased by dogs when digging holes outside the iron cages, and they will get used to the artificial nest. It's not okay if you are not used to it. I have seen Black Me, whose face was swollen by a rabbit, for nearly a week, faced with these rabbits' vigilance and flexibility, which has long been incomparable. Of course, this is not a complete solution. Jiangtu also listed carrots as a forbidden product on the farm. Every day, they only gave them their favorite carrots before they were put out of the nest and after returning to the nest with the rabbit. Over time, they became self-consciously back to the nest. Hey, it's great, thank you. When Professor Zhu heard this, he could still get a male and a female. Although it was not the same color, it was also a very surprising thing. Moreover, this matter is very clear, it is a long-term development. As more and more rabbits are born in Jiangtu, more and more they can get. It really doesn't work. It can also be like old Li and old Shuet, who can directly send a team of people to live in Xiong'er village. Anyway, they are not Frankenstein who do some weird genetic experiments. Okay, then I'll catch you later. Jiangtu glanced at Haimi, and Haimi shook her tail and screamed Wang. Indicates, okay, it is covered in it, there is no problem. Now the little rabbit has hidden itself and is difficult to start. When they confirm that they come out to eat grass again, they can start working. As for male and female, if one doesn't work, just 2, it's familiar with catching rabbits. I guess the rabbit will be very mature in a few days. Jiang Tu took Professor Zhu and Professor Cao to the other side of his house. We can't let the two old professors, who are over 100 years old, stand by the rabbit ranch and wait. The key is that they stood there, and the little rabbit refused to come out. Professor Cao walked to the pig pen at Jiang Tu's house and saw the sow at first sight. It arched the sink and made a mud pool for itself, lying inside with a look of enjoyment. He observed carefully for a few minutes and asked, "How long have you been pregnant?" Jiang Tu really didn't know about this. He remembered the expected delivery date that Liang Feng told him, and told Professor Cao, the sows will be born at about the end of July and at the latest in early August. Now, it should be less than 2 months. He still remembered Liang Feng said that the number of this baby may exceed his thoughts, and there may be more than 10. Jiang Tu was so scared that he didn't even dare to continue buying piglets. Please ask for flowers, subscribe, collect, and give monthly ticket evaluation. 3. Chapter 93 Puppies and a Group of. Professor Cao glanced at Jiang Tu and seemed to be saying, "You are so kind." But after thinking about it, this person is indeed a layman and has no comments. He was also quite curious about the fact that wild boars and sows were conceived under completely natural conditions. Randomly, he saw the big wild boar that was almost gone without a wild boar, and he felt his eyes hurt. After taking a look, he left without asking more questions. Before Jiang Tu could reach the doorstep, he heard the wailing of his puppy. "Awoo, awoo. Mom, Mom, help, help. This flat-beaked bird is so fierce. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, help, Mom, Mom. Uncle Damai, Uncle Damai." The three of them were all attracted by the eyes. Not far away, near the direction of his water storage lake, 2 puppies, like black balls, rolled and crawled towards the direction of black rice. Behind them, there was a small goose that was still small but had already changed her feathers. Who is not one of its group? A group of people stretched their necks, spread their wings slightly, and rushed towards the 2 lower puppies like shells. After grabbing it, I twisted it with my mouth. The puppy who was twisted screamed in an instant, and did not make up for his long calves. "Use the one to get out, sell the brothers and keep the distance," he shouted. "Wow, wow. Mom! Mom!" Jiang Tu wiped his face, wondering if these 2 naughty kids were not staying with Haimi, learning skills and running to the lake to do. It's not disliked by nearly 100 meters away. Besides, you can just play by the lake. What are you doing if you provoke a group of people? When a group of people grow up, your mother may not be the opponent. Big Goose is the leader of the 3 tyrants in the village, and then your mother. Haimi also heard the screams of her cubs, and instantly stood up and looked in the direction where the sound came. Seeing the situation clearly, it feels both distressed and angry. The ending thing, what are you going to mess with the big goose for nothing? I didn't see that even though they were still young, they were already older than you? It was very confused for a moment. Nowadays, a group of people are still small and have low damage. They really want these 2 little boys who have been worrying about being taught a lesson, so as to save them from causing trouble when they grow up. However, it really couldn't bear to hear their screams so miserably. No way. Haimi looked at the sky, and he could only bear the baby he gave birth to. Don't let it see their father again, see that it won't bite it to death. No good genes were passed down, and one was naughty and a little bitch was over. In the end, Haimi blocked a badge in front of him in 3 or 2 steps, indicating that the 2 cubs would protect him. Yubio compares the momentum of himself and Haimi and glares at the 2 puppies with great force. If you can't beat it, call it a parent, right? There are no parents to bully it, right? You wait for it to grow up. Then, he turned around and left without accepting but was very conscious of the current affairs. It's not too late for the big goose to take revenge. Haimi saw a group of figures gradually disappearing, turned around and looked at the two little kids who were still trying to sneak away, and then raised her legs and beat them up. After the beating, I started to reason, it was too late. The momentum was so great that the big rabbit couldn't help but stand up and watched the fun with his ears standing high. "Come on, let the rabbit see whose naughty child is," and he was scolded by his parents. "Oh, from Jaime family. Black rice. Disgrace. It's embarrassing to the rabbit world." After yelling, he beat two more cubs and then he felt relieved. Unexpectedly, the two puppies who were beaten back were still shot, and tears burst out from their eyes. The body was bitten by a goose, and it hurt even more by my mother. The two of them followed Jaime dejectedly, the little flowers swaying in the wind and the flying butterflies aroused their interest. Their whole world is dark. When he got home, he saw Jiang-tu sitting in the yard and hurried to his feet, rubbing and expressing their grievances. "Ah, woo, 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 woo. How could mother do this? They were beaten by geese, and mother didn't help them avenge. It's fine if you don't help the baby to take revenge, but you turn around and beat the baby. One beat, two more times. Is this really a real mother? Master, we picked it up right?" Jiang-tu couldn't understand. But he knew that these two people were talking bad things about Jaime. "I really feel that these two skins are so thick that I remember to eat or beat them." He found out the classic Big Goose video that has been circulating online from his mobile phone and showed it to the two puppies. He also told the two puppies that in the video, the big geese that pecked the dog, pecked people, pecked the sky and the earth, and were invincible in the battle, were one of the future groups. Let them realize it themselves. The big goose in the video was so scared that the two puppies were so much that the whites of their eyes leaked out. They looked at Jiang-tu with incredible eyes. And refute seriously. How could they not be able to beat a goose if they grow taller and bigger than their mothers in the future? Jiang-tu smiled and told them to, "A batch may fly in the future." The big geese are made up of the domesticated geese, which are the groups of geese that line up in the sky and then line up in humans. They already have a certain ability to fly, but have been cultivated and degenerated by generations of human beings. He has delicious food and drinks, and has also drunk Lingchuan water. A batch of them often learns some messes from those wild animals. It is difficult to ensure that it will not become a flying goose in the future. Even if you can't fly high or far, you can still fly. For dogs that can only be on the ground, it is an accurate strike against the Air Force, against the Army. Not to mention, the unique structure of the big goose's eyes makes it born to think that everyone here is their younger brother. It has nothing to do with body shape. Two puppies don't want to believe this cruel fact. He quickly left Jiang-tu's side, plunged into the doghouse, not going to see him. The two little heads were still together, muttering, not sure what countermeasures were being discussed. Professor Zhu looked interesting and asked Jiang-tu, "This is how do you train dogs? I'll show the video to the dog." The main reason is that the two puppies still look like they understand. No, it's basically all black rice. He really didn't train the puppy. Jiang-tu also felt that these little kids, who were only 1 month old, were too small, so I would give them a perfect childhood for the time being. Sit down and shake hands, it's okay if you don't know these skills. As long as you can help watch the farm work and queue up to hold the rice bowl when you know how to eat. Before Professor Zhu and Professor Cao waited for a long time, Jaime held a grey rabbit in her mouth. Run to Jiang-tu. Jiang-tu quickly took it and opened his belly. It happened to be a female. He handed it to Professor Zhu's palm, who had long been thinking about what was going on. Rewarded to black rice with a beef, indicating that he still has a white one. Jaime narrowed her eyes, finished eating happily, and ran away again. Zhaos. He made the beef granules that Jiang-tu gave to black rice by himself. When he saw countless pet snack dealers online, using inferior products as good products, using sick beef, or even other meat mixed with flavors. He made them by himself. Although it takes time, it is very simple. Using the bread kiln behind his house can produce a lot at a time, which is undoubtedly a waste of firewood. After a while, Professor Cao also had a white little rabbit in his hand. As soon as he held it in his palm, he couldn't help but sigh, "This strength is really great." Professor Zhu looked at the sky and said in his heart, "This is nothing. Go and try that big rabbit, maybe your ribs can be broken." The two of them transferred 2,000 yuan to Jiangtu together, which can be considered as clearing both money and goods. After all, I had a meal in the cafeteria before leaving. That night, Jiang Tu opened his account book. "Write it carefully, today, I will get 2,000 yuan to buy a rabbit. A little rabbit costs 1,000 yuan, there is a lot to do. Please give me a collection, subscribe, monthly ticket evaluation, please give me a lot of readers." Chapter 94 Big Leopard Hunting. The Dragon Boat Festival is getting closer and closer, and the weather is getting hotter and hotter. The big leopard seemed to finally feel at ease with the situation of his 3 cubs and began to go out to hunt. Of course, the deer from the Jiangtu family was the first to suffer. As a golden leopard, except for the Siberian tiger in the forest, it looks down on the chickens, ducks, and rabbits of the Jiangtu family. Near a leopard, the Sika deer that had been eased for a long time and had eaten herself fat finally got a heavy blow one morning. After such a period of time, Jiang Tu's careful care of the wild boar, the golden leopard, who had been born prematurely, had already recovered completely. As for Lingchuan water, he fed it directly 1 bottle at a time. Other animals in his house were shared together in the water. No matter how bad it is really unreasonable. The golden leopard stretched and flew directly over the fence, turning into a yellow lightning, rushing towards the deer. After seeing this scene, Yang Bo and Feng Yu simply didn't know what to react. Is it wrong for the golden leopard to prey on the deer herd? No. But that was the deer they had watched for a long time, from 9 to 10. I feel sorry for Lu, but they can't say it. Jiang Tu's feelings are more complicated, but he thinks his former guess is correct. This group of 740 suddenly appeared in his territory. It is really possible that the food that this leopard rushed over by himself. Just as it knew that he would not hurt it, it also knew that the deer would be reluctant to leave here. Leave this grassland that was nourished by spiritual water and fertility. Lin Yi carefully recorded the scene of wild leopard preying on him. There is nothing to disturb them, even if they feel sorry for the deer, they can only watch it. At this moment, Jiangtu opened his mouth very disgustingly. He asked, "You said, if I raised cattle now, would I most likely become its prey? Raising sheep must be a delivery to Jinqian leopard, but what about the cow?" He just wanted to know whether the leopard would let go of this herbivore, which is several times its size. The eagle hunted by the golden leopard with sharp eyes was discovered, and it was unknown whether it was a vulture that began to hover over Jiangtu's house. "It seems like I want to find an opportunity to get a share of the pie." Who knew that before Lin Yi could answer, the leopard that had been hunted had dragged the innocent deer towards Jiangtu. The weight of more than 100 kilograms in his mouth did not seem to have any impact on it. It confidently took the standard cat steps, stepping step by step on Yang Bo and Feng Yu's hearts not far away. Fortunately, the 1.5-meter fence blocked its pace of progress. "I'm so laughing, will the leopard, Bobby, care?" "Not at all. A height of only 1.5 meters. It appeared in the yard with the deer in its mouth. Put the deer into the yard." The big head was rubbing hard on Jiang Tu's thighs, rubbing his waist and abdomen, and his mouth made a purr that only a kitten would make. "It seems that I want to use the advanced skill of leopards and leopards to exchange for the right to deal with prey. Yes, in the past few days, the golden leopard has learned bad things. Someone helps deal with prey, bite by bite, with a variety of varieties and balanced nutrition. Isn't it better than just pulling it out and tearing it down by yourself? I just don't know why, it is obviously so close to the deer herd, but it hasn't eaten venison once for so long. It is obviously nutritious and delicious. But it doesn't matter. The owner here doesn't do it. It's ready now and you can do it yourself. This human just needs to help it deal with. As avenge, it doesn't mind giving it a little to the little cat at home. Zhang Tu realized the meaning of the golden leopard and was silent. Slowly turn your gaze to Lin Yi. He blamed him, there was venison in the space treasure chest, and he didn't dare to take it out for the leopard yet. It's either he feels sorry for the venison or he can't explain it. Now, I've done it myself. I also want him to help with cooking. Lin Yi looked at the sky and did not dare to look at Zhang Tu at all. Zhang Tu put his eyes on the two forest policemen in the distance. Is it okay? Don't say this in advance. The most important thing is that he can't dissect the deer. The police officers relied on their standing far and pretended to have not seen it openly. What's wrong? Zhang Tu had no choice but to speak directly. Dear, you're dead, just give it food. Lin Yi said. Even the look at Zhang Tu was a little envious. In this scene today, except for Zhang Tu, both of him and Police Lin have to write a report. He thought that he was fed by Jiangta beef, mutton and pork every day, and once he ate donkey meat. Jiangta doesn't feed chicken and rabbit meat that often appear in the zoo. In this case, the leopard will not have the idea of making those deer. After a long time of work, people may still miss the original taste. I don't know. Zhang Tu whispered to Lin Yi while kneading the big head of the golden leopard lying on his belly. He can buy the meat processed by the butcher for cooking, which does not mean he will kill. The group of students from the agricultural university in the village are about to kill pigs, otherwise, I would ask the butcher if he would deal with deer, he suggested. Lin Yi retorted, you think ordinary people can deal with deer? Then he is quite tortured. Lin Yi didn't say this, but that's what he meant. It's similar to a donkey. Zhang Tu Wangtian, in addition to recipes, this system has a lower appearance than SSSR. He is still a skilled carpenter. Then, why doesn't it call a donkey? Lin Yi asked. Besides, if a pig killer will definitely kill a donkey. Zhang Tu was silent, and Lin Yi's words made a lot of sense. But he immediately thought of another person, his eyes shining, and asked, can the veterinarian do it? In the county veterinary hospital, Liang Feng, who could fish if he could, suddenly sneeze. I vaguely felt a bad premonition in my heart. Lin Yi slowly turned his head, looked at Zhang Tu, and slowly raised a thumb. The two looked at each other, leaving a tacit smile. The deceased fellow Taoists will not die. They think Liang Feng needs this extraordinary practical opportunity very much. Hey, hey! Zhang Tu took out the phone and comforted the big leopard and said, wait a minute, I'll shake you. Liang Feng, who received the call. Zhang Tu, I see you, uncle. I never thought about him when I was a good thing. The flour cakes were sold so well and I didn't even see him for a few more times. I thought about him. I'll ask you, the real world, the opportunity to dissect the deer legally and reasonably, do you want it or not? Come on. Conserve the meal. Liang Feng cursed and was furious. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, come on, wait. He said reluctantly. Liang Feng came very quickly. Zhang Tu had already persuaded the big leopard to go back to her nest to breastfeed the child, and he found a place to put the deer's body first. As for the blood-stained piece of land, it will be buried in the composting place together with the intestines and the like, and just leave it to time. You can't let it go. If the smell of blood attracts some beast, it will be even more interesting. As for this anatomical skill, it's better to bother the veterinarian Liang Feng. The two police officers in Lin are here, and the free bodyguards are very useful. But Zhang Tu didn't dare to open the treasure chest. If you open the door to another world, do you think he will go or not? If you don't go, you will be crazy and touch your heart. Go, you will be discovered in the last second, and you will be taken away in the next second." He took a step back and said that he went in his bedroom. As a result, like last time, Bala came back with a lot of soil and grass, which is something that everyone would doubt. Please subscribe, please collect, please give me monthly tickets and evaluations. Mamata, 3. Chapter 95. Want to make rice dumplings. Is that treasure chest not open? Of course it is impossible. In order to celebrate the postpartum comeback and successfully hunted, Zhang Tu opened 100 favorable treasure chests directly under everyone's noses. Everyone was paying attention to Liang Feng's dissection of the Sika deer. No one paid attention to him and he was distracted to see what good things he had opened. Well, it was another day without SSSR, the gate of another world. There is not even SSSR. But it doesn't matter, he prescribed a SSR recipe and a complete collection of rice dumplings. It just happened to meet the Dragon Boat Festival solar term. He also prescribed some precious ingredients, which happened to be the Dragon Boat Festival, so he also made some different delicious food for himself. Liang Feng dissected and processed by Zhang Tu. The leopard finally ate the venison it hunted by itself before lunch. As for how to deal with the rest, they had a disagreement. Some people say that they all get frozen and keep leopards to eat tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Why should leopards hunt to other animals? The leopard is a type of leopard. It is big and doesn't pick on the mouth. It's not like the prairie cheetah, who only eats fresh food. Wild leopards usually hang their endless prey on trees, enjoy slowly. Sometimes they even feel that the slightly rotten meat is more in line with their taste because it doesn't taste effortless. Yes, this is the problem. The rest of the people don't have to freeze, hang it on the tree, and give it a little to other animals. For example, the birds that had been hovering above his head were so persistent that they refused to leave. Wait for humans to disperse it and eat it for free. Zhang Tu has come back from the ground, and these people have not yet discussed the result. He estimated that if the big leopard was next to him, he would definitely cover his furry ears with his big claws, and his expression was like not listening to the turtle chanting. I even complain in my heart that you humans are in trouble. Will it still lack food here? How can't I handle it? Zhang Tu, what do you think? Liang Feng looked directly at Zhang Tu and asked for his opinion. Zhang Tu doesn't want to participate. The Dragon Boat Festival will be in a few days. The students from Dragon Boat Festival will have a holiday in advance. He wants to arrange the rice dumplings earlier, so he is now full of the taste of rice dumplings. I said. I think I'll leave the good ones for the big leopard, and have another meal tonight or tomorrow, and it's almost done. Leave the rest for those birds. But I want to explain one thing clearly. Throw it away, and don't attract things that shouldn't be attracted to my house. There is no such thing as storing in the animal world in a refrigerator. In this weather, venison is almost the limit when hanging in a cool place. Besides, if they are there, will these leopards have nothing to eat? I'm going to make rice dumplings on Dragon Boat Festival. What stuffing do you want to eat? Zhang Tu stood in front of the police, washing his hands while asking questions. As a genuine northerner, when it comes to zongzi, the first thing he thinks of is the sweet zongzi of red dates. It's not that meat dumplings are not delicious, but people's first instinctive reaction. And they think red dates and sweet dumplings are the most authentic and appropriate. However, he didn't want to just wrap one stuffing, so it would be boring to eat it. You are from the red dates. Liang Feng is also a local child and has eaten red date rice dumplings since he was a child. After saying that, he also attacked the meat dumplings. Shouldn't the rice dumplings be added with red dates? Can pork belly be eaten? Zhang Tu. Fortunately, he is located in the northeast, and if this is placed in some cities in the south, he would not have to attack them. I think the meat dumplings are okay, but they can't get sugar. Yang Bo stretched out a finger and scratched his face, with a hint of nostalgia. Meat rice dumplings. Dip in candy, are you a devil? Liang Feng widened his eyes, his facial features almost couldn't keep his glasses. The surprise in his tone was shocked. Damai was shocked 5 meters away, and he couldn't help but turn his head and look at it. But this is not the most surprising. The most surprising thing is that Feng Yu, a man with dark skin and height of more than 1.8 meters, asked Zhang Tu seriously, "Do you think the rice dumplings have rose fillings?" The others were stunned, only Zhang Tu touched her chin and thought seriously and said, there is, but there is no pure rose-filled rice dumpling. If you have rose candy, you can eat it in dip. If you also have rose bean paste, you can try it." Lin Yi looked left and right to confirm that everyone seemed to care about differently. He could only ask by himself, "Brother Zhang, can you sell it?" After saying that, he looked at Brother Zhang with anticipation. "There is a big stance that I dare to buy as long as you sell it." The passionate discussion between the 5 people was interrupted by a scream before it officially began. "Ah, Mom, help me!" As a veterinarian, Liang Feng looked directly at the discovery made by the sound. "I saw a little black ball, with a wide open mouth, a painful and scared expression rolling all over the ground." He strode to the puppy and picked up the back of his neck. Zhang Tu also hurried over, but he was not as quick as Liang Feng. However, he saw another dog sneaking in the rows from it and wanted to escape from the scene of the incident. He ignored it. It was obvious that nothing happened. "I'd better care about this one first." The whinful puppy had been placed on Liang Fengping's knees and his mouth was opened. "What's wrong? Have you been stabbed?" He explicitly prohibited those little guys from approaching roses very early. Just because the edible roses given by the system are sharp and dense, even if he doesn't care when pulling the petals, he will have to be stabbed. 0. However, these little guys who have just begun to see the sinister world seem to be the more they don't want them to go wherever they want. Every time, you have to approach it secretly. He didn't forget to look at it with a provocative look on his face. "Now, be pierced." "Should." Zhang Tu glared at the puppy. Unexpectedly, Liang Feng shook his head and took out a little bee's body from the little puppy's mouth. "Isn't that furry look completely wet with saliva the fat bumblebee working hard at his home? Go and take the tweezers in my medical box and give me some. Stop it and help me disinfect it." Liang Feng looked at the puppy's palate and said to Zhang Tu. Lin Yi was close to him and sent him directly to disinfect him. He also squatted across from Liang Feng and looked at him. "I saw a black spike pierced deeply into the puppy's palate." Liang Feng he skillfully pulled out the bee needle, looked at the situation and said, "Fortunately it is a bumblebee with little toxicity, otherwise it would be very dangerous to be stung by a bee. After a while, your face will swollen. You take good care of it these days and I will prescribe some medicine for it. It should be nothing big." Zhang Tu looked at the little bee buried in the dog's mouth, and then at the tearful puppy, thinking it was not worthy of sympathy. The puppy swollen faster than everyone imagined. 5 big men kept slapping at the puppy whose body was swollen and rounder than its body and whose eyes were almost invisible. "When you are unhappy, take it out and take a look. You can laugh for a year or 2. Chapter 96 Chilly Field. Ha 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 ha, what to do? It's pitiful and funny, and a little sad. But I really can't help it." Lin Yi stared at the swollen face that was getting rounder and round, and couldn't help it. He got enough of 9 to post it on his moments. From the beginning to the beginning of swelling to the pig's head, he just recorded the whole process. It is better to have fun alone than to have fun. Zhang Tu took this opportunity to hold the small figure who had just been among the flowers. It was probably what this little guy encouraged him. That stupid one really got on. The dogs that were chased by a group of people also had it. Why is it so naughty? Heiji ran home to drink water and met a familiar and unfamiliar cub. The whole dog suddenly had a little doubt that the dog was born. It smells so good that its baby is good. Why doesn't it look like it? It doesn't remember being so fat. Lin Yi was so happy when he saw Heimi's expression. Jiang Tu didn't go to see Haimi and slapped the culprit in the butt. Look at the good things you did. The puppy who made a mistake was both aggrieved and dissatisfied, and his eyes looked stubborn. My little neck twisted, you will definitely not be discovered next time. The silly puppy, whose mouth hurts and feels uncomfortable, and whose face is swollen, is basically invisible. She sways her butt and sits on the ground, allowing her saliva to flow down. Woo-woo, the baby never dares to do it again. I heard that Jiang Tu wanted to make rice dumplings, and the focus of this group of students was really coincidental with Lin Yi. Based on the blind trust in Brother Jiang's craftsmanship, everyone asked Brother Jiang to start the sales model. If you don't go to the store, just sell it in the village. It's Dragon Boat Festival, and they want to buy some and take them home. Or it may be given to classmates and friends, it can be considered a festival fun. There are also some people who don't go home on Dragon Boat Festival and don't have any plans, so they want to stay in the dormitory and eat slowly. Because there are not many people staying in the village on Dragon Boat Festival, Jiang Tu, as a chef, is also on holiday and will not cook for them for at least 3 days. Jiang Tu directly suspected that he came over to ask them about their tastes. Is it correct? He originally thought that this group of students came from the mountains and the north, and that there must be a filling that was particularly delicious or wanted to eat in his hometown. As a result, there were types of rice dumplings obtained. The sweet party and the salty party almost held a debate on the spot, and decided on their respective strengths and weaknesses. Jiang Tu really doesn't understand, it's just zongzi, it's enough to be delicious. However, tofu brain must be salty. Professor Lu, holding a rose sample, finally reappeared in Xiong'er village. Just looking at Jiang Tu, there were suddenly a lot of things that Jiang Tu couldn't understand. Jiang Tu knew that Professor Lu must have discovered the uniqueness of roses, but so what can it be? I want to study it, and I'm sorry. Fortunately, Professor Lu did not ask Jiang Tu where these 10 roses came from. Because he knew he couldn't find the result. When this child was planting various flowers, he planned it and taught him how to plant it, and he also helped. However, this did not prevent him from admiring Jiang Tu's good luck. Yes. Good luck. Whether it is rabbit or rose, Professor Lu attributes this to good luck. The plants of nature are ever-changing, but in fact, they do not need too much guidance from humans, and they will undergo related mutations themselves. However, 99% of the mutations will directly dissipate in nature. Only by surviving thousands of years of evolution and elimination can the remaining 1% of the luck survive be truly passed down steadily, and the number at that time was less than 1/10 of the tens of thousands of years. Just like white tigers are all yellow and black stripes, rarely appear black and white, but not red, blue, purple and green. It is very likely that it appeared a long time ago, but it may not be good at hiding and disappear little by little if you can't catch prey. Like the rabbit and rose from Jiangtu farm, it is very similar to a naturally mutated individual. But the merchants didn't pay attention, and the buyers didn't pay attention, and they were just met by their group of professionals from the agricultural university. If they do not discover and do not retain what they think of assault, cuttings with rattan may still look like their mother's body. If the seeds are planted, it is impossible to predict. What's more, according to its petal thickness, it is likely that even a seed cannot be produced. Professor Lu comforted himself like this not long after. They found dozens of exceptional pepper plants in the Jiangtu family's field. What's wrong? Original Professor Shui and Professor Li, who were walking beside him, suddenly stopped together, and Jiang Tu was a little puzzled. He looked at the professor's eyes and found that they were all looking at the peppers in his field. Well, it is obviously different from the neatly tidy peppers next to it, and it can be called a group of demons dancing. The little and short lying on the ground, looking malnourished. 0. The big one stood tall and grew up almost catching up with a small tree. Xiaozhang, are you chilly? Professor Li walked directly to the side of the chilly tree to observe. He felt a little familiar, but is it too different to look like this? Jiang Tu looked at the pepper tree and said, "This piece seems to be planted by me, that is the niche seeds I bought online. It may not be delicious but it looks good." It was obvious that he planted it by the students. The spacing is even and the seeds are straight, like neat privates, and the ones that look very similar, are usually planted by students. The varieties are also relatively single, mainly Erjingdiao, and some millet spicy and Chaotian pepper. Those who are crooked, with large and small spacing, and are all kinds of peppers, like those who are gathered by a playboy, are planted by him. In order to mix the bell pepper seeds given by the system, he lost his old nose. The system gave him 1,000 seeds, so he mixed it into the seeds he bought online and planted too. The rest were stored in the storage room according to the seed storage method the students asked him to store. After tomorrow this year, we will plant more large-scale areas next year. He also has his own considerations. If too many good things appear at once, it is easy for people to notice that something is wrong. But if one or two mutations occasionally, who can say what? There are so many types of peppers, and the difference between the height, shortness, fatness, and thinness of the plants is quite large, but it is not the same as wheat. Jiang Tu adjusted his online shopping record and searched for the column of peppers. Sure enough, there were round, pointed, 1.8 large, small, sweet, devilish, and beautiful, with strange looks, full of them. Each type has more than 10 or less, and it sprinkles for several pages. It may really exist on the market, so Jiang Tu bought it all. Jiang Tu felt no guilt. When he bought seeds, he also had the intention of waiting to mature and popularize the netizens. Professor Shui also remembered the student's evaluation brother Zhang, always buying some strange seeds. He went down to the field and took a look. To be honest, except for some chili enthusiasts, there are not necessarily so many new varieties in the laboratory. Xiao Zhang, can you tell the difference now with so many pepper varieties? Professor Lu asked while observing. Jiang Tu shook his head honestly and said, "No. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please give me monthly votes and comments." Chapter 97 by Glutinous Rice. He met the professor's gaze, quickly defended himself, and said, "It was possible. Later, it rained heavily and washed away my label. Who would have thought that paper labels were so unsolid? I thought, I'll know when the results are done. Moreover, I don't plan to keep the seeds. If I think the food is delicious, remember it and buy new seeds next year." The more righteous Jiang Tu said, the more speechless the professors were. Take a deep breath and don't get angry. This is not their student. If they were their students, they could even peel off 3 layers of skin. In the end, the professors came out of the field. Professor Li stomped the soil stuck on his feet and asked, "Xiao Zhang, I still remember you planted half an acre of colorful potatoes, right?" "Yes," Professor Shui asked Chen Yifan to help me grow it. "Thank you so much. Professor Li, the case has been solved. No wonder there is an acre of potato fields in it, which is particularly unsatisfactory. This resulted in no way, and they simply didn't know what to say. If you don't let Xiao Zhang do it, you're afraid that it will hinder the farmer's desire to learn. Let him do it, novices, their eyes hurt. It's a joy to plant." When harvesting potatoes, Chen Yifan hired 10 machines to dig out the ones planted by him and manually sorted them out. The uneven piece was probably the only one who could only dig it out with a hoe little by little. "I am a little tired, but I don't have to accept it. It's okay, I'll understand it next year. Young people, it is a blessing to suffer losses." Jiang Tu looked at the sudden change of expressions of the old professors inexplicably, and felt a little chill on his back. No, he shouldn't have exposed anything. Forget it, don't worry. There are obviously more and more merchants selling glutinous rice and rice dumpling leaves in this week's big market. Many ants are even more active in picking and choosing among the pile of rice dumplings. Fortunately, he opened the zonjai leaves from the system, which was enough for him to use. He just needs to buy some glutinous rice simply. Those who can choose food can rely on their own eyes to make money. Those who don't know how to choose will follow the old man and the ant, and whoever family goes to the house more. As long as you ask about the price, it is not that kind of outrageously cheap, and the quality is generally good. Jiangtu has a systematic bonus, but he will still choose Nyomi. He quickly walked to an old man and squatted down. The old man's face was dark and his face was slit. The ravines are surging, all of which are the traces left by time. He saw it just now. Many people were attracted by the glutinous rice in front of the old man's big stall. They squatted down and looked at it, but after asking for the price, they left directly. "Uncle, how much does your glutinous rice cost?" he asked. The old man glanced at Jiangtu, stretched out 5 fingers, and said hoarsely, $5. The glutinous rice in the linen pocket is white, round, and crystal clear, and you can tell at a glance that it is a rare good rice. Jiangtu frowned, but the price was indeed too high. Now at the big market, the cheapest price of glutinous rice is 10 yuan and 3 pounds, and the normal price is 4 yuan per pound. This is a full price of $1 higher than the normal price. No wonder those uncles and aunts who are the best at living, they left quickly no matter how reluctant they were to ask about the price. Others can buy 5 kilograms for 20 yuan, and they can buy 4 kilograms. No matter how good the rice is, it is not cost-effective. He inserted his hand deeply under the rice bag and flipped the glutinous rice inside hard. There is no fake, the same quality as the top and bottom. It is not much different from the high-quality glutinous rice given by the system. "Young man, don't worry, buy it. This is the glutinous rice I grow at home, the kind that doesn't use chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Last year, I grew so well that I only produced about 300 kilograms per acre of land. These are leftovers that my family can't eat. If you want to buy them, you have to wait for autumn." The old man found Jiangtu's actions, as if he noticed that Jiangtu really wanted to buy it, and he slowly spoke up. "There is no need to worry about selling good things, and there are always people who are willing to buy some of them. Even if you don't make rice dumplings, making rice is excellent. He has been in this place for many years and has many repeat customers." Jiangtu carried a rice bag, which looked about 30 pounds. He nodded and said to the old man, "I'll take it together, uncle, you can think of me as a little cheaper." The old man had a slow expression, and his eyes were a little astonishment when he looked at Jiangtu. "1 piece? You want it all?" The old man repeated stutteringly, what Jiangtu just said. "It seems that I still can't believe it." "Yes." Jiangtu nodded. "The uncle's glutinous rice is good. After making rice dumplings, it's good to make glutinous rice or snacks, and it's not wasted." He believed that as long as it tasted delicious, the 20 or so students in the cafeteria could make it for him. Oh! The old man clapped his hands and stood up. The moment the blue veins on the back of his hand bulged, the linen pocket fell on the scale. "Electronics are clear and clear. It's a little more than 32 pounds. I'll calculate 30 pounds for you, a total of 150, okay?" "Okay." Jiangtu nodded, "Master, give me your pocket, otherwise I can't get it." "I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you." As a result, 2 bills handed over by Jiangtu. The old man said happily, "I can go home early today, hey?" Jiangtu first prepared a pot of 50 pieces, so that everyone could taste the taste first. Everyone thinks it tastes good. If you are busy with it, it will not be impossible to sell it at all. To be honest, he thinks it is much easier to make rice dumplings than to make flour cakes. Besides, how much can those students buy? 4 or 5 people per person. I bought 10 of them and took them home. After Jiangtu finished his work from the canteen, he put a plastic bag on his knees, prepared the twine and rice dumpling leaves, and started to make rice dumplings. Many of the students who learned about this news couldn't help but watch their curiosity around Jiangtu. I saw Brother Jiang's slender and powerful fingers turn gently, fold it, put the glutinous rice and filling inside, wrap the thread gently, and just wrap it up with a standard tetrahedral zongzi. Eyes, I think I can. Hand, you fart. Students over there, don't steal my dates. If there is a zongzi without filling, are you responsible? Jiang Tu glanced at 743 with his eyes, staring at Xiang Ming, who was staring at Dai Zhao, and spoke in a calm tone. He, Brother Jiang, I'll take a look. These rose honey beans are so fragrant. Xiang Ming, who was named, was not angry either, and smiled foolishly and left from the steel basin containing jujubes. His face didn't even blush. Look at the big red dates in the basin, floating quietly on the water surface, and at first glance, they are the best high-quality dates with thin skin and thick flesh. It tastes a bit tough and sweet, and he can vermicelli cleanly. Jiang Tu prepared a total of 4 fillings this time. 2 sweet ones, red dates and rose honey beans. 2 salty, pork belly and salted egg yolk. They are all the most classic old flavors. As for the students who proposed durian, chocolate, and stinky tofu, he firmly ignored it. Just pretend that you haven't had those eyes that have been seen. Xiang Ming, who was just named, realized something was wrong at this time. He looked around and wondered, where did Xing Tianyu, who had been sneaking since this morning, but also with him, go? This guy has just cracked bones on his arm, so he dares to walk around without fear of something happening. Xiang Ming complained in a low voice. But, I didn't think much about it. A young man in his 20s would lose himself at Brother Jiang's house, he would be able to laugh at him for the rest of his life. But, not long after Xiang Ming complained, a scream really scared the people nearby. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please give monthly ticket evaluation, what damn I love you. Chapter 98 Xing Tianyu was beaten by a leopard. It's Xing Tianyu's voice. Xiang Ming said firmly. Jiang Tu stood up all of a sudden, and the reverse of the sound spreading was exactly where the golden leopard was. Didn't he stress to them a long time ago that he could not get close to there no matter what? I don't have my life anymore, that's a wild big cat with a cub. After a while, Lin Yi appeared in front of Jiang Tu with Xing Tianyu covering his face. Jiang Tu looked Xing Tianyu seriously and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, there's no missing arms or legs. That's right, why cover your face? Let Lin Yi beat him up? He asked Lin Yi with his eyes, did you beat him? Lin Yi shook his head. He didn't know how to express his shock. What's wrong with college students nowadays? Have you eaten the textbook? He tried hard to adjust his facial muscles that were still under control and the corners of his mouth that wanted to twitch. He sorted out the word order and said, I didn't beat him, Jinqian leopard beat him. Are you close to the golden leopard? Jiang Tu frowned tightly, and his eyes looked at Xing Tianyu full of dissatisfaction. Just as he was about to scold him, he was interrupted by Lin Yi. Lin Yi continued, he was not close to the golden leopard. When Jiang Tu heard this, his expression became a little looser. He said that this group of students is quite sensible. However, Lin Yi's next expression began to become fantasy, and even his tone began to float. When I found out, he held 3 incense sticks and turned towards the direction where the golden leopard lived, and was chattering and didn't know what he was talking about. Although I was a little bit broken, I was quite far away, and I didn't care at first. Later, he lit the incense and even bowed. Yes, I bowed. A particularly pious look. Then, I squatted down and inserted it on the ground. At this moment, the golden leopard suddenly appeared without knowing where it came from and slapped him directly. I guess the golden leopard was so annoyed that he couldn't help but take action. After saying that, Lin Yi pushed Xing Tianyu, who was beaten, and asked, Tell me, what do you think? It's really good to worship a wild leopard. Xing Tianyu was so excited that he was flushed. I don't know if it was shy or painful. Faced with so many pairs of eyes, especially their senior sister Wang Xiu, he knew that if he didn't say a word about 1, 2, or 3 today, he would definitely be told the teacher. It is indispensable to be criticized and criticized. But how could he say such a shameful reason? Tell everyone that he usually thinks he is too unlucky and wants to turn his luck. There is no effect with forwarding koi online, so he thought. In reality, worshipping the golden leopard may lead to wealth. Brother Jiang's family happened to have ready-made, wild, and golden leopards. His lips twitched twice, and even Lin Yi, who was right next to him, couldn't hear clearly when he pulled him out of the leopard's hand. What? Just shout louder. How dare you do it but not behave? Lin Yi pushed his back and signaled him to speak quickly. Curiosity is just one of the reasons, and it is more about teaching him a lesson. Otherwise, what if so many children go close to the golden leopard? Everyone thinks that they are Zhang Tu, a man favored by Jinqian leopard. Xing Tianyu looked at Lin Yi and directly met more than a dozen curious eyes. He covered his face and his voice raised a little, but he still said faintly, "Isn't that a leopard? I just thought. Even if my face was swollen, the word money was still so loud. It is full of a child's desire to make money." Lin Yi completely added to him, "You just want to say goodbye, what if you get rich?" "Yes." Then, he saw Xing Tianyu nodding slowly, quite firm. However, the suntanned skin could not stop his redness. It's so embarrassing. He never dared to do it again. Lin Yi was silent. What new variety of feudal superstition is this? Zhang Tu. This unlucky child. A group of classmates, this person is beyond salvation, so be buried. Lin Yi patted Xing Tianyu on the shoulder hard and said, "You are glad that this golden leopard is still quite a relative under the influence of your brother Zhang. If it stretches its claws today, you can bloom a different flower with such a face that is not handsome. It's also a matter of fortune, it's possible to lose money. Okay, go back. Don't burn incense for the golden leopard next time." After listening to the whole process, Zhang Tu rubbed his temples with the back of his hands and sighed. He should continue to make rice dumplings. Leave the rest to Professor Li to deal with. He can't control this broken child. Puff. In the crowd, someone finally recovered from the confusion and burst into laughter. This laughter was directly transmitted to other people. Ha 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 ha. My God, Tianyu, you are so talented. I'm so laughing, don't block it. Your face is the perfect medal for your heroic deeds. Ha ha ha, Tianyu, look, is this your brother? One of them was the most harmful, and he lifted up the puppy in Zhang Tu's family's swelling face that was stinged by bees. In an instant, everyone laughed louder. Even Zhang Tu and Lin Yi couldn't help but laughed. After Professor Li learned about this, he cried Kenti laugh. He patted Xing Tianyu on the back hard and said, "You can do the medical expenses you have done yourself. You can also make money by making money first." Xing Tianyu covered his face and had no shame to see anyone. The worst thing is that his face is swollen, and his teeth are not convenient recently, so he can only eat some liquid food. When other students were eating rice dumplings beautifully, they could only watch while eating white porridge. The white porridge is cooked by yourself, except for the white ones. Woo 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 woo. Xing Tianyu was just given a big pussy by the leopard and he didn't cry. I cried so sincerely. Zhang Tu prepared a meal for the leopard tonight, thanking him for his poor brains and showing mercy to his subordinates. Of course, he also saw the location of the 3-string incense sticks, which was really far away from the golden leopard. However, the golden leopard is fast and has a sharp ear. It is not unfair to be beaten at all. The sky was getting darker, and after smelling the smell of Zhang Tu, the 3 little bitch of corn in the cage stumbled towards him, with their eyes that had not yet retreated. He treated his clothes as a cat climber, and called him sweetly. He looked at the empty cat nest, which was nearly 30 centimeters away from the cat nest, and felt that he might need to prepare some toys for these 3 little guys. At the beginning, I remember, Zhao, to buy it for the dog. The cats forget. He gestured at the height of the cage and murmured, "It doesn't seem to be very difficult to make a cat crawler. There are countless tutorials online, and he is also a skilled carpenter. There are also materials in his family, but they are just wood and hemp rope. Do it well." Zhang Tu, who had nothing to do at night, took out his few tools and started sawing wood. Recently, Korn doesn't seem to have to worry about eating problems. Every time I go out, I make my stomach round and I come back. It seems that only when I am lazy to go out to hunt will Jiang to prepare meals. Just like today, it is also a day for a successful hunting. It shook the softer hair on its body, and while cleaning itself, it watched Zhang Tu's movements. Although it doesn't know what this is, it feels happy that it is prepared for itself or its own baby. Please give me flowers, please collect, please subscribe. 3. Thank you all readers. Chapter 99 Leopards and leopards also want cats to crawl. A small cat climbing frame with a height of only 1.2 meters and 2 meters took Zhang Tu 3 hours. When the finished product was completed and successfully installed in the cage, the whole cat of Korn was stunned. It has been wandering around and has never seen a toy like this before. The small tree it knows is a small tree that cannot be moved into the nest. There are not so many large platforms that allow it to lie on it and bask in the sun. Meow, meow. Korn was very happy. It tightly attached to Jiangtu, rubbed him back and forth, and gently swept across Jiangtu's calves with its already grown big tail. The cry was so hard that I didn't know how much sugar was added. The big round eyes are covered with stars. Jiangtu rubbed the Korn's head and said, "Tomorrow, I will put a small ladder here for you, so that when the cubs are bigger, they can come out for a walk. You don't have to take it all by yourself." The amplitude of the Korn tail swung even wider. His body was also tightly attached to Jiangtu's calves, warm. Its eyes involuntarily looked to the west, where there was an ungrateful big cat living. However, it is also very grateful to the rude one now. If it weren't for it, it would probably won't have lived such a good life at all. It's great that you don't have to worry about eating and drinking, and that humans are willing to spoil it. In the early morning, Jiangtu woke up with the sound of birds singing. As soon as he walked out of the house, he found that the Korn that should have gone out had been blocked by a golden leopard at the door of the cage. The golden leopard has big golden green eyes staring at the cat crawler inside the cat's nest. After discovering that Zhang Tu woke up, his brows immediately frowned, which was quite pitiful. Korn also looked helpless. It did not expect that this rude big cat would be so naive. Is it delaying its use of the toilet or not? Zhang Tu had a bad feeling, so he looked at the 1.2 meter twimmy turtle small cat crawler. After looking at the golden leopard's obviously strong body, he asked uncertainly, "Do you want one too?" Golden leopard, it nodded. Zhang Tu slapped himself in the mouth with a slap. Not to mention anything else. Even if he could withstand the weight of this golden leopard, he dared to say that there might not be a single one in this 10,000 acres of forest farm. It won't really think that it can easily pick it up, so it's still a baby. No, how big the kitten is, how old you are, don't you know what you are? Zhang Tu shook his head and refused. Ha! When Zhang Tu refused, the golden leopard turned his head and angrily rushed towards the Korn. The appearance is extremely fierce and very dissatisfied. The cat hair on the Korn's head was all irritated by this anger and fell straight back. It used its claws to wipe its face and licked it beside its mouth. Vomit, pound smell. Big cat's jealousy, my heart is really terrible. The golden leopard doesn't care about these. It grabbed Zhang Tu's waist, put it on its shoulders, and stood up directly. By trying to lick these two tricks of Zhang Tu soften his heart and agree. Yumi took this opportunity and quickly escaped from the nest. If you don't go to the bathroom, you will be suffocated to death. Cats don't want this embarrassing way of dying. Jiang-tu pushed away the big face of the golden leopard. Wipe! Get up! Jiang-tu fell back and shouted, I still want to lick me, you forgot how you licked the ribs last night, right? The big tongue is just a roll, and those who have 80 years of experience in picking beef have to accept the disadvantage. There is no escape from the bone stick, no meat left, and there is no other step to make a specimen. Meow, meow. Jin Qianbao was not angry, but instead rubbed his big head against Jiang-tu's palm. Just a little bit of softening Jiang-tu's heart. Jiang-tu looked at the two Lin police officers in the northwest corner in Lin Yi's bedroom direction, who had not yet gotten up, and agreed. Okay, okay. I know. But you can't make it too high. I've been a mom, and I'm still embarrassed to act spoiled, and I'm not afraid of trashing your baby. It's not like this when you meet someone in the woods. What if it's bad? He tweeted hard, and the leopard's head was bigger than him, and said. The big leopard, who received Jiang-tu's approval, was not angry, and was in a good mood and let Jiang-tu go. Gently get off him. Bobby. But before leaving, I didn't forget the tip of my thick tail and hooked Jiang-tu's wrist. You agree, don't forget meow. Jiang-tu felt that more than 80% of girls had to admit defeat when they were in front of it. Where did you learn from? Jiang-tu muttered, and directly in the group, at Lin Yi, Yang Bo and Feng Yu. Jiang-tu, your leopard princess wants a cat crawling frame. Lin Yi. Feng Yu, I have to patrol and let Yang Bo go and help you. Yang Bo. The leopard that I spoiled myself was also spoiled even if I cried. As soon as he finished his meal, Lin Yi drove the pickup truck from Jiangtu to the steel store in the county town, and asked someone to weld an assembled and detachable rack. Otherwise, the thick wood can withstand a weight of almost 200 kilograms. Not to mention, Princess Leopard also wants a platform like a kitten that allows it to lie down. Jiang-tu looked at his online purchase order and suddenly said to Yang Bo, do I still have to hide the acrylic cat I specially customized? This thing really doesn't have the leopard version. Yang Bo, who was sawing the wooden board, was almost crying. Without this, he could have had some sleep in the room. He begged, return the goods, please. Why didn't they know before that leopard's curiosity and jealousy are so strong? Kittens have them, too. Yes, when in the woods, the leopards usually rest on the tree. But isn't it a good place to live in this big tank? It's all Jiang-tu's fault. But does he dare to say it? I was so laughed to death that I didn't dare. The first time I made zongzi, I received unanimous praise. These days, when he went to the cafeteria to cook, he could always hear students asking him whether they would be available for sale. If the materials are expensive, they can pay the deposit first and then get the goods. Many people even suggested to Jiang-tu, Brother Jiang, I think this thing is often supplied, so there is no need to worry about any festivals. What do you think? You can also collect money separately like flour cakes. We feel that we are tired of working, so we take out one and eat it, which is also good. Jiang-tu smiled and didn't respond. He felt that the convenience store could satisfy them by cereals. There is really no need for him to increase his workload. The flour cakes that are once a day after each day are already very tired. However, Jiangtu still allows customization of rice dumplings, with the price being the same as flour cakes, each costing 5 yuan per person. What? Do you want 800? Jiang-tu looked at Bai Wentao with a formal smile on his face, as if he was here to discuss business with him. The surprise in his voice could not be hidden. Right. Bai Wentao nodded calmly. He didn't feel that he had made any excessive demands, and it completely violated the professional ethics of a businessman. He said, if you think it's too much, Brother Jiang can raise the price appropriately, and I can accept it if I think it's appropriate. There is no way, the businessman at home has a big business. There are many relatives and friends who need gifts. There are only 800, and 8 of them are only 100 sets per box, but he still doesn't count the benefits he gives to the company's employees. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please give me monthly votes and comments, please give me a good idea. Chapter 100 Delicious Pot Stickers. Bai Wentao is really saying it is too sincere. When he consciously increased the unit price of zongzi from 5 yuan to 7 yuan each, Zhang Tu couldn't help asking him. Say, is this really worth it? Bai Wentao smiled casually, it's worth it. He said firmly. Since I ate the rice dumplings made by Brother Zhang that day, it was ordinary outside, and it was even more exquisite than the rice dumplings he usually ate. It can be said that it is a world-famous difference. However, in terms of the glutinous rice and filling inside, it is another one extreme. The glutinous rice is soft and sticky, probably because it is cooked with the most original large iron pot and has a little chewiness. The glutinous rice outside absorbs the fragrance of rice dumpling leaves, and the glutinous rice inside absorbs the taste of the filling. It can be said that the taste of each mouthful is different. It is obviously such a big rice dumpling, but it always attracts people without realizing it and finishes it in minutes. People like them have never eaten or seen anything delicious. Even so, Bai Wentao still surprised, so he would not lose money. Brother Zhang, just promise me. Bai Wentao's eyes were sincere. He really thought it was delicious. In this way, if you promise me, I will bring out the one I gave you when I ordered the rice dumpling packaging box. Bai Wentao felt that if the price could not be said to Brother Zhang, then he would find another way. The closer it is to the Dragon Boat Festival, the harder it is to set the packaging. This is an eternal truth. Zhang Tu was moved. It's not for the zongzi that costs 7 yuan each, but for the packaging gift box. This was something he didn't expect. Now is not the past. As long as the things are good, carrying them with plastic bags is nothing. Most adults still pay attention to their face. He really needs the packaging box for Dragon Boat Festival gifts. Within 2 days, he packed more than 1,100 rice dumplings with students, Lin Yi and the others, and Zhang Tu himself. He temporarily requisitioned the 2 big pots at home and the big pots in the service station canteen. As long as you don't cook, the firewood will be burned one after another, and finally completed the task before the Dragon Boat Festival. At that time, Zhang Tu was completely collapsed. The rice dumplings are so fragrant, but he doesn't even feel like eating them at all. He even feels disgusting when he mentions the rice dumplings. Although it is tiring to make rice dumplings, killing pigs is really fun. Jiangtu only returned to the village this year. So he didn't know that the students of Agricultural University had almost formed a tradition in their village when slaughtering pigs during the Dragon Boat Festival. Early in the morning, Zhang Tu had just arrived at the back kitchen of the service station and was about to start making breakfast. The pickling master invited had already entered the village and was waiting at the door of the service station. No wonder this group of students started to remind him very early on, saying that breakfast this morning would be simpler. It turned out that I was afraid of delaying the time to kill Master Pig. Master, have you had breakfast? Have you eaten some food later? Said Zhang Tu Chong, who was sitting in the tricycle and waiting for the start. No, I brought steamed buns, I'll just cushion myself in a while. The man waved his hand quickly, took out a big steamed bun from his pocket, and raised it to signal that he would bring breakfast himself. It seems like I bought it casually in the county town. But just a steamed bun is a bit too rough. No trouble, you can have something hot with us later. Zhang Tu continued to invite. That's right, he saw that the master wanted to refuse. Xiang Ming, who didn't know when he came out, quickly spoke. Master, you can also try our new chef, Brother Jiang's craftsmanship. I dare to say that Xiang'er village said second, but no one dares to say first. Xiang Ming gave a thumbs up, praised Zhang Tu's cooking skills for 18 good things, and said it outside as if he didn't have money. Successfully told the master on the tricycle that he was hungry. New chef. The master was stunned and looked at the young man who had disappeared in the kitchen. He realized after a while that the one who just talked to him was the new chef in the mouth of this student. He thought that the extraordinarily energetic young man was also a student here. "Your original one is not doing it?" asked the pickling master. "Yet." Xiangming nodded, stretched out a finger, thought it was wrong, and added another one, saying, "He was almost 2 months ago, and he was brought to the hospital by a pig. I heard that I was discharged from the hospital just 2 days ago. I can't come back even if I'm discharged from the hospital." Next, he faced the most powerful legal group of the agricultural university, where lawsuits, compensation, and even jail were indispensable. The pickling master nodded and said, "I heard that someone was arched by a wild boar before, and the ambulance was coming, but I didn't expect it was him." After saying that, he sighed for himself. "It's okay to leave, that person is not a good person. He is very arrogant and has low skills, is incompetent and greedy, and he also looks down on others. These outsiders actually see clearly, but due to the relationship, they can't say anything." Hee hee. Xiangming couldn't answer this, so he could only smile foolishly. However, the awkward atmosphere did not last long, and a strong fragrance began to float out of the kitchen. There is a meaty aroma and a burnt aroma of fat frying. After dying of death, Brother Zhang has made fresh food again. Xiangming twitched his nose twice, swallowed habitually, grabbed the master and walked into the cafeteria. "Let's go, if you miss this meal, you will regret it for a long time," Xiangming muttered as he walked. Zhang Tu was just shouting to the outside, "You want to help the pig killer eat first, and the others will be ready soon after the next pot. If you want to eat porridge, you can serve it yourself and make the dipping sauce yourself." He happened to see Xiangming pulling someone in, and said to Xiangming with a smile, "Take a look after me. Master, it will be a labor-intensive work later." "Oh, don't worry, Brother Zhang. I'll go in and get a pair of bowls and chopsticks." Since renovating the kitchen and asking the aunt from the village to help clean up, Zhang Tu bought a lot of tableware and put it in the kitchen. Prevent the embarrassment of guests coming suddenly but without tableware to eat. The middle-aged man who killed a pig smiled embarrassedly, and his movements were a bit cramped. He moved his lips and said carefully, "I'm dirty. When slaughtering pigs, no one can wear clean clothes." "It's okay. What's dirty? We're all over the world, but we're not clean." Xiangming stuffed the bowls and chopsticks into his hands. "Don't be polite to us. We will continue to cooperate in the future. When the 2 pigs are killed and the potatoes start to receive the goods, they should still catch 2 pigs and come back to raise them. In winter, it depends on the situation. Sometimes I rush back to school and sometimes I put it in the village to raise pigs together. In this way, I will continue to kill pigs in the next year." Xiangming carefully took the pot sticker from Zhang Tu. There were 8 per person, enough porridge and a boiled egg. The meat-filled pot stickers, the pancake crust below is fried with grease, hard, golden and crispy. The meat filling inside is gathered but not dispersed, soft and a little chewy. The pie crust on it seems to absorb the broth and is also particularly delicious. After taking a bite, multiple tastes are in the mouth, like a perfect fusion of various instruments, playing a wonderful symphony. As I chewed, the crunching sounds transmitted directly into my mind from bone conduction all exuded a different kind of deliciousness. Please ask for flowers, please collect, please subscribe, please give me monthly tickets. 3. ER